I suggest you start searching for a different occupation, because I would be embarrassed to ever show my face on this platform again with a 2005.
It's just been a day, guys. It's just been a day. Did you fix the Google shit? Yeah, just something like that. I'll finish fixing it tonight. Certified Michael moment. Yeah, I'm sure. Wait, what did I? Wait.
Crime that the Russians could commit in Ukraine. That
I know. Let's wrap it up.
is there any crime that the Russians could commit in Ukraine that would make you say Ukrainians have to win this?
I doubt there's really anything that could cause me to say I'm now going to affirmatively endorse the indefinite perpetuation of warfare.
Genocide? If they said we are here to murder every single Ukrainian, our job is to wipe them off the face of the earth, would that be enough?
That would be all the more reason to me to pursue a cessation of the hostilities rather than an intensification of them, because to intensify the hostilities would probably run in tandem with that, you know, ultimate devious design that you're suggesting that Russia could hypothetically declare as their objective.
Okay, Michael, I disagree with that.
I mean,
so
there's always,
deeply.
again, there's always.
Nancy and Lockheed Martin are making a killing off of killing women. There is nothing feminist about the F-35. Nancy's employer, Lockheed Martin, makes the F-35 fighter jet that Israel used to kill Palestinians in Gaza in 2014 and 2021. F-35s and other weapons are destroying and fueling the climate crisis, which disproportionately kill women and girls and their children. Why are you celebrating women as war profiteers? How is this women's empowerment? Lockheed Martin is making a killing off of killing women and girls all over the world. This is not equity. This is pinkwashing.
Land and women are not for conquest.
The
Sorry.
F-35 program that Nancy and Lockheed Martin are
not
making
funny.
a killing off of killing should be ground. We should be freeing Palestine, concentrating on combating the climate crisis that disproportionately hurts and kills women and girls.
How are you empowering the women that you're massacring with your weapons? How are you empowering women who are suffering because of wars that you're profiting off of?
Shame.
Imperialism is not feminist, period. Like, at all. Diversity and imperialism does not make us better people. Just because you have a woman pressing the button versus a man pressing the button does not mean that we're not ruining innocent lives all across the globe.
Your definition of equity that you used earlier, that is a shame that you used that. And that women and girls and children all over this world are being destroyed by people in power, no matter their gender. This is a shame. Stop making a killing off of killing. Ground the F-35.
Imperialism isn't feminist!
Imperialism isn't feminist! Imperialism isn't feminist! Imperialism isn't feminism!
All right. Jesus. What? The data limits that I set on Google Drive don't actually matter. It just does, it just uploads at whatever speed anyway. Alright, I'll just pause it. Dude, never mind. We're not even gonna fuck around with that. Not even gonna fuck around with that. Okay. We're skipping about 45 minutes into this. We're gonna finally watch this. My fucking mental is destroyed for today. We'll see how it goes. Good luck. Ban me if not worth.
Bro, it's time to just win. Like, honestly, like, so many motherfuckers tried to fucking, like, hurt me. Like, it's actually insane. Like, I definitely, like, feel like people just, like, tried to fucking really destroy me, bro. You know? Says you? Bro, I never tried to destroy anyone publicly, chat. Like, you may think that, but that's not the case. I have never attacked anyone publicly. Like, that was not... privately, sure. I was fucking pissed. Did I do it publicly? No, I didn't. It's actually facts.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh! Oh my god! That was fucking wicked! That was a fucking clean ass kickflip! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh!
You want to show us your beautiful...
This was a narrative within the core community, right?
Wait,
This
whose
was
core
what was going on
community?
in the
Not
chat,
mine.
Right? Reddit's at the time. Yes, yours.
If they were saying that, Train...
Yes,
okay.
they were. I
Wait.
remember a time.
Okay,
you
there's
were
no way
calling-
that people in this community or people said this
Brother.
in my chat because that would
Yes.
directly target myself as well. So how could they be a fan of mine? How, I know you're going to say they're hypocritical and it doesn't matter, but
is
like it
hypocritical.
literally doesn't make sense.
when it comes to me, this the whole point of this. This is all I ask.
Train. If
Brother,
you're gonna say that they're on Reddit and that's why they're saying it, you have to understand like there's a difference. Like you have held on to this grudge for a long time, and I've always been very confused. I've always been very confused as to where that came from, and I think I'm gonna need some mediator Felix takes in here since it's not gamble related, and you can actually be the referee. Train is stating that I have been. Train is stating that I've been like.
Can I state what I'm stating? Like, can I state it, please?
Okay, state it.
Thank you. Listen, in the Gordon Ramsay days, okay, your core community, not everybody, obviously we shared a lot of viewers back then, right? Your core community, the more vocal minority political ones, right? They and yourself, there were days, yes, there were days where you kind of dismissed me like, nah, whatever, right? But there were days you went in on certain Reddit Reddit posts. Back then I was actually viewing Reddit like that, right? Where you were literally, you were supporting the pushing of the narratives of me doing a terrible thing watching Gordo. And then what happened a year later?
I would love to see that video. If you have a video of it, like I would love to.
I think the only thing we ever saw linked of this was somebody had linked a video back in 2019 with Hassan making like a snide comment, but it's hard to know right now if like Hassan and his community were actually engaged in this or if it was just like kind of a more niche, or not a niche thing, but it was like a Reddit thing that Train is like attributing to Hassan here. It's hard to know.
I would actually love to see that because that would be shocking to me, especially because since
a lot of things
would
would be shocking. I mean, the CS:GO thing too. CS:GO cases came out for that. Competitive among.
The only thing that makes me think that Train might be right here, the only thing that makes me think Train might be right here is that sometimes I feel like Hassan talks like Lav, where Hassan will insist on a certain thing being correct, but he'll only do it because somebody doesn't have like a specific piece of evidence being there. Like one thing that he does here is he talks about like the React meta, the React. He did it since day one. He always did it since day one. That's not true. That's not true at all. Hassan didn't get like heavily into React until like I think a year or two into his into like his streaming career. But I think he only pushes that because nobody here knows about his like early streaming days. Yeah, but the fact that Hassan will so confidently push that just because he doesn't have evidence of it makes me wonder about the Gordo shit. But I don't know, you know?
Since day one, well, first of all, Among Us, CSGO, these are things that I did not talk about you in any way.
CS:GO cases. That there was a time where I was opening every day for like a year and a half. Every day I did $2,000 worth of CS:GO cases, and the same arguments for gambling were pushed then, right? Yet everyone was opening them. Yet
Okay, but you have to say how I have contributed to this. You can't constantly say your community on Reddit we're pushing for this.
Not. You were part of the groups that were pushing for this thing. So were you standing up and not saying a word about it?
That's wild. I can't. I like that's insane. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Like that's crazy.
We'll agree to disagree there. I mean,
I've never done that. I don't know why you're saying I'm doing it, and like communities that I'm a part of are doing it. Like you got to give me. You got to give me something. You got to give me something.
Okay, let me give you this then. Let me give you this. Why do you think it was so shocking for everyone when you and Pokey and the others began to watch Gordon Ramsay a year later? Why do you think there was drama around that? There wouldn't be drama listen, there wouldn't be an
brother,
issue
there's
with
drama around me when I buy a fucking shirt. There's people in this.
Hassan is actually. People say that like Hassan is a shitty debater, et cetera, et cetera. That's not true. Hassan is just not very well read, maybe not very smart. I think he's pretty smart. I think he's just not very well read, and he's a partisan hack. He's decently intelligent, but Hassan is actually a really good debater. If you listen, he is very, very good at holding on to the optics for a debate. He will find areas that's strong, and he will just railroad his interlocutor into that area. He's also very good at like obfuscating around like certain terms to like make it look like a conversation is slightly different than it actually is. I think Hassan is actually pretty good at navigating conversations like this. One thing he does that's like really clever, he already did it, and I think he does it more in the future too. He conflates like React with watching full TV shows. That's like that's not, Train got shit for watching full episodes of Gordon Ramsay. I feel like I remember this back in the day. And Hassan's like, oh, well, I did React too. I watched political videos. Nah, that's not what we're talking about, broski.
No, listen, there wouldn't be an issue.
There's drama around.
And then here, this too. Train is asking, and actually, a really good question. Train's saying, why was there so much drama when you guys started reacting to shit? If you hadn't made a big deal about it before, and I also feel like I remember, but I can't tell if everybody's gaslighting everybody or what. I feel like I remember that too, that people were like making fun of like, oh, now you guys are all watching Gordo. I feel like even I did this, because I felt like everybody was making fun of Train for doing it. But then he's like, oh, well, people make fun of me for everything. People make fun of me for everything. It's like, no, come on. Like, that's such a weird, like, yeah.
Me when I buy a fucking shirt, there's people in this. There's people in Excuses chat right now that are fucking still bringing that shit up, or buying a house. There's drama around everything I do.
No, there's drama around the hypocrisy, around the heat that I got, and you guys watching it. I wouldn't be brought up if you guys watched it a year later and you got hate for it. Do you understand? I was brought up.
There's drama around me watching or Pokey watching a show because people love shitting on streamers. No, you should know this. You're a streamer. People shit on you all the time, sometimes unjustifiably.
No shot. Brother, there was drama specifically between, like, I was being brought up in that. Everyone knew it. I remember the years when I was getting heat, and then you guys decided to watch on stream a year later. It blew everyone's minds. People didn't even watch me.
I was watching 90 Day Fiance when you were watching Gordon Ramsay. So I don't know why you're saying this. Like, it literally is something that I've been it's literally been something that I'm not only an advocate for. I am such a firm believer in not giving a shit about IP.
Started on my second round of Gordon Ramsay.
This would be a interesting thing is to bring up timelines. Like, when did Hassan start watching 90 Day Fiance? That would be a really good question. I don't know when the exact dates were, and then you can look that up or compare that to when Train started watching Gordon Ramsay on his second bout. I don't know what the dates are. Here's the clip of Hassan making a snide comment to Train. It looks like Train's watching Godot around September, December of 2019.
All right, bitch, I'm sorry. What do you mean? All right, bitch, I'm sorry. What do you mean? I'm not your fucking favorite React streamer, okay? Go watch Trainwrecks if you want him to watch. If you want to watch uninterrupted cooking streams, okay?
See, that what he's talking about there is a direct joke, because yeah, everybody did like React where we watched like fucking YouTube clips and shit, but the big thing was watching full episodes of Gordo. I don't think people were watching full episodes of anything, and that's what Hassan is making fun of Train here for. This was back in October of 2019. Like, I don't think Hassan's comment here, his comment doesn't make sense. Hassan's comment doesn't make sense here if he's also watching full episodes of stuff, right? It doesn't make sense. So I think Hassan is conflating a lot of the timelines. People are saying he started watching 90 Day Fiancé in April of 2021. That would be 2 years later, but yeah. But we'll keep going. Listen, I at least met you were the first. Also, I've always been a React Andy before it was the meta. Oh yeah, Hassan is doing the thing where he conflates the React Andy versus like watching full TV shows, which was the big deal. But if I recall, he said something else in that clip. What does Pisco want? Remember when Destiny said copyright should last 1 year? What a base take. God, what an amazing world we would live in if copyright was only a year long.
All right, bitch, I'm sorry. What do you mean? I'm not your fucking favorite React streamer, okay? Go watch Trainwrecks if you want him to watch. If you want to watch uninterrupted cooking streams, okay? Jesus Christ. My bad, bro. We're fucking doing transformative content here. All right?
Transformative content.
I still need to pee. I'm holding my wee-wee in. You can't. He's playing WoW. Omega lol. Oh, that's why you guys are in here. Do more IRL to be 15K, Andrew. He's raiding.
And then we do some topping slices. The pizza at Two Bros is made from scratch every single day. Hand tossed. You get it served hot, and you get it served in a matter of seconds. People are very busy.
The hate I'm referring to was the first round of Gordon Ramsay. I created the.
You once again. I have to reference something here. I have been a React streamer from the jump. Okay, a React streamer, literally from the jump. I've always reacted. Not only that, but I also do not believe in IP personally. So much so that I've allowed everyone to literally do whatever the fuck they want with my IP. That's why there's like 1,000 different fucking.
I don't like this, and I guess some people do this. I don't like when somebody tries to get like, they try to sell their laziness as a virtue. The only reason Hassan doesn't like micro his like YouTube shit more and did it in the past because he was lazy. But he has a really clever way of sneaking this in as something virtuous. Where he's like, oh, like, I don't believe in intellectual property, so I allow everybody to do whatever they want. I'm like, no, that has nothing to do with your take on intellectual property. It's because you're fucking lazy. I don't even know if he has any employees now. This guy's making millions of fucking dollars. He doesn't employ a single fucking person. Like, that's not because you're, like, virtuous and you don't believe in employment or whatever. It's because you're fucking lazy.
Hasanabi fan channels out there, some of which have hundreds of thousands of subscribers, some of which have literally YouTube check marks. And some of them get demonetized by YouTube. YouTube is constantly trying to get me to fucking take their YouTube is constantly trying to get me to take them down, and I still advocate for them to maintain their monetization. I don't care about IP. If you think that I think that you were exploiting Gordon Ramsay or anyone else, I don't believe that.
I think you have the time frames messed up, right? The time I'm referring to of when I was watching Gordo, you were not reacting yet. You understand? You were not, the first year of your streaming, you were not reacting. That was the year that the Gordon Ramsay stuff started. You understand? It was before you started your reacting phase. You understand me? It was during that time. This idea that you were reacting side by side with me is not the truth. When I watched Gordon Ramsay,
yeah, no, it is the truth. I don't think you were watching me, but it's fine. Felix, you pulled something up there. What was that? Was that like one guy in my chat or something?
Bro, I'm trying to find it as hard as I can. I mean, it doesn't.
Is this coming from my computer or?
I'm looking for clips of both sides. All I see is a clip of Train.
Guy in my chat or something?
Bro, I'm trying to find it as hard as I can. I mean, it doesn't. I'm trying to support both sides. I'm looking for clips of both sides. All I see is a clip of Train, and he's molding in this clip. about the fact that you called him out for the Gordon Ramsay days, and it seemed like it was maybe like 2 years ago.
Okay, but is there any clip in there of him reacting to me saying something about Train directly reacting? Because I doubt it. I've been a reactor from the jump.
He hasn't been a reactor from the jump. Not in watching full TV shows. That's not true.
Overall, people were very much against
keep saying it till the day he dies.
Of like shows in their entirety.
I've never been against that. I'm so pro that. I do it all the time. I got fake DMCA'd and people fucking loved it.
But Hassan dances away from it.
Yeah, I'm looking for clips of both right now, but listen, all I see is Train molding about a certain clip or thread that happened in the past. And I still can't find the clip.
Okay, but like, if you can't find the proof, are you willing?
Yeah,
if you want to make amends, if you want to make amends, Train. If you can't find the proof, are you willing to let go of this whole like, Pokey and Hassan are here? You want to link that to me? That would be great. But if you're willing to make amends here. Would you be willing to drop that, like, I've been an advocate against you from day one for, like, reacting because I have been a reactor myself? I don't know.
The reacting, yes, you have interacted yourself, but not during the time that I was watching Gordon Ramsay, the initial period.
Okay, but you got to find some, because I legitimately don't know what you're talking about when you say this all the time, and you have.
It was during the period that you were playing like Fortnite, Call of Duty, and doing some political content. It was during that time. It was before like the
when
reaction
I was playing
periods.
Fortnite off of a fucking GoPro camera on my PlayStation, which is how I started off of like a PlayStation Eye camera. I still would react to shit. You want to know how?
But that's not what they're talking about.
I would literally put up the congressional testimony from like
Mark
Zuckerberg. Political stuff. We're not talking. We're talking about the watching of shows. We're not referring to political reacting. We're talking about watching of shows. Listen. The point of this conversation is to shed light why both of us feel as if we have been jabbing each other. Right? I'm just showing that.
No, but I don't even know where it comes from. I don't know where you're coming from with respect to this. So
notice how Train kind of has something there, but Hassan dances away from it again because nobody's holding him to that.
If you have proof, and if you find, like, here's the thing.
Yeah,
okay,
stop.
I'm willing to apologize. I like that if I have said something that you truly were like genuinely upset about, and it's not just like some guy on Reddit or whatever the fuck. If you find something and you show me, like, I will literally apologize to you, because I don't think I ever did that. You have been saying this for so long, though, that it's basically like, it basically became permanent in your mind and also in the minds of many people in your community and in other communities as well. So I'm telling you, if there is a moment where I have like shit on you, if I've said like, oh, dude, fuck that guy, Train, like reacting to fucking videos is all he does, like I hate that, or whatever the fuck, I will genuinely apologize to you. But I don't think there is a clip.
And I have to wonder how intentional like his approach to conversation is. He sets himself up so well here in that he's able to exist on both sides of this argument in the perfect way. Like, bro, I didn't do this. I didn't do this. I didn't do this at all. I don't know why you're hating me for this. If I did do it though, I'll completely apologize, man. But I didn't do this. So like, even if Train did find a clip here, like he's still got a way to kind of like dance out from it. Now it could also be the case that Hassan like genuinely forgot. But the way that he's misrepresenting like the beginning of his career and how he keeps conflating like reacting to full TV shows with like just like watching YouTube videos, it makes me wonder how intentional this is. I'm not sure. Air Force, what is Zerka tweeting, dude? Jesus. The first 90-day fiance stream was on September 10th of 2020, is what somebody linked from his wiki. I don't know if that's true or not, but okay.
Okay, guys, I've dug in a bunch of clips, a bunch of stuff. Okay. I think we kind of have to let this go because one, I think that the comments that Hassan made, I think the stuff that you were saying it, were a little bit subjectively, a little bit like sly.
Wait, what comments did I make? What comments did I make? No. But like, it's important. This is important because this is something that he's been saying for.
Okay, I'll find one.
This is something that Train has been saying for a while. Okay,
so
this is something that he's been saying for a while. The only thing I was able to find is him actually shitting on you, XQC, for the live streams haters about the Gordon Ramsay thing from 4 years ago. Here, I found the clip.
Well, I think Trump's a dumb fuck. I don't
TOS and
me because I should.
That's what the argument was. That I'm
DMCA.
So it's not even about me. I think Train thinks like you were the one who fucking yelled at him or whatever the fuck, and then he like thinks it's me.
And I'm TOS. I remember it was you. Okay. It was you and others.
Do you remember it was me, or do you want it to be me because it's a more appropriate person to yell at?
Look, this tweet right here.
I'm not yelling at you. I don't
Gordon
want
Ramsay
it
says,
to be you.
Hey, Twitch. Can I get
it was you.
All the voices. Oh my god.
Right? Because Gordon Ramsay was like, I guess, mauling the people reacting to his content, and you reply, Hassan, he says, it's a platform where we watch you every day. I think it's fair to assume you're referencing Train spamming Gordon Ramsay content in a sly way. Right?
Wait, what? I was watching Gordon Ramsay at that point, Felix.
That was way after, Felix. I was watching him.
I was watching him.
And then when Hassan's got like a point that he's like right on, he gets like very, I don't know. I feel like Train gets handled like really hardcore on this, but Train needed to have clips. Like that's on him. Train just needed to have clips ready to go. He needed to have his timeline 100% in order so that he can't get jerked around in a conversation like this. Because I think Hassan is a little bit too rhetorically adept to just get caught without somebody having like a rock solid timeline.
Like 2017.
Yo, chill.
Train needed
but
a manifesto.
this is important. This is important to me now because I hate that
No, because
it's minor things like this get misconstrued in the minds of a lot of people, and then they go, "Oh, Hassan is a fucking hypocrite."
So
That was
let's
me. I
say-
was watching him at the time.
Let's say I was a dumb chatter. Then you rolled me. That's a good thing. How's
No,
not a good
it
thing?
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. People don't give a fuck about that. They operate off of vibes. Anyway, the only clip I found was 4 years ago. Train responding to livestream fails haters about XQC watching Gordon Ramsay. I linked it in the Discord if you want to watch it.
4 years ago. 4 years ago was 2019, correct? This would be 2017, 2018.
2020.
Okay, but like you gotta bring something here because I am telling you honestly.
I'm bringing my memory.
God.
That's what I'm bringing.
No,
That's
no,
not good
you
enough.
can't do
You
that,
expected
man.
me to have clips
Bro,
from 6 years ago on
I
hand
said
and ready.
this on
I'm-
stream. If I've said this on stream, you should be able to like literally. You've been talking about it since. Wait, did you say 2017?
I said like end of 2017, 2018. It was when I was still living with Mitch.
Dog,
That's when I
I
watched.
literally started streaming like consistently in the second half of 2018. I started my first day streaming was 2018, I think March. I did not know who you were back then. I had no idea who you
That's
were.
what I'm saying. I was so when I started.
Why would I have talked about you? I don't know who you are. I didn't know anything about Twitch.
The Gordon Ramsay went on from right. I started the reacting stuff like 2017, end of 2017, beginning of 2018, all the way through to 2019, right? And that's when you and other streamers pushed on to the hate because I was getting a lot of attention. I was watching Gordon Ramsay. I was one of the, I was up to 23,000 viewers at the time compared to now.
The main LSF clip that you're referencing, I think you got your days fucked up, and maybe it's not your fault. But the main LSF clip that you're referencing is from I guess 3 years ago, maybe. I'm not entirely certain. It was our articles were written on it in 2019. Trainwrecks TV streams MasterChef on Twitch for 3 hours without being punished.
Okay, then it's 2018, 2019.
Okay,
that's what it would
I
be.
started streaming in 2018. I did not become a full-time streamer until 2020. I was on your shows on the Scuff podcast and found out about you, I think, at some point in 2019.
Yes.
So if you're saying that this is when I actually fucking shit on you, okay, I think you're wrong because by that point I had switched over.
That's something Hassan understands, but you don't, respectfully. People don't give a fuck about facts. They go off vibes. Like when there's a clip champion circling around or one of your old IG tweets, even if you clarified or elaborated to the level where whoever you were actually talking to might even agree with you. Wow, thanks, Joe Six. I actually had no idea that was the case. I don't think I've actually given that exact quote like 7 million fucking times in my stream. I've never actually thought about the idea that people are more driven by like narratives or that people go off of like feelings or like moral ending of terms or whatever. I thought that people just went descriptively and discreetly by every single fact. Thank you, dude. I super didn't get that. Thank you so much for clarifying that and making it clear that I don't understand that. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. Damn.
It was before you were reacting to.
I
any
also
sort of
not
TV
only
shows.
that, but I also have apparently in 2021 recognized you as the OG MasterChef. Andy has spoken.
Yes, I saw that. That was after that was around the time you started watching yourself.
So you
correct?
have no evidence for your statements. I have proven that not only have I supported you for being the OG MasterChef React Andy, giving you giving you your
after the
it
years
became
of
popular.
shit.
well, you have no evidence as to me doing this, and I'm
I don't
literally
need to
telling
have
you.
evidence. Listen, I don't need to have
Of course
evidence.
you do.
I know I do not.
Of course you need to have evidence.
Brother, I'm telling you what I went through during those times when I was watching it. This is what happened. Do you understand that? That's what I'm telling you. This is what happened. You sat there and you pushed forward the hate. You let it happen. You reacted to it. You didn't say anything of it, and then you started watching it yourself.
Hold on.
A year later.
Hold on. That's a lot of things you just said. Did I let it happen? Did I not defend your honor? Or did I directly attack you? Did people in my community say that? Because what you need to understand here is you just lumped up a bunch of different things in here, and I don't think you have evidence for any of these
semantics
things.
now.
I don't know. This is profoundly important, I think.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think again, it might have been a combination of small things or not a big thing.
Well, at this point, I feel like I'm arguing against your demons. Like that's wild.
We can't. Hey, don't say that. We cannot. Okay, personal insults. Chill. I don't think. Okay, listen. We're not even.
No, I wasn't even being insulting. I'm saying like it's a fabrication. Like what am I supposed to do?
It's not a fabric, brother. Listen. If this was only me saying this and others were like, and everyone was saying, "Nah, you're."
Who else is saying it?
Listen, when you started watching it, do you not remember the hate that was pushed toward everyone, specifically regarding the hate that I got from you guys versus you guys now watching it? There was so many streamers who commented on it. You understand? Like, okay then.
Train just
Let's
needs
move
like
on.
one or two
No,
clips of
I'm not,
this.
I'm not kidding. Like,
But
I don't
Train
think
doesn't
a
have
single
any
person
clips of
came to
this.
me
So
and said
what,
that.
I mean, what is Hassan supposed
It
to
might have
say,
been
right?
small things, big things. Well, now we can't find it. We have to move on. That's just how it is. Okay. If that's,
Okay.
if that's how you felt,
Okay,
it's,
I guess
it's
I guess we're
valid.
moving on from this, but hold on. Look, if we're making amends, can you say that you might be misremembering certain things, or
No.
because if you have something and you show it to me, I will genuinely apologize to you. Do you understand? Because in that moment I would be in the wrong. I would be hypocritical. If you want to make amends, this is how you're supposed to make amends. If you have an instance, if you have a video, because I was streaming at the time, I've been streaming, you've been talking about this for years and years. If you think that this is the original culminating like divide between your community and my community, between you and I, if that's what you think is a really important enough thing, right? You should. If you bring it up to me, I will apologize to you.
Guys,
wait. No, let me respond.
Good.
It's not so much an important thing. To me, it's more so a showing of pattern. That's why I brought it up, right? It's a showing of pattern that whenever I do something,
but you can't show a pattern without any evidence whatsoever. Especially when I'm saying like I would literally apologize to you if it's actually a thing that I did, because right now it seems
How
like
long
you're
do they loop on
placing a
this?
lot of blame on me for comments that you got on Reddit from God knows whoever the fuck. And let's be real, if there's one enemy of Reddit that is maybe sometimes a bigger enemy than you, but not often, but sometimes a bigger enemy than you, it's me. So I don't think people on Reddit like me. The only time they like me is when you went so far overboard with like Hassan is a fucking piece of shit that they were like, all right, maybe we're going a little too harsh on this guy. That is the last time
Quite
that
a
Reddit
while,
actually
then they loop back
defended
to it
me,
again.
and probably the
Oh,
first
boy.
time, and we'll never do it again.
Yeah. Listen,
I sent my bot. I sent my people, okay, to look for clips and stuff like that. Okay, once we go back to this later on, okay, whether they found or not, I guess they take the proper measure. Right now, when we have no evidence, we cannot make a call. I can't make one of these apologize or moderate in a nice way. We have nothing on hand. We have to want to change topic, otherwise we will not get anywhere.
Okay. No. It's good. It's good. I just want to make sure though that like, you know, people understand that I want Train to understand first and foremost that like this is not something that I believe. This is not something that I think I ever said about you. But this is something that truly, I guess it hurt your feelings. So I want to make sure that you understand that that is not my position.
guess it
at
hurt your
all.
feels.
And
it's
if at
not that
some
it hurt.
point-
Jesus.
And if
it's
at some
not that it
point
hurt
I
my
had,
feelings, Hassan. It's not that it hurt my feelings. It's just a showing of pattern. Like every single time I do something, the streamers, they come together and they push for my cancellation. They push for Train is evil.
I don't know, dude, come on, Train.
Come on. No, that's a come on back to you. That's a come on back to you.
No,
Come
what
on,
do you
bro.
mean? Come on back to me. Is this going to be like mostly because the way I see it? I'll be brutally honest. The way I see it is like I have actively tried to avoid conflict because I don't want to get the. I'll be honest. You have a sizable community. You've been a fucking big dog in the scene for a very long time. I've actively tried to avoid conflict with you because I don't want people to like constantly fucking come into my chat and like bring me into drama. Okay. I am not like, I know everybody loves saying like Hassan loves inserting himself in the drama or whatever, but usually until something is like newsworthy or something goes too far, I don't usually talk about shit.
This is pretty true. I think Hassan
don't
generally
care
tries
about
to
it
stay out of
enough.
drama. It's bad for networking and everything else.
This is the 20th anniversary
I
of
think he does.
America's unjustifiable invasion of Iraq. That's what I was talking about all day for the most part. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm covering usually when I'm not doing like dumb reacts or whatever. So for me in particular, if you are saying like, oh, all these streamers are getting together, all these streamers are actually fucking yelling, all these things about me, and you add me onto that without any sort of like serious evidence to back it up, then I'm only arguing against your own personal perspective and your own personal assessment of a situation that may or may not be real.
Okay, so you're gaslighting me now. That's what you're saying.
We had this conversation apparently on Twitter as well. It's not even you that I'm upset at. It's your core community that brigaded all the Gordon hate threads and now sit there with no fucking shame enjoying their time.
Yeah.
I hate motherfuckers like that. All of them should be ashamed. I said, listen, I at least admit you were first. Also, I've been a React Andy before it was the meta. And I said, why would my community of React enjoyers brigade others reacting, lol? And you said, don't play stupid. Leave that to the ASMR streamers. I said, you are wrong on this 100%. Ironic. That's what the hate thread said then too. And that's it.
Yo.
That's where like the conversation ended. But like,
I'm forcing to move on, guys. I swear, and we'll go back to this chat, guys, with actual proof of something. Okay, listen. Other topic, I saw the other day. See, this is what I mean by the subtweeting it, which causes, I think, a lot of harm in both the communities. Okay, it's Hassan on Train undermining his Turkey earthquake fundraiser and calls him out for promoting crypto gambling. Why did this happen? Why did it start? And why did it start?
I think Hassan focused on a part of a clip that wasn't even my intention. And
wait, someone in your community found something in
full time.
In my community?
Yeah, it's quite easy. Just do a few squatties here or there.
In my community?
Job, mate.
Yeah, in your subreddit.
Yeah, instead you should take a book out of Greek's page here and just watch YouTube videos all day and go.
Hey.
I'm gonna take a piss while you guys review that. I can hear you guys. I have wireless headphones.
Bro, that
Wait,
fucking...
what the fuck? Literally me shitting on Greek, and then wait, what? They're saying this is shameless fuckingness. Is on caught in 4K on Scuff? Wait, they took.
Don't even watch that.
Okay, they took a meme. They took a meme of me like shitting on Greek as a joke, like literally me making a joke on the Scuff podcast. Took it seriously and thought that was hypocrisy. I don't even know if that's actually the case.
Listen,
but
whether just that or not, I think he probably.
I have so much, bro. I have so much fucking evidence as to why, like, I have been so consistently against fucking people losing their shit over reacting.
Well, I do agree, right? That until we find evidence of you doing shit,
yeah, but there's evidence to the contrary and no evidence on the other side. So at a certain point, we have to. There's an overwhelming amount of evidence from my end showing that I've like been an advocate for reacting to shit, saying that all content is derivative. Like, why is this even a point of contention at this point? At a certain point, you got to be like, okay, you know what? Maybe I was wrong on this. That's all I'm expecting. That's all I want. That's how you know amends are made, right?
Yeah, for sure. Then let's not jump the gun and make sure we come back to this in like a couple minutes, right? That we have all the information that we need. Otherwise, we have to fix a problem and fix a new problem for no reason. Okay. I do agree that evidence to the contrary seems a little bit heavier, right? Unless we find something.
I disagree.
Well, I couldn't find anything. So I think you have a lot of points on a lot of topics, and Hassan has a lot of points on a lot of topics. I think
Wait, what are the points? What are the points that he brought up? He didn't what?
I said on other topics. I said on other topics.
It feels like. Listen, here's the issue. Okay. Sorry, I had to do a little juice up. It feels as if.
What does that mean?
The goalpost keeps moving, in regards to how much control we have over our communities and what we preach and what we let them spew. Right. At the end of the day, let's even go back to that tweet, right, where I said my issue isn't so much with you, it's with your community, right? When you let communities spew shit and you do nothing, in my opinion, that's a passive siding, right? It's a passive siding. You understand? And then you do it yourself, and there's all support within that.
Wait,
like,
so you're mad? Wait, so now you're saying originally you said I was like championing and spearheading the cause of like you being a React Andy.
Yes, I'm still.
Now you're saying I wasn't defending you for when people were shitting on you for being a React Andy.
No. Combine the two together. I still stand by the original. I'm giving you another example to what you've shown. So since I cannot show the.
You think Train is actually doing coke when he's using it? I mean, like, I'm not trying to shit talk Train or anything, but like, he streams for like 35 hours in a row every time he streams. He's got to be on some kind of amphetamine, right? It has to. That would be my guess. Maybe I shouldn't talk shit. That would be my guess, though, right? He has to be.
First one, although I do remember it very clearly.
Train, in 2019, I think I had a concurrent viewership of 35 viewers. I don't think you were talking about me. Let's be fucking real. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was barely fucking hitting.
It was during the times where you were picking up traction. It was during those times.
Ryan, I sent
and you think I wasn't defending you as like a fucking 300 viewer Andy or something? Max out at 300?
No,
if that's the case?
It was while you were still larger. It was. Listen,
what year? What year are you talking about?
Brother, we have to dive into the years. It was the year that I was watching Gordon Ramsay.
We need to use actual facts in this.
It was the original. Brother, but listen, you're trying to debunk something by these specific facts that, in my opinion, are. Listen, it's the year I was watching Gordon.
But that's how this works.
It was the year I was watching Gordon Ramsay. It was the year that I was watching Gordon Ramsay and no one else was.
I can't address something that you claim I did if we don't like look at the time frame and develop a better understanding of what happened in that moment. I'm trying to literally Like right now, it feels like I'm just trying to defend myself against your own personal feelings in the matter, which is why I'm trying to be like, look, let's look.
I figured it out. Okay, I figured it out. Okay. I sent my best bots to find every piece of evidence. Okay. And the bot even they admitted to me.
Wait, fuck. I'm missing. You're getting.
They admitted 100%. Okay. That unfortunately on this issue, there's no supporting evidence of Train's point and a little bit of supporting of Hassan's counterpoints that he's a little bit, brother. Saying, yo guys, I'm kind of a React Andy it's not a big stance, okay?
Well,
it's a little bit...
that's not what I showed. I showed you consistently a long, verifiable, documented history of like being an advocate for abolishing IP, showing you consistently that I have abolished my own IP restrictions
anything to do with
in my
anything?
own community with the own content that I personally create. Shown you that like other people have criticized me for reacting to shit. Showed you that I even got DMCA'd with a false DMCA claim for reacting to Gordon Ramsay. Showed you a Twitter thread where I actually defended Trainwrecks being the original MasterChef React Andy.
Years after. That was the year you guys began watching it. You understand?
So
okay.
I haven't switching you guys.
Let's agree to disagree and we can move on.
Wait, what? No,
you can't do that. You can't do that. I'm trying to.
Why can I not do that? So if I remember an account but there's no clip, I have to, it cannot be true. That's what you're saying.
Well, but
I'm saying it from his perspective, if he doesn't remember it that way, you can't show it to him. He can't take your points for granted.
True.
And give you an apology.
And there's also evidence.
Let me ask you this.
There's also evidence to the contrary where I'm defending him. I feel like I'm losing my mind a little bit.
I'm losing my mind because listen, there wouldn't be logically speaking, there wouldn't be an outcry when you and Pokey began watching MasterChef.
Something also that's good to remember. This is like a good life thing to keep in mind too, not just for like streamer drama. We oftentimes remember how things made us feel more than how things actually went down, more than how things actually happened. That's something to always keep in mind. Usually you can remember how something makes you feel a little bit more than you can remember the details of a particular thing. That's just like a human way of processing stuff.
There wouldn't be an outcry compared to the year
I don't even know what you're talking about. The outcry that I got for watching MasterChef wasn't because of some perceived hypocrisy that you cooked up in your community. The outcry that I got was the same exact outcry.
There were streamers that commented on it as well. I remember.
I don't know who those streamers are, but if you could show them to me, I would love to also address that as well. But the only person that you have openly criticized was XQC calling you out for watching Gordon Ramsay or something, or MasterChef.
Well, I think,
never myself at the time, possibly because I had never actually talked shit about that. Okay. And not only that, but also there's evidence of me reacting to TV shows all the way back in 2019 as well, for the record, if anyone cares about that.
Yeah, okay. I think sometimes we get caught up, okay? Based on if we think somebody's against us or not. If they make a whatever comment, things might feel a certain way or another. That's just kind of how it is. Okay? I called out Train, calling out. I don't think I've ever called out anybody for anything. Okay, or not a lot. But it just feels like I bend with people. I'm a massive React Andy. I'll call people React Andies. Is that a problem? Not really. Okay. I think this point we have to move on. We will stay here stuck forever. Okay. Listen. The main point. One of the points
but I do want to make sure that like we're making amends, right? I'm sorry for cutting you off. We're making amends, right? You said that. So one part of doing that is to be like
of a pattern of behavior. Yes.
Okay. If we can't find evidence of that. Okay, unfortunately, for the sake of this argument, I said unfortunately because it's for the sake of this argument and your perspective, we can't fulfill that, and we can't make anybody do anything.
Well, let's move on to the next. Yes.
Okay.
This conversation isn't preventing us from being friends or preventing us from putting away the past.
I personally don't care about it. I personally don't care about it, but only because like it's been so consistent over the course of like many years at this point that like. I just kind of avoid it. Like I don't really talk about it. I don't really like to think about it. And it is festered on Reddit. It's festered on Twitch, where like a lot of people do have this false notion, where I guess maybe some of them think that I'm like a hypocritical person for shitting on you for reacting while reacting myself, even though it very clearly is not real. So for me, I just want to make sure that you understand. Like I don't think I ever did that, but if I did, and you show that to me, I will absolutely apologize to you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I genuinely think that you guys will both go against your earlier point. Okay, to make amends on something so simple in nature. Okay, I want to get to the bigger points that are more impactful. Okay, things that I think make a lot of damage in your communities and create a wedge. Genuinely, I do think that. Listen, I'm not gonna blame viewers. I think certain reactions, certain things that people do will create a wedge because the viewers are going to bar that wedge and push it farther. That happens. It does, 100%. Which brings me to the point where Train is talking to Will Meth about the Turkey charity, and then things slide completely out of control, and then Hassan and then calls out Train for critical gambling. You want me to link it to the thread or not? Because remember, this happened like this week.
He knows what it is. I know what it is. Yes.
Okay. Then how about Train? You walk me through your initial point. What did you say to Will, and what did you say?
So I went into the call initially to
if you can find a clip, that would be very helpful.
Reach out or
chatter.
to put out
That'd
an
be very
olive branch,
helpful.
right? I was talking about how I love the podcast, among other things, right? And then the conversation came up. He brought that up as an example, and I clarified the example because at the end of the day, olive branch or not, I think there's an avenue regarding the socialism in which Hassan preaches but doesn't act with, right? There's that avenue where I don't think we'll ever come to terms with together, right? So that is the disconnect. I don't know if him and I will find that middle ground for, but that didn't come up because I went on there to talk about it. That just kind of came up passively. If you watch the clip, the entire clip, that was generally a positive call, right? I think he kind of saw the clip and he picked those like 10 seconds out.
Unless Hassan doesn't feel that way.
Wait, there's a clip here from 4 years ago that a chatter found. Hold on, can I just listen to some?
To Be Honest podcast. And then shits on me, or comes into.
Oh, this is when I first got upset at you for shitting on me. As far as socialism being no, that's not that. I thought that was related to Reactgate shit.
Go ahead.
As far as like socialism being at odds with my mode of existence. That is another thing that I am very. That is another thing that I've been very consistent on with respect to like having anti-capitalist values while simultaneously still being a fucking dumbass who likes commodities that are luxurious. That has been a consistent talking point for myself for a very long time. So I don't know why you think that ultimately conflicts. Socialism is not a poverty cult. Socialism or anti-capitalism or wanting to make things at least marginally better for working class Americans is not, no matter how much people say, oh, lol, Bernie Sanders has 3 houses fucking owned or whatever the fuck. That is not at odds with the way I live. This is a point of contention, though.
I'd be surprised if
there's
this is a really tricky conversation to navigate. I don't know if Train
kinds of ways
is like able to do this,
but ultimately it's about the relation to the means of production. That's it. That's all this is, and it's about giving workers more autonomy. It's not about doing charity. Okay, I've never said socialism is charity, even though I myself engage in charitable acts. I've been fairly consistent on that as well. With respect to just doing it regardless of whatever people say, even if they shit on me. I think XQC can advocate for that as well. I've literally had private conversations with them many, many years ago even about like, it's a good thing. People will shit on you regardless. You should still do it. But yeah, socialism is exclusively and almost entirely about the relations of the means of production and how society is developed around the current organization of the economy. And how commodities are produced.
Okay, so you're saying that if there's a distinct point in what he sees socialism and the action you can do to further socialism, and okay, it makes sense. Do you agree with what he said? Did you know what he said?
No.
He says that socialism, right, is more the means of production and the worker stuff, and not the whole spread the wealth thing. And I think you say, oh, he should spread the wealth more type shit, right?
I would agree. So I would agree with
spreading the wealth is not socialism. If that was the case, then Jeff Bezos would be the #1 socialist. You know what I mean? He albeit a very minor part of his overall wealth, he gives back fucking hundreds of millions of dollars. That he would be literally a socialist if that was the case.
So I think the point is this, right? Preaching socialism without action is literally just capitalism. Do you understand? If you preach the idealistic way that society should operate, yet you don't implement any of those systems, right, within your own, let's say proportionally within your own community to show that these systems can work. Just wait.
No. I love that. No, that's actually a great point. It's a great point, and it unfortunately fails to capture how inescapable capitalism is. Do I benefit from it? Absolutely. I'm a profoundly fortunate person, something that I regularly acknowledge and talk about all the time. I'm very privileged. I'm very fortunate. These are things that I do not hide. I'm wealthy. Another thing that I do not hide. I don't know why people always say that I hide it.
I live within my means.
Ultimately,
if
ultimately, like if cooperatives can work individually, and
what was it like?
I
have a
socialization working in other
I forgot
countries,
the phrase he used.
for example,
It's fucking hilarious.
like in European social democracies, like Norway, even in Canada, it works better than the United States, even
Was
though
it
it has
basic
its flaws.
necessities, he says?
So there are instances of like socialization, not socialism, working in other countries, and yet that has still not changed people's minds in the United States of America. So I don't know why you think that like something completely and entirely removed from socialism itself, which would be me like, I guess, doing socialism in my own community. I don't know how you would do that, but I would love to hear your perspective. I don't know how that would genuinely change people's minds in that regard. But as far as like my own form of commodity production, I work with union labor in union shops in the United States of America, and it's domestically manufactured when I do merchandising. And I have some form of cooperative organization where the people that I work with, not my workers per se, but people that I work with, whether it be my producers or editors, have full autonomy over their times, full autonomy over how much they make, full autonomy over a percentage of the profits or even more. Not only that, but they also have editorial independence, like in the case of...
Keep in mind that for Hassan here, I don't know if he knows this and he's just playing a clever game. None of what he said has anything to do with socialism. Socialism or socialist ideas would have to do with these workers cooperatively owning the brands that they're working for, not having their own time to work, not having their own computers, not setting their own schedules, none of that shit. It would be having some ownership over what's actually being produced, which none of them have any ownership over it, obviously, because Hassan doesn't want to give up any power to his brand because he's a good capitalist. But it's funny that he brings up all these other things, like they go on what he's doing right now. It's funny because nobody will ever call him out for it because people just don't know enough. But what he's doing right now is actually the equivalent of when Elon Musk was like, when Elon Musk was saying like, oh, or when he installed the ice cream cone machine in the fucking Tesla factory, the SpaceX factory. That's the same thing.
Of Austinox, who can say what he wants, and I'm not going to, go after him unless he's making an erroneous mistake. So that's
Which
it.
he has.
That's my perspective, and I think I try to live by my values as best as possible, and I think I do a decent job, I think, at that.
That perspective is convenient, in my opinion. Like, it's a convenient perspective to have, right? Like, if I would accept that perspective.
Wait, why is it convenient?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. So everything that you do would be completely fine, right? If you moved away from these extremisms, right? And you moved more so to the middle, and you're like, okay, listen, guys, I'm a capitalist, but I believe in socialist systems to be mixed in with the capitalistic systems to create a better society, right? To grab the good of both. You understand?
Actually,
the problem
true.
is you're completely shitting on capitalism. You're completely eat the rich, anti-capitalist.
I'm losing you again. Everyone can hear you except for me. I'm sorry. Can you hold on? We're gonna have to do this again one more time. Let me turn off the camera and turn it on again. Oh, I can hear you again. Thank you. I have a Discord issue. Sorry. I really do want to hear what you have to say. Can you start from the top?
Yeah. Can I juice up real quick then? Since we had a little disconnect.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's got to juice up. It takes a second. Okay. Yeah.
What does he mean?
Wait, I want to.
I'll let him explain his own thing.
What?
But he's got to juice up. You never juice up?
Listen,
let him juice up. Like, come on, what the fuck is this?
We disconnected. It's gonna be a little juice up.
Yeah, by the way, this is internal service on page 3, by the way, about juicing up. Yeah, I'm not gonna paraphrase what he said. I'm just gonna go through it. Also, there's a bunch of actual interesting points that I have that I had made note of. So I didn't want this to get too sidetracked. I am taking notes though about things that I think you guys can make amends on.
Okay.
Like the earlier point, I think the first point, I think you almost some sort of a comment. And on the second point, he owes you one. I think you guys are like 1-to-1 on the things that you guys should say to each other. But I mean,
I don't think Hassan is okay with that.
I'm just saying. I do.
No,
I do think
I'm laughing at one of your chatters. I'm actually one guy in your chat. Hassan absolutely hates the fact that he can't peddle out cheap merch made in China for 4 cents because he built his brand around being the SJW guy. That is an incredibly cynical perspective, and I know that is only shared by people who literally cannot see that people sometimes actually do end up living their values. That says more about you, Aniram, than myself. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you want to get lectured, I can do that for you right now. But that just only shows how cynical you are. It's no different than like Aiden Ross constantly being like, "Oh, everyone is in it for the money." It's like, yeah, bro, you are. Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Anyway,
Okay, but now I want to hear Trainwreck's perspective on the issue.
Trainwreck. Yeah. Well, I guess it would be Trainwreck's in that situation, or maybe Trainwreck's. Anyways.
Okay. Jesus. Go ahead. Say a thing about socialism, capitalism, type shit.
Okay, so if you moved your like ideations or whatever the fuck you call it, more so to I'm a capitalist, but I believe in socialist values. I believe in socialist systems. I believe in more of a mix, right? If you pushed it more to the middle left, it would make sense to exactly what you do. It would make sense to your entire business model. But to sit there and
wait, what? Address why it's conflicting.
Oh, I'm getting there. But to sit there, right, and to sell, right? Think about this, okay? Your entire business model, in my opinion, is that of a capitalist business model, right? You sell how the world should be, right? While justifying not implementing those very systems of how the world should be by saying you're just participating in society. That's fine. You can participate in society, but at the very least in the position that you're in, making what you make, in my opinion, the words are not enough. You should be implementing these very systems within your own community to show that these systems work.
Yeah,
you understand on a proportional level. If you cannot implement the very
Thank
systems
you
you preach that should be implemented within
They have no
America
CDN on my
into your
so it was always choppy.
What? I'm streaming on Rumble right now, motherfucker.
A community of 30,000, then I would just say you're grandstanding and you're just selling an idea to make money yourself, right? Like
that's great.
To me, that's
that's a great point. That's a great point.
And
You're absolutely correct on it if your understanding of what I advocate for was sound. And I think this is a normal misunderstanding, and a lot of people have this misunderstanding. I just gave you examples of a relation that I have where I am producing commodities with the help of others that are involved in the process. And I told you that I utilize, when I am actually producing commodities, utilize the same values that I uphold, okay? Whether it be unionized domestic employees that I am, whenever I'm working on merchandise, or whether it be having a cooperative podcast or having full autonomy and having everyone set their own wages with relation to how much profit or how little profit a certain venture makes. That is as close as you
remember earlier. Something that was interesting is what Hassan said earlier is he gave a definition that socialism or whatever only had to do with the relationship between like how things were made, right? All of this other stuff he's giving up right now is like the standard capitalist answer to like, oh no, we don't need socialism. We let our employees set their own wages. We let our employees do this or that, right? But what the socialist Hassan would say, and what he said earlier in this conversation, well, hold on, none of that has anything to do with socialism. That's just capitalism with like a couple of like nice things for workers, right? Because socialism deals with kind of like the relationship between the producers and the laborers, kind of, right? But
you can get to
none of this. I don't think Trent's gonna be able to bring this
multiple
up, though.
different formations of trade unionism, an anarcho-syndicalist perspective, and also some level of socialism. So from that perspective, you are objectively incorrect. In most other circumstances, I have no control over it. There's nothing I can do. Like as far as
there is,
as far as like turning Amazon into a cooperative corporation, I can't do that. It is a massive, almost $1 trillion operation that I have no control over.
Okay, so what you're saying is that for you, the socialism aspects are only the means of production and the workers and the fact that they're unionized or not. It's all about the workers. Okay, I have a question then. When you have a podcast, the Freedom Pod, how much are the guests and producers paid on that show?
1/3 of the entire revenue.
The guests are paid?
No, the guests are not paid. The guests can come on voluntarily, of course. If they would like to get paid, we would, of course, pay them if there was like a guest fee or anything. But we don't pay guests. We are not interested. We're not interested in having a guest on specifically to make money. I don't think that would be weird. I think.
That's probably true. It's paying guests for podcasts is not the norm.
March gets 1/3 of the entire revenue generated at the moment from the Fear End podcast operation, which you can go and subscribe to at patreon.com/fearend.
Listen, every system that you mentioned in which you apply your socialist values to, you are making money from these systems, and that's fine. That's okay. But the areas that I think should be more consistent in are the ones where you take a percentage of your wealth. Now, listen, this argument that your chat gives, or you give, or your loyalists give, so if you're a socialist, you have to be broke on the streets. That example in itself has to be the most delusional, extreme example. Why combat?
I don't know what you're talking about. Explain what you mean. I'm a little slow. I'm a dumb guy. I need you to break it down for me a little bit. I'm serious.
I don't know why he does
Okay.
this.
What do you mean? I just gave you an example of where I do
grandson.
this, and I want you to explain what you mean.
What I mean is, do you not preach a society where healthcare is free? A society
Train
where
doesn't really
education
understand the socialist thing
is
either, though.
Not as backwards as it is in America today, right? These systems, in my opinion, you are in a position where if you truly believe that implementing these systems are a real thing, you are in a position to do something that matches what you say. Otherwise, you're just selling false hope in a business model fashion, which is capitalism, right? In a nutshell, to make the money. That's easy to do, but you are in a position to do more. You understand?
Do you want me to open up a hospital? Because I think you're.
It's not about opening up a hospital. It's not.
What is it
opening up a
about?
hospital.
Give me specific examples of what I can do, so I can tell you if it's like feasible or not.
Okay, so for example, I know a lot of your vocal minority community argue that the mental health care program is a charity, right? But that program, the part of the charity that it is just the part in America. If we were to implement that program, right? Taxes would pay for the program. In this situation,
absolutely.
Real quick. In this situation, we don't have that luxury, right, of having a tax system to draw a lot of money from the people. So what's replacing it is the charity aspect. To confuse that the system itself as a charity it's not comparable to the excuse of not doing it.
Are you asking me to provide everyone in my community health care?
I'm asking you to follow through with what you say. So create the system, create education as well, right? You could create a system in which you put a percentage aside that you believe the rich should put aside in America, and you implement that on a small scale to show that, listen guys, this works. If we can do it, so can America. If you can't even do it yourself and you give these excuses.
So you want me to set up like a 501c3 specifically to like pay the hospital bills of every single member in the community that pays into it?
No. It's about creating a system. You understand? Ignore the actual payment of. It's a system that reflects what you preach and delivers it to people who do not have the financial means to get what you believe they have a right to get. Do you understand? That's what it's about. That's what implementing, that's what the actions over the words means when you sit there and you preach what you preach on a daily basis and make millions from it, right? And that's okay to make millions from it. It's okay.
But Train.
But there needs to be an implementation of it.
You understand I'm not the government, right? Like
I just explained the proportional or the comparison between what would be right in this situation. You create a system, and through your own donation, you would be virtually the tax system that would pay for it in a governmental form, right?
Okay, like that's what you're describing. You're taking the long way to describe is literally, first of all, charity. For the record, insurance on the other hand,
the difference.
Or taxes on the other hand. Insurance or taxes, which are two different ways of funding, some form of healthcare or a payment mechanism for healthcare. Revolves around people paying into a system and then getting it back in the form of adequate healthcare, right? This is how it works. So you and I are in agreement, I think, as far as how the government should operate this, right? I think you believe in free healthcare, right? I think
I do. Yes.
Okay.
Healthcare is. I believe healthcare is a right. Right.
So
I believe
absolutely.
Our education system is completely backwards. I believe we should be encouraging students to go to school. We should be encouraging students. I believe the new baseline should be college. This idea where we're pushing that college is unnecessary, you can't apply this or that, I think is ridiculous. But I do think it stems from our backwards financial education.
So how can I do what you're describing without building a hospital or building a 501c3?
I just explained it.
Wait,
I just explained, right? For example, the program I have, right? It's easy to compare the two and say, oh, it's a charity. No. The charity part of it is replacing the tax system in which the government would pay for that system. Since we don't have that tax system, taking a percentage of what you make, like you preach should happen for the rich, right? And putting it into that system, right? So what you make, a percentage of what you make going into that system would be replicating
about some online mutual aid thing. That's kind of what he's getting at, but he doesn't have the vocabulary for it. But yeah, he's kind of describing like mutual aid
monthly. Right, for each respective community across Twitch, across YouTube, across Kick, across wherever.
Yeah, you're saying you want to start. If I'm not misunderstanding, you want to start like a healthcare structure or Twitch watchers that us Twitch streamers put together.
Yes.
Yes, us Twitch streamers, we put together a healthcare structure. Okay.
Is that socialism though? Is that?
That's not. No, it's not. It's just. But it is. But it is nice. It's not socialism. That's not socialism. But it is nice. It is nice. It's a good idea. It's a charity.
Distributing the wealth of the rich into systems that give healthcare to the poor is exactly the values of socialism. Is it not?
Yes, you're right. But by your logic, then
not really, but.
Charities would be considered socialism, but it's not.
No.
And also, if charities eradicated the existence of these problems, if charities eradicated the existence of these problems, then in the United States of America, it's one of the most charitable countries on the planet. We would literally not have a single person die because they can't get their diabetes medication, which is why you have to advocate for the government, as I do all the time. Not only put pressure on congresspersons, but like literally directly talk to them from time to time as well, and utilize my community to go vote a certain way.
Oh,
I am technically trying to do that in a grander scale. It's unfortunately very difficult to accomplish.
So let me ask you this: if the socialist himself cannot find a way to distribute a percentage of his wealth, who do you expect to do it? The fucking capitalist sitting at the top? It needs to start somewhere.
No,
it needs to start somewhere, right?
No,
if we can't do it on this level, how are you expecting a country of 335 million to implement it on that scale? We need to find a way to proportionally scale it within our business models, whether it's the charity aspect, replacing or replicating the tax system. You understand? Like the action needs
you do realize countries have socialized healthcare, right? Like the UK has the NHS system. So like literally just pointing to that should be able to have a wake-up moment for the minds of millions of Americans, but it still hasn't worked. So technically what you're saying is well-intentioned, and I love that you're saying this, but it demonstrably doesn't work. I point to actively working socialized healthcare structures on a daily basis, and yet I have not been able to, individually at least, move the needle on getting Americans to get on board with Medicare for all.
These terms
Neither
are used.
did Bernie Sanders. Again, unfortunately.
Does this debate go anywhere new, or
disagree on that?
This feels like
next topic.
Hella sleepsony.
I mean, yeah.
Wait, I don't know what the disagreement there is, though. I gave you an example of socialized healthcare working in a larger system, okay, and pointing to that, and yet that still doesn't get Americans on board in certain instances. But the reality is, even if all Americans were on board,
they loop the entire
even
time.
if every single American, like the abortion ban, for example, were on board, 75% of Americans thought abortion should be protected, and yet the Supreme Court decided against it. Why? Because that's just how it is. When the rich and powerful get together and build billions of dollars worth of dark money funded super PACs and lobbying groups, they get their way regardless of what the
keep in mind that Donald Trump, I believe, I think Bernie Sanders was rank 2 in small donations. I think Donald Trump was rank 1. So it's not really fair to say that like Donald Trump was funded by super PACs. That's not really accurate. Like he probably did get a bunch of like big donor money, but he also had a legitimately huge grassroots support as well. Like I said, I think he was rank 1 in small donos, and I think Bernie Sanders was rank 2.
Americans think or feel, and the same goes for healthcare as well, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry with a lot of people making money that you and I would look at and go, holy shit, that is a lot more money than we make. That is the unfortunate reality here. That's what we're going up against. So pointing to an example of like a charity individually working within my community or within Twitch, okay, It's a very nice thing to do.
It's a system.
And we can talk more about
part
it.
Is disingenuously being presented.
It's not disingenuous. There's nothing wrong with charity.
What he says though is that he says that inherently that's not the socialism that he's supposed to uphold like you think he is when he.
So what socialism is So the socialism is
labor. His socialism that he pushes.
So the socialism that requires him to give no percentage of his money and only requires him to preach is the socialism he's for. You don't find that convenient?
Pay a decent amount of taxes in California, but that's not that. But I don't.
Socialism is when taxes.
We legally
like
have
Keynesian economics that's wealth distribution, and I think that's adequate, and I think that's apt. I wish that. You know,
I'm a
billions
socialist
of
too,
it
guys.
wasn't used
I pay
on
hella
fucking
taxes
finding
in
new
that
and
fucking
creative
state.
ways to like blow brown children in fucking school buses in Yemen. But unfortunately, that is what our American government has decided to spend it on.
What?
That is an unfortunate byproduct of living here. But even the meager amount of that goes back into funding the roads, funding the school system. I'm happy with and I'm comfortable with, and I talk about it during tax season all the fucking time. But if you think that like charity is socialism, then I
didn't say charity is socialism. I was referring to a system that we create as a streamer, and the charity aspect, right, which provides that system, would be the way we replicate the tax system, right? Within America, the government has a tax system which they would funnel their money into programs for the people who can't afford it. It would give people access to healthcare. It would cover certain educational costs to push education through. What I'm saying is we create a system, and since we do not have a tax system,
you just
we can
swapping
use
the word charity for system, by the way. Like that's what you're doing, which is fine. Again, I have no issues with charity. I'm showing you the
difference, right? It's about creating the system, right? And the charity would be the pool of money used to fund the system that gives healthcare to your community to show that it works. What you preach works. You can take from the rich and provide for the poor, provide for the people who don't have the
real charities at the top of the hour,
security or the luxury.
Where there's a 3-minute ad
in
break.
America, which is so.
And if you no longer want to see those ads, you can get gifted a sub.
Healthcare, right? To have basic educational costs covered. To push that, we need that kind of stuff, right? So I believe we need to act instead of just preach. Otherwise, where does it start? Where does the chain reaction start?
This is a misunderstanding. I think he kind of agrees with you, right? But at the same time, when you say to uphold socialism, in his view, he does, because socialism is the means of production and the workers and the labor, right? That is his socialism. So even though he agrees with you, he still doesn't agree with the fact that you think that this is socialism when he said what his socialism is. Right, so that's what disconnect is. So I do agree that there's a double effect.
Because what he's talking about is just charity, which is great. I love that as a concept, and I'm on board with it. It's just not. It's demonstrably failed to improve. That doesn't stop me from giving money to charities. All right, obviously, that doesn't stop me from funding money or doing fundraising for charities and also directly donating. But if what he was talking about as far as charities actually solve the issues.
Listen,
the United States of America would have no healthcare issues.
To help you understand this, okay? Take a look at my mental health care program, okay? Because you keep saying charity, okay? So yes, the money goes into the charity to hold, right? What I'm referring to is the system that's created, right? The viewer can now, that does not have access to healthcare, can now have a way through me taking a percentage of my wealth and putting it as a funding source to free healthcare. Ignore the charity part of it. It's the system. This is what I mean by actions over words.
Yes, you're right. If everyone was paying into, but in the form of taxes, if everyone was paying into the government,
Trainwreck is describing mutual aid. He doesn't realize it, but that's essentially what he's describing. Mutual aid is the idea that you start to create these systems that kind of work and run independently, societally, that don't rely on like the government or don't rely on charity or whatever, that kind of like help each other and replace like maybe other services that you might pay for. That's like mutual aid. Although in today's like socialist world online, people conflate mutual aid with just donating or charity, but they are two fundamentally different things.
Rural hospitals, which is a major problem as well in America, and we're going to make sure that everyone can get health care for free when they go into a hospital. That would be socialized medicine. It would not be socialism. It would be a form of socialization.
So couldn't you implement what you preach into a system like that for your community to have access to things that they don't have access to because of their financial means, right? Because of their financial situations. That's what I'm asking. It's easy to preach,
I think that is doable, certainly, and that is, it's not impossible. The problem in that situation would be that it would require me dropping everything I normally do and basically learn an entirely new set of skills. It would not be a system. It would, again, just be a charity, that a 501c3 that I would have to set up. And I, unfortunately, am a dumbass who doesn't know anything about setting up a 501c3, which is why I usually, just like you did, work with other 501c3s that are pre-existing in this regard. But again, I have raised and also funded more than $500,000 last year, which is a marginal amount in comparison to how charitable you are. You're a very charitable person. And this year so far, almost like 2 million, if I'm not mistaken, to various different causes. I don't think that that is socialism. I just want to make that clear. I don't think that that's socialism. I do it because I think it's the right thing to do. I'm a very fortunate person, and I think the capacity to be able to give back is a good thing. That's why I do it. But even by that metric of like, if you think that building these sorts of systems is socialism, then I guess I'm a relatively socialist person.
I think it's right, for each individual, right? Yes. It's a value within themselves, right? So if you're making X amount of dollars, I believe because of the fortunate situation both you and I are in, I do believe in higher taxes for us. I do believe in both of us taking a percentage of our wealth and putting it into systems, right, that can distribute it to people and give them the baseline, what I believe to be a right, which is healthcare, education systems that pay for their schooling based on, let's say, hardworking students or whatever the hell that is, GPA, whatever you want to measure that by, right? That's what I believe. So what I'm saying is, I do think, ignore the charity aspect. I'm referring to the systems. The charity is just a funding pool in this comparison, right? I believe we should not just talk it, we should act on it. Right? So we should take a percentage of our wealth, whether it's 20%, 30%, 10%, whatever it may be, and put it towards systems that give what we believe to be a right to the people that don't have access to these things that I believe should be a right, right?
I think the system you're describing is a 501c3 though, right? Like that's...
In this situation, the 501c3 would be provided, and all you would have to do, right? So let's hypothetically say for this mental health care program, right? Wouldn't you say, if you don't want to create that this is it's right there, right? It's a system you believe in for your community, right?
So
yeah. So why
again? Hassan doesn't agree with. I'm just agree.
Okay, go ahead.
Hassan doesn't. Even though he thinks these things are good and he wants to do those things, and sometimes he hasn't, or maybe he will in the future, he still doesn't view that as fundamental socialism.
Wait, first of all, I do those things. Let's make it clear. I think I do a decent job at doing those things.
Yeah, but I still think he doesn't view that as the fundamentals of socialism, and that's not what he preaches.
Yes.
Therefore, he doesn't feel like you've gotten him on the, yo, dude, you haven't donated this much. Well, Hassan doesn't feel like you got him on not doing what he preaches, when this is not what he preaches in that regard to socialism. That's what he feels like.
So you're picking and choosing what aspects of socialism apply based on what you have to act on, what you don't? I'm confused.
I mean, ask Hassan.
So we're cherry picking what parts of socialism we want to preach, and those are dependent on which ones actually require you to distribute a percentage of your wealth into systems that distribute it to the people that are less. It seems like we're cherry picking what we have to act on and what we don't. It just seems very convenient to me.
I think that the fundamental disagreement here is that charitable donations is socialism, is like kind of your perspective here. I don't want to put words in your mouth. You can correct me, but that's all I've heard from you. As far as like, maybe you don't say charitable donations, you say systems, but that's kind of what you're talking about. And that is fundamentally not true, which is fine. It's still fine, though. You're right. I think it's a good thing to, again, uphold charity and try to do your very best to help others who are less fortunate. But if you're asking me as someone who like at least describes the concept of what socialism is, that is not true. What you're describing is just fundamentally just a 501c3.
I feel like there's a disconnect for you and probably with others as well in what I'm referring to, okay?
And
The only reason, okay, let's take my mental health care program as an example of this, since it's the only thing I can show you in this regard. That's on Twitch. That can help you understand this, okay? So ignore the charity aspect of what's going on there, okay? That's there. The reason I had to.
How does Train actually win the argument here?
As a streamer.
I don't think I want to listen to this. What Train needs to say is, if you believe in the tenets of socialism and you think it's a positive way forward, what you should be doing is you should be using your money to invest in systems that can be self-sustaining and perpetuating in society as they would be in an ideal socialist society. So mutual aid, like, here are a couple of things that I can think of right off the bat. I don't know about the legality of these things, and this is just coming off the top of the dome. But let's say, for instance, you invest in some sort of community infrastructure where everybody throws $10 or $20 into a pot every week for a neighborhood where you get like a beefy dude, maybe some guy that used to be a bouncer, and that's like your community guy that you call if something's wrong, right? Let's say that you're an ACAB person, you don't believe in the police, fuck them, you don't like them, blah, 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 blah. Everybody pitches in 10 or 20 bucks a week, or maybe even 10 or 20 bucks a month, and then some dude is on call basically to answer if somebody feels like there's someone in their backyard, somebody they don't trust or whatever, and then call that guy into the police. That'd be an example of something that's like mutual aid. You've created another, hopefully self-sustaining service that replaces a service that a capitalist society was providing you. That would be like an idea of mutual aid, I guess. Or it could be something like somebody, like you pay somebody in the neighborhood to grow like a little fucking vegetable garden in the back, and then you buy vegetables from them, et cetera, et cetera. It's about creating kind of these self-sustaining ecosystems, or these self-sustaining systems that can be part of a greater ecosystem that more closely resembles the socialist society you'd want, rather than relying on capital invested products like ownership of all of that means of production, all that shit to produce goods and services you need, basically, right? But socialists, I don't even think socialists believe this can work. When they all get rich, none of them ever want to do any of this. They all go and shop at like the biggest capitalist stores ever. They don't give a fuck about any of this. And but Train just doesn't have like the vocabulary to push in that direction because he's not familiar as much with these terms, which is fair. I mean, most socialists don't know anything about this shit. That's why, again, 99% of socialists online that do mutual aid, when they say they're doing mutual aid, what they really mean is they're just doing fundraising. They're just donating money to something. They're not really doing mutual aid at all. A good example is the Black Panthers used to set up a school lunch program for black communities. Sure, or like the Mafia or whatever that used to run like trash services and shit in New York or whatever, you know? But why do you think Hassan is so blatant with buying designer clothes and living in luxury, so to speak? Doesn't he care about his image in the eyes of socialists/leftists? No. He doesn't care about his image in the eyes of socialists. Socialism is his image, right? The socialist aesthetic is the hottest, sexiest thing right now. If we were living in Nazi Germany, he would be like the Nazi on the radio with like the coolest fucking Hugo Boss. Was that the Nazi brand? I don't know. He'd be wearing those outfits or whatever. He doesn't give a fuck about like socialism and communism per se. They're just the talking points that he echoes because that's like the sexiest aesthetic to wear right now. And obviously like designer clothes, luxury fashion, private planes, Burning Man, those things are all like part of that ecosystem as well. It's about like whatever makes you basically look like the coolest. And his body is like a billboard for whatever like the coolest ideology is, basically. It's essentially what it is.
I can help you understand this, okay? So
okay, we're good on this. I'm bored. What is this? Guys, if you ever refer to a woman as a birthing person or a person with a uterus, like you've lost the plot so hard, I don't know what to say to you anymore. Jesus Christ.
In the context the reason these terms are used in the context they're used is because they're broad descriptors for people who are not entirely women in the group category.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that it's ever going to be like doctors are like, oh, we've got a person with a uterus coming through. They would probably just say trans man or trans woman maybe. But like, this is just so ridiculous. This take is so absurd.
And again, it doesn't immediately like knock out or invalidate everything she's ever done or said that I think is good. Of course not. But like, it's really dumb. This is really, really dumb. I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. 18 million views, 100,000 likes, comments absolutely packed full of Parker Mully, apparently. I don't know why Twitter's just pushing that to the top. Anna arguing with people, and a bunch of conservatives going like, wow, you're based, actually. There's Carrie lake. Admittedly, Anna Kasparian is trying to beat them off the stick, but still. I can't believe she left this. Well, I guess like deleting it would have mean that she kowtowed to the woke mob, which would have contributed to its own conservative agenda. This is really dumb, okay? Listen, far be it from me to speak over a woman, which I hate to do. I hate speaking over women. As a man, I hate speaking over women, okay? Just to let you all know, I hate doing that. But you're not being referred to person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that I don't think Anna Kasparian has ever been referred to that way. Those are group descriptors. She as an individual is never being pointed at and going, person with a uterus. Everybody says woman.
Well, but that's not true, is it, right? Didn't we have that huge own where that Harvard professor lady said that abortion isn't a woman's issue, it's a birthing person's issue? Didn't we all watch that happen? So, I mean, like, I don't know if you can say that, like, oh, like, women have never been referred to this, is that it's a group descriptive. It's like, that just seems like a strange argument to make. I think the whole United States was looking at that a little bit weird when that Harvard lady went on and said that shit unironically.
The term woman has not gone anywhere. Even the wokiest woke, like the wokest Tumblr, TikTok blue hairs are not like seeing a woman on the street and going like, oh yeah, that person with the uterus. You know why? Because that's the opposite of the point. The reason these terms are used in the context they're used is because they're broad descriptors for people who are not entirely women in the group category. Like, for instance, okay? When people
Why not just
have
say, like,
beards,
trans man,
it's
then?
almost always men. Almost always when somebody has a beard, that person is a man. But even leaving aside trans people, there are literally cisgender women who can grow beards. I mean, if you want to go down to like wispy mustache hairs, then that's basically everybody, okay? Not exactly an uncommon thing if you go down, you know, if you lower the bar far enough, okay? Now, if you wanted to say like, this razor is for people with facial hair, you wouldn't be erasing men as a category. All you'd be doing is kind of like, in the interest of inclusivity, correctly acknowledging the fact that it's not just men who have beards. And likewise, over here, the people who say person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates are doing so in the context of legislation and medicine which refers to birth, uteruses, and menstruation, a category of people which is not entirely women. Like, this is idiotic. Nobody is going up to Anna Kasparian and going, yes, birthing person. And if she's offended by the use of the term birthing person or person with a uterus to describe people who give birth or have uteruses, then, like, what is this Karen shit? Unironically, like, really, Karen shit. This is a certified white woman moment. Jeez. This is like, this is not, nobody is going up to her and saying this. It's like, in an era of virtually unprecedented social heat being directed at trans people, this is the most like, I woke up on the wrong side of the bed, let's make this about me bullshit I've seen from like somebody who claims to be a progressive in a long time. And again, it doesn't immediately like knock out or invalidate everything she's ever done or said that I think is good. Of course not, but like, it's really dumb. This is really, really dumb. Yeah, I saw her arguing with the Humanist Report. Hold on. My man.
Isn't this whole argument so fucking tired? Yeah, everything about this is just stupid.
The Humanist Report says, I respect you. Yeah, Mike. I respect you a lot, but this notion that the mere existence of trans-inclusive terms, rarely used in casual convos, somehow degrades women comes right out of the right's anti-trans war on women playbook. There's a reason why they're praising you for this. And then Anna, retardedly, says, hey, Mike, you're a guy who has no clue what it's like to have your reproductive freedom taken away. So we can break this down like sentence by sentence, okay? People who use the term birthing person and person with a uterus will never try to take away Anna Kasparian's reproductive freedom. That is the opposite side of the aisle. No reproductive or sex-based rights are being taken away from the kinds of people who use trans-inclusive terms. Zero, none, nilch, nada. You know, people earlier were saying this kind of aligned with TERF rhetoric, but her immediately responding to Mike with, you're a man, so you don't know what it's like, honest to God, kind of does resonate in that way. But consider what it's like to have the same lawmakers who fail to protect our rights turn around and call us people with uteruses. What?
For reference, this was the I feel like after hearing this, it's just like so hard to trust that we're not going to start referring to.
Professor Bridges, you said several times, you've used a phrase, I want to make sure I understand what you mean by it. You've referred to people with a capacity for pregnancy. Would that be women?
Many women, cis women, have the capacity for pregnancy. Many cis women do not have the capacity for pregnancy. There are also trans men who are capable of pregnancy, as well as non-binary people who are capable of pregnancy.
So this isn't really a women's rights issue.
We can recognize that this impacts women while also recognizing that it impacts other groups. Those things are not mutually exclusive, Senator Hawley.
Oh, so your view is that the core of this right then is about what?
So I want to recognize that your line of questioning is transphobic, and it opens up trans people to violence by not recognizing that.
Wow, you're saying that I'm opening up people to violence by asking whether or not women are the folks who can have pregnancies?
So I want to note that 1 out of 5 transgender persons have attempted suicide.
What the fuck?
So I think it's important
because of my line of questioning?
Because
so we can't talk about it?
Because denying that trans people exist and pretending not to know that they exist
I'm
is
denying that trans people exist by asking you if you're talking about women having pregnancies?
Do you believe that men can get pregnant?
No, I don't think women can get
So
pregnant.
you are denying that trans people exist?
And that leads to violence? Is this how you run your classroom? Are students allowed to question you?
Absolutely.
Or are they also treated like this, where
No,
they're
they're
told
allowed
that
to
they're
question.
opening up people to violence?
We have a good
by
time in my
questioning?
class. You should join.
Oh, I bet.
You might learn a lot.
Wow, I would learn a lot. I've learned a lot
I
just in this
know,
exchange.
absolutely.
Extraordinary.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't you think the purpose, for the purpose of legislation, using terms like persons with uterus might be the specific nomenclature needed for a particular law? Yeah, it's possible. It's just, it feels like when you're talking about like, I remember this happened during abortion stuff where it wasn't as popular. I don't know if it would come back and get more popular, but it wasn't as popular. But the issue that you started to run into is some people were saying that calling abortion a woman's rights issue was transphobic. And that is just like, it's just like the best ammunition that like a TERF or conservative could like ever ask for. That you're going to start to say we can't call abortion a woman's issue anymore because of trans people, because of like a 1% of like it's just such an unbelievably stupid like way to go about anything. It was like, oh my God.
Are you like a Bernier buster now? What? Wait, the same lawmakers who failed to protect our right. Oh, so you mean the lawmakers who defended your rights, but there weren't enough. Wait, who?
Wait.
Roe v. Wade was taken away by the Supreme Court. That was a Supreme Court decision. Do you mean like state legislators for all the people who are going out like 6-week abortion bans? If that's the case, why are you directing your ire at the people who attempted to protect your rights but were outnumbered? Do you think that like the reason why reproductive rights are being rolled back across the country is because there are woke blue-haired state senators who are using terms like birthing person and menstruating person, but who failed to vote hard enough? Like they didn't do their ultra like Uber vote. They didn't like deploy their like maximum overdrive Kamehameha vote? Like, what do you mean? This is idiotic. I think she means Congress never passed a law making it right. This is like the essence of I have no point, but I must scream right here. It's so frustrating to see the people who voted to defend my rights use terms that are inclusive to trans people who I ostensibly politically support. What? It's not inclusive if cis women hate it. Hey, guys, desegregation is not inclusive if white people hate it. This
always
is
about
like straightforwardly
Can we get
reactionary.
can we get a Nazi comparison next,
This is a
please?
reactionary talking point, okay? First of all, again, cis women are not being rolled up to and directly referred to as menstruating person. Like, look, I go back one level in the thread or whatever, and she responds to somebody. Oh, 2 levels in the thread, sorry. And she responds to somebody, and it's like, I think somebody asked her, like, where are you even hearing these terms being used? And the answer she had was like, oh yeah, there are some like medical texts and like some lawmakers. Well, don't you think inclusive language has a role in medicine and lawmaking? Like, is that like, that seems like a good time. Go back to the it wasn't that thread? Okay. That seems like a good time to do those things. Oh yeah, here we go. It's used by many major institutions, the ACLU, the CDC, universities and news agencies, and prominent progressive figures like AOC, and the guilt by association charges lazy and lame. This is like so dumb. Like we are
so
in the context
dumb.
in which they are being used.
Dumb.
They're being talked about to describe broad groups of people in the context of medicine and legislation. This is not about like erasing women as a term at all. And again, I stand by my comparison, by the way. The idea that something isn't inclusive because the dominant power group in a context hate it, and that would be cis women in this case, because the term people with uteruses is meant to include cis women and like trans men and non-binary people. And of those three people, cis women have by far the most social power. The idea that it's not inclusive if the dominant group hates it, like that's really dumb, you know? Exactly the same as like, oh, well, how can you possibly say that racial integration is inclusive if actually the whites hate it or whatever. I hate the implication that the discomfort of trans men and non-binary people being lumped in with women is less important than cis women being referred to as terms that are more technically correct in appropriate context. Yeah, first of all, I'm not making any personal assumptions about Anna's like health here or whatever, but as I understand it, the term person with uterus objectively describes Anna. So we're not even talking like the ambiguity of social categorization here. This is literally just referring to people with uteruses. It's not like it, like again, this would literally be, this is like saying instead of saying men, you're saying people over 6 foot. Men are over 6 foot. Well, not all men are over 6 foot, and also there are people who aren't men who are over 6 foot. Why are you erasing men? Like tall people. Why not tall men? Like it's stupid. It doesn't mean anything. It's a fake problem. It's Karen shit. It's white woman. It's the white woman problems. Didn't have enough brunch mimosas. I have no idea. It's just very disappointing because I have a generally high opinion of Anna Kasparian's intelligence, and I have no idea where this is coming from. I say what I think as an independent person with an independent mind. I don't care what the right or left thinks. Oh my god. And I've made myself clear on being against any policy that harms the trans community. But maybe respect my personal boundaries too? Is that okay? My personal boundaries of being included in a group that you're objectively in by a descriptor that you objectively meet. Nobody's calling Anna Kasparian any of these terms directly. So how does this refer in any way to her personal boundaries?
Why does it have to be about her directly? I don't understand that argument that he's making there.
Categorizations that aren't even being used in your presence? Like, could I be offended because somebody said, like, people with glasses? And I'm like, well, I'm not just defined by my glasses. That's offensive. And then people turn to me and they're like, what the f*** are you talking about? What the f*** are you talking about? I'm like looking at like a website or something or a commercial. And they're like, people with leg hair. I'm not defined by my leg hair. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What? Why? No one was talking to you. Like, really, though? Like, this feels like people who say cis is a slur. Yeah, it really does. It really, doesn't it? It really does feel like, it really does, you know, she's like, you know, I support trans people, but don't call me cis. Oh, hey, and look what kind of people are here. The comments are full of conservatives who are, like, frothing at the mouth to defend her. Jank had a retarded tweet defending her and attacking AOC for some reason. Are people really pretending that people who menstruate is a term only used in clinical settings? AOC uses it and she doesn't appear to be a doctor. AOC is using it in the context of laws that refer to processes specifically dealing with people with uteruses or this, that, the other. These aren't being used in interpersonal conversations.
I don't know why he thinks the interpersonal conversation thing is the only thing that matters. I don't understand that.
Agreement that's not what you should call a woman in non-clinical settings. Great.
I don't think you've had a conversation of this or stated why you disagree before. Could you explain why Vosh is wrong? I imagine because if you're a group of people and you felt like you've had like a particular struggle or a particular issue for a long time, and then you feel like somebody is broadening that out to include just like everybody in society or a whole bunch of people that you don't feel like are part of that struggle, that's essentially like, that is the turf argument against like trans people. It's like the invasion of trans people into those types of spaces. A really good example of this is All Lives Matter, right? Well, what's wrong with All Lives Matter? Well, it feels like black people had specific issues or grievances with the United States. So when you broaden that out to All Lives Matter, it's everybody. Well, now it doesn't feel like an issue that was unique to black people. It feels like you're erasing that kind of struggle. And I imagine that there are going to be women or feminists that are going to have a similar type of feeling. When you say birthing persons, we're like, well, no, these were like women's rights issues, women's issues. Like, if you want to talk about like people with uteruses, it sounds like you're making this whole other vernacular to just refer to trans men. Right? If you want to talk about a person that can give birth on a woman, okay, a trans man. We have a word for that. Why would you bring out this whole new vernacular to learn because of like 0.1% or 0.5% of the population? That just seems so bizarre and it seems so unnecessary.
Okay. I know that Cenk is just defending Ana here because they're part of the same network. But like, I don't know, man. This is really pathetic. I actually respect this way less than the shoe on head Balenciaga shit because like shoe on head has always had like a default bias towards like dumb populism, and I know that, and I've always known that. So when I wake up in the morning and people are mad because she did it again, it's like, okay. But like Ana Kasparian, is generally pretty rigorous when it comes to the stuff that she says and does. I don't agree with everything she says, of course, but you know, like I don't think of Ana Kasparian as a YouTuber. You know, I think of her as like a political pundit. This is just a really embarrassing lack of I don't know, self-awareness, of political expediency. So because she's consistently worse, it's better, Vosh, weird measure of perspective. Yeah, actually, if there's a quirk that's demonstrated by like an over-the-top political or like culture YouTuber,
because them it's not just trans men, it's also non-binary.
It is very like upfront, like hard on their sleeve. Yeah, I actually do think if they do something dumb, I think that's a lot less bad than somebody who carries themselves with an enormous amount of professionalism, who like literally gets debates with Ben Shapiro and the upper echelons of like a conservative intelligentsia, just randomly dropping some zero IQ turf bullshit with no apparent connection to any previous ideology. Yeah, I do think that's a lot worse. Yes, I don't get it at all. Yeah, what is it with the Young Turks, man? At the end of the day, I don't think Ana's a transphobe or whatever. I've seen a bunch of people acting like she is. Dog, I don't know. That's the problem. Like this is like classic white woman syndrome, right? Where like everyone's progressive about race issues.
Is Ana white? Isn't she like pretty clearly like Turkish? Am I crazy? Am I remembering her incorrectly?
Until suddenly something gets up her, like the chip lands on her shoulder, and all of a sudden it's like
or is it Armenian or whatever?
Here's my personal crusade. I don't know, like, or maybe she just.
He just really wants to use like the white woman thing, like
embarrassing. But like, yeah, I have no idea. I don't know.
Turks are shapeshifters.
True. Saying trans women are men. What? Trans women don't have uteruses generally. I'm sure in this.
Trans women don't have uteruses generally. Is there any trans woman that would have a uterus?
Wacky world of ours, there's at least one exception, but to my knowledge, that's generally something that. Oh, okay.
All right, at least
though we're getting there. You know, womb transplants are becoming a thing pretty soon. So we'll, you know,
Are they womb transplants? Whole womb transplants? Is that actually a thing that's happened yet?
This kind of patronizing attitude makes people loathe far left extremists. Far left extremists from this? Who the f are you to say Ana should learn what to say? Okay. Here's a man explaining to a woman what she should
63 retries. We finished it. Get me the fuck out of this level.
I do think that Cenk is only saying shit to defend Ana here. I think Cenk is in like full panic mode and has to present a unified front. I don't think this is actually a representation of his beliefs. He's always done. Yeah, he's loyal. He's ride or die, man. 100%. There are a bunch of shitty liberals on Vosh V pretending to speak for you or backing her up. Oh, don't worry, guys. Okay, let me do the denunciation, okay? If you post to my subreddit, Vosh V, I hate you, and you're a liberal, and you will not see the kingdom of heaven, you will never feel the loving embrace of God, and you have no bitches. 0 bitches. You will never get a bitch. Even if you leave the subreddit, you won't.
Jesus.
Got it. There we go. Denunciation complete. Nailed it.
Isn't Cenk basically a liberal? Yeah, but remember, these guys hate liberals. They're leftists. They actually hate liberals, like more than conservatives.
Liz, I have 0 problems with inclusion, none, but there's got to be a better way than boiling it down to a body part, no? No. In the context of talking about, say, like, reproductive rights, people with uteruses is the most objectively correct.
I don't know if it is people with uteruses are the most objectively correct thing. I actually kind of think that abortion is a women's issue. Like, I think that women that are too old to have children, women that are infertile, because I think abortion rights kind of sit in like this very, very, very tender center of what are the rights of women in society to pursue and have their own lives. I don't think that abortion is hardcore restricted to just like women that can have children. It might seem that way, especially to a man. But like, I think that abortion is like it's very much part of a broader conversation of like what rights do women have to pursue their own destinies in society, rather than to be restricted to like being childbearing, birthing things, or living like subservient lives more broadly to men or whatever. I feel like that's how feminists. That's my feeling. I could be wrong, I guess. If feminists can correct me wrong, but I think that's broadly how feminists see and contextualize the abortion movement, anti-abortion movement, pro-abortion movement in the United States. It's very much like a female issue, a feminist issue, not just like a birthing person's issue, but
like categorization you could possibly make when you're talking about like abortion. Like that's literally that's the most. Especially in the context of having reproductive rights taken away from people just seeing women as a baby-making vessel, that's all I'm saying. Is the argument here that using the term person with a uterus to describe uterus-related activities reduces women down to their biological functions? Wouldn't exclusively saying women when referring in fact to people with uteruses not only be less inclusive, but also further reduce women down to that role?
What?
Like, women should care about this. Women's right, women this, women that. Well, in that case, you are just saying women equals person with uterus. You're the one reducing them down to a baby-making vessel. Whereas if you say person with uterus, you can, like, Anna, you can just be like, ah, yeah, well, people with uteruses, you know, I've also got, like, an arm.
What's going on? That sounds like 9/11? Oh, it's
glasses.
Miami spring break. That's what we do down here, I guess. 9/11
hair,
every year.
You know, people with hair, why don't you just call me a woman? No, it's like, well, you have hair. You know? Hi, Anna, no one is asking you.
Jeez.
To call yourself or called anything other than a woman. No one. Biden admin replaces mothers with birthing people in maternal health guidance. Wow. Probably because the maternal health guidance is a guideline specifically for people giving birth. What? Oh, wow. Literally, like, again, like, 12K likes, by the way. Like this, it's a further representation of the stupendous retardation of the conservative mind, which, by the way, Anna is completely backing up here. Anna agrees with this. This isn't just conservatives. Anna agrees. He's making her point.
You probably have to take a step back. This is where I talk about like pulling back and doing like macro analysis in terms of like what's going on. Like, let's think on the macro level. If it's to the point to where like even your liberals, your like center left, or even farthest left, would I call Anna center left? When even your kind of pretty far left progressive people are starting to disagree with some of your takes, you're probably losing the plot. You're probably losing the plot.
She was bitching about lawmakers using it. That's the exact same context that this person is using it. No one's literally no one is asking you to call yourself or be called anything other than a woman. No one, huh? Well, here's an ad I found that refers to people with Costco memberships, Costco membership havers. Anna, do you have a Costco membership? How do you feel about women being reduced down to their Costco saving function? How do you feel about your whole identity being boiled down to your box smart bulk buy membership status? Like literally, I'm not even exaggerating. It's the same thing. Anna rightly objects to being referred to as a person with a uterus. Why? She has one. I assume. If she doesn't have one, I don't know why she's even, because then she's literally not even in the. What? Anna doesn't like the fact that there's a people with.
What is happening?
Feet. I'm not just
my God.
feet. I have ankles. I can't. She still uses the term cis woman, which is simply a shorter way of saying the same thing. These people are. Funnily enough, Matt is correct. It is internally contradictory to get angry over person with a uterus as a blanket term, but also use the term cis women. He's right. These contradict each other. Because if you would say cis woman, you're implicitly acknowledging the existence of trans women, who are women who, again, at least for now, don't have uteruses, and thus the corollary, trans men, who are people with uteruses who aren't women. Therefore, there is a contradiction between... Oh my god! Dude, her point was so dumb that Matt Walsh pointed it out. Oh my god! Oh my god, he's right! Oh wow, that actually hurts. That's like psychic damage right there. Losing to Matt. Why can't every left-leaning commentator just be me? Just like a series of clones, okay? You just go on YouTube and you have like the far right or whatever, and then you just have a bunch of people in Hawaiian shirts with coffee cups who are explaining why they didn't stream the past 3 days. And
oh, hey, what's up?
Sorry, I've wanted to do this I'm live right now.
Yeah.
And since I can do it on Twitch, I can do it here.
Oh, hey.
People can hear your voice. And I won't get banned.
Well, how's it going, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Good. This is so fun. I'm on stream and I can talk to you finally again. Isn't this crazy, bro? I felt like, you know, it's been years. Obviously,
well, maybe a year, but yeah, it's been a while.
Have you only been banned for a year?
Yeah, I think so.
Bro, it feels like it's been 3 fucking years.
True. Well, what's up? What do you want? Do you want me to give you my review on your thing, or?
No, you can tell me later. I think you're moved on past it, so I don't want to interrupt your flow. I just wanted to hear your voice while I was live.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
continue with your flow and what you're on. We could talk about it later. You can give me your analysis later. I could watch your VOD.
Thanks. Well, we could just talk about it right now because I just finished it, so it's still fresh in my head, kind of.
Okay, go ahead. Fuck it.
If you want to, this. Okay, here's an issue, okay? One issue is that Hassan is a pretty smart guy, and he is good at talking about this, like, socialism and everything without, like, getting caught. So if you're going to go in and you're going to argue, you have to be, like, very, very, very adept at navigating the conversation because it is incredibly difficult. And he's really good at kind of, like, slipping around on things. I think one thing that you were trying to nail him on, if you're going for like W's in a conversation, is you were actually pushing towards a concept. I don't know if you are aware of this, but have you heard of something called mutual aid?
I just watched your video on that. Yeah, I just watched that part of it on stream.
Oh, yeah, that's actually what you're talking about. Yeah, you're talking about something called mutual aid.
I think what I was talking about better was this, okay? So, and maybe you're right. Maybe it is mutual aid that I'm talking about, but so ignore that's going to be a meme, obviously. Ignore the system itself. Like, so for a moment, let's give into what they were saying and to maybe what you're saying. I think my point to the entire thing is, regardless of what we're giving to, my point is I would like to see some action in a percentage of his wealth being distributed somewhere that is consistent with what he preaches, right?
Yeah, this is the easy question that makes all of these kind of guys mauled, okay? Here's what you got to ask. It's just one easy question. You're going to go, okay, let's say that somebody is just like you, okay? If we ignore what you say on stream, what's the difference between you and a capitalist? And then that's it. And then the conversation is over. Because truthfully, his answer is nothing.
I think I said that in a different way at the beginning, right? I said preaching socialism without action is literally just capitalism.
Yeah, but you got to lean in harder to that because then he'll push on a bunch of weird, dumb ways to kind of like fight against that. But you should force an answer for like, well, what's the difference between capitalists and you if you just ignore what you talk about on stream? Like, what's the difference between you and a capitalist? And make him actually answer that question because he won't be able to give you an answer on that.
Well, I think the difference in his mind or in others' minds are the goalpost gets moved on what defines a capitalist. First, it's the millionaires. Then it becomes the 9-figure millionaire or 8-figure millionaires. Then when you become an 8-figure millionaire yourself, it becomes the 9-figure millionaires. And once you become a 9-figure millionaire yourself, suddenly it becomes the billionaires, right? Like,
yeah, but if you want, remember, he used this definition in the beginning, and it would do you well to remember this if we're going to have actual debates about socialism and capitalism. Socialism and capitalism don't have anything to do with how much money you make. It has to do with the relationship between the means of production and the laborers that produce things, right? So, for instance, like in a capitalist economy, you have a guy that owns capital, and he generally brings in labor to work with that capital to create revenues, right? And of those revenues, the capitalist keeps some, it's called profit, and then the laborer takes whatever the capitalist gives him. Now, a lot of communists/socialists will call that profit that the capitalist takes, they would call that theft, right? They would say that, or they might say exploitation. But So when Hassan says things, because he was starting to give you a whole bunch of reasons for like, oh, no, I am kind of a socialist. And he talked about like workers setting their own schedules and having their own freedom to do whatever and getting pay raises. That's all capitalist shit. Nothing about that is socialist. Socialist would actually, even giving somebody a percentage of the profits has nothing to do with socialism. That's still capitalism because he's the sole owner. At any point in time, if Hassan wanted to, he could fire every single worker and replace them with somebody else. That's what a capitalist can do. What Hassan has never done, and what he will never do, because he's a good boy capitalist, like all capitalists are, is giving away parts of the actual ownership of the business structure to his employees. That's what socialism is. He will never do that because he wouldn't want to give away part of his brand. Rightfully so. I don't think he should. He's a smart guy. He's built it all himself. Fuck sharing that shit with people you bring in just to work it. But he would say that everybody else should, but he would never do that. Yeah.
I think that's why in the beginning of the conversation, I literally stated, like, if he would have came on, for his entire brand and just said, listen, I'm a capitalist, but I believe in certain socialist systems that should be in place, kind of in conjunction with the capitalist ones, right?
Yeah, but that's not socialism at all. Socialist systems?
Of course not.
Yeah. What you're talking about there is that's like what Republicans used to call socialism, like socialized healthcare. That's not socialism. That's just government action. Yeah.
So not socialism. What I'm saying is to just meet in the middle. Instead of looking at it as being just a socialist or looking at it just being a capitalist, find a system that optimizes the benefits of both. Right? That's the proper way to preach things, in my opinion, because that's what I believe in the future. Like, that's our only hope.
Yeah, but he would just say that he does that. But if you want to talk about benefiting from both, then what you're really talking about is capitalism. Because in a capitalist system, you can have private-owned means of production, and you can have people that run co-ops and stuff. That's one of the nice things about capitalism. It's relatively flexible. But if we lived in a socialist country, all private ownership would be banned. So you wouldn't be able to do that. So the mixed model that you're talking about can only happen in a capitalist form of organization, but it couldn't happen in a socialist one.
Okay. So then what I'm talking about would have to happen in a capitalistic government, and then we would just implement socialist systems within that capitalistic government.
Yeah, there are different, like if you want to do like a co-op, like a cooperatively owned thing, nothing is stopping you from doing that right now,
So what kind of government, okay, so let me ask you this. What kind of government would it be if, or not government, what kind of system would we have in place if it operated in a capitalistic fashion, but it worked in conjunction with, let's say, a baseline free healthcare, a baseline education system that encourages people to go to school, finish school, and come out with a baseline degree, bachelor's degree or bachelor of arts or whatever the hell, right?
Yeah, I mean that's just.
Would that just be capitalism?
Yeah, you just call that government. Systems? You just call that like government intervention, but it's still the markets. All of your market forces and everything are still like capitalist driven. Like Sweden and Norway, those are capitalist countries. They're not part socialist. Those are just full on. Those are capitalist countries. You can call it like a welfare state. You can call it like socialized systems, government-ran systems, but nothing about that is like they're not cooperatively owned by the people. None of that is socialism.
Interesting. So from what you're describing to me, it's actually consistent with what I believe I am. I always say I'm a capitalist, but I believe in like certain systems that should be in place that would be, I thought they were more described as socialist systems, but I guess it would just be an intervention.
It's just market interventions, yeah, or just like government run systems, yeah. Also, Hassan did a little tricky thing too. Don't ever let him get away with this. Hassan does this really clever thing where sometimes he's just lazy as fuck, but he tries to play it off as a virtue. Hassan saying things like, "Oh, I don't believe in intellectual property. That's why I let people run YouTube channels." That's not true. He was just lazy as fuck for a long time. He didn't run a YouTube channel. It's not because he was trying to give his IP to the world. If Hassan truly didn't care about intellectual property rights, then why the fuck is he making any money off of his merchandise? He doesn't create any of the art. He doesn't make any of the shirts. He's not even in charge of like distribution. Why is he collecting any money off of that? He's making money off it because of intellectual property. It's his intellectual property. He owns the artwork, and the laborers that are working underneath him are basically being exploited by him to give him a profit. So he does care about intellectual property. He just pretends he doesn't to try to get some virtue points on not running a YouTube channel,
I think the biggest disconnect between the way everyone sees that conversation versus how I saw it was probably my naivety, right? Like in what I thought that conversation was.
Well,
that's why I was.
Yeah, a little bit of that, but this is what I would say again. Okay, Hassan's not an idiot, right? As much as time I say, "Oh, he's stupid," he's not. He's a fairly smart guy. If you're gonna go into a conversation like that, you need to be like pretty carefully prepared, and especially if you're gonna argue about like past things that have happened. This is why I make quote unquote manifestos, because it's nice to have like all the links and the sources in one place. So you can argue from like here, this happened, look, this happened, look, this happened. Because when you
So
don't
what you're
have
saying
those,
is-
people can very
so-
easily be like, oh, well, I didn't say that, prove it. And it's like, fuck, I don't have
Well,
that clip.
see,
And then,
that's what I was hoping for. Like in, when this was being quote unquote set up, I was thinking, okay, you know what, we're gonna come in there. You know what I mean? Like we're gonna, right? For example, like when that call came up where I was saying, oh, Hassan got owned. I came forward. I'm like, yo, listen, you know what? That was inappropriate of me. It was insensitive of me to use a situation of somebody else, right? And, deal with that beef between you and I, right? Like, and I apologize for it. I was assuming that we're going to come on, be reasonable, be honest, and, find a middle ground. I didn't expect full denials for things that, I know he knows happened. Like, I didn't expect that game. I thought we were just going to come on and be like, you know what? Like, yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have done this, blah, 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 right? That's what I thought was going to go down. That's clearly my... I was being naive. I was being, I let my guard down and I think I trusted, and that wasn't the case. It was more of a gladiator in an arena than it was a talk between old friends.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, you got to be careful. Like, there's a chance that there's a chance he never actually did do any of that stuff, and it's just you misremembering. And it was coming from a subreddit.
Definitely
That's
not.
possible.
Definitely.
I don't know.
No.
I don't remember.
Definitely not.
But also, too,
Yeah.
he might be misremembering, and he doesn't remember doing that, and he thought it came from a subreddit, which is another reason why it's important for you to then, like, have clips. And then, two, if he is in, like, debate mode, and he doesn't want to lose any credit by arguing with you, he might be waiting for, he might just deny until you can actually produce concrete proof of something happening. And then if you can't do that, then he'll just continue to deny, because why would he ever give you any points on anything when he can just indefinitely deny it?
That's why I say, so like my take today was this, right? Here's what I kind of said. I kind of just, or the gist of what I said was, I watched the, I watched the VOD of it on my own time, and I'm actually happy with the way it went on my end. Yes, I was definitely soft. I will happily admit that, but that was the point of the entire thing, in my opinion, right? And in that, because of that conversation now being there forever, time will tell, right? Because those clips or, these things, like, they will arise. Kind of like that clip that your community found, or whoever it was that found that, right? Like, that was just the tip of the iceberg. Obviously, that wasn't nothing crazy, but it just showed that it did exist a little bit. So I think time will tell.
No, time won't tell. Nobody, unless somebody makes a big deal and wants to revisit this and, like, start making YouTube videos or something off of it, the last conversation will be the last impression people have of it. Unless somebody else decides to, like, make a video series on it.
Well, yeah. In the light of exposing, yeah, you're right. Like, that's the last impression. You're right. But what I'm referring to is the things that I was saying and the things that I kind of laid out, right? Those things are kind of, they've been set into motion. Do you understand? Like, what I believe I spoke was the truth. Obviously,
yeah, I know, but I'm saying people are going to leave with the impressions that they have, and that's it. It's not going to change just because some other clips might exist. Somebody like goes out of their way to, like, make a dedicated video showing it or whatever.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'm comfortable with that. So, like, I'm completely comfortable with the way that ended, and I guess the part we'll agree to disagree on is the time will tell regarding the things that I said. I think time will tell regarding those, but yeah, so when I say that, I guess I agree with what you're saying. The last impression for, like, the mob, sure, I agree with you. But for myself, I think that's important for me, because I know the things that I was saying are the truth. Therefore, I know time will tell eventually through that action of, to kind of add validity to things. Does that make any sense?
As far as really, but I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Wait, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think you're just saying that, like, in due time, like, you can tell that, like, you were correct on something, even if other people don't realize it, which I guess is,
yes,
could be the case.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was your overall analysis? I should have been a little harder, and I should have came prepared with political tactics.
Yeah, you have to be really prepared for those conversations. Here's, like, my thing, okay? And, like, people make this mistake against me all the fucking time, okay? If you're gonna go after somebody for some shit that everybody's tried to nail them on, you better make sure you've thought about it a lot and you've got some novel, like, approach to the problem, some new way to approach it, right? There are a lot of people that come at me and was like, oh, didn't you do this like 8 years ago? And it's like, yeah, and 50 million people have tried to cancel me for it. What makes you think that you're gonna be the one to do it, So yeah, for Hassan, like, when it comes time to, like, talk about,
I
like,
didn't do it like that at all.
That's fine, but I'm saying, but that's what was happening, right? You were trying to kind of get him on some of the hypocrisies for the socialist stuff, but Hassan gets people attacking him over that shit all the time. So unless you've got some really good new way to attack that problem, it's probably not going to hit very well,
Yeah, but I didn't see it as a way to, right? Because at the end of the day, if that was the case, then that would be more of a debate, and that'd be more of an attacking each other rather than a squashing the beef.
Sure, you can
right?
say
Like,
that, but that conversation was a debate. It wasn't just squashing the beef. You were trying to hit him in his values, right? And say that like he wasn't living up to his values of being a socialist. So like that's gonna be that's something that people like attack him on all the time, you know?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess I can see where you're coming from. It just feels more like yeah, I could see that. That's fair. Damn. So then I was definitely naive for the intention of the call in the beginning. That's the
well, I don't know what you guys set it up as. I don't know what the
It was set up just as like a casual talk to put differences aside and squash the beef. That was my understanding, at least. But it seems like it ended up being a blood for blood gladiator battle of who can win the popular opinion. That's what it seemed like it came out to be.
Yeah. I mean, it sounded like the way that XQC was presenting it sounded like that's what it was going to be the entire time. Because XQC opened with like, you guys might have like ideological differences or whatever.
Yeah, which I don't think are like, that's not going to be solved no matter what.
Yeah,
even if I
came to, right? That's the point.
Yes, softly. That's the point, right?
Well, but it wasn't soft. It was a full-on hardcore debate on whether Hassan was a hypocrite for being a socialist.
Yeah, but if it was my intention to be hardcore, then I would have just said no until I had, you know, clips and, you know, evidence and, you know, whatever the fuck, right? Like, but to me, it was just a soft debate or a soft discussion where we go in, you know, we talk about the ideological differences, which I knew wouldn't be solved, right? Because the only way they'd be solved is if, right, like it would lead to what you're saying it was.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, like, because that's the perception is everybody's going to look at it. That's how I viewed it. It was a hardcore debate on whether or not Hassan was a hypocrite. That just seems like what the conversation was.
Yeah, I guess I could see that for sure. I guess my intention's irrelevant, right? It's the effect, so.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Well, for what it's worth, it wasn't my intention, and that's not what I thought it was, so I guess that's a lesson to be learned. Sure. But still, even with that, I guess we'll agree to disagree on the time will tell part.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know.
We'll
Other than that, how was everything else?
Okay, just chilling.
What are you watching now?
Oh my god. Did you see this?
What is it?
I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, dude. It's very clearly it was a debate.
Jesus Christ. That is shameless.
Sorry. But, yeah.
That is so shameless. And he present do you see the way he presents it as if I was the one yelling and he's the one calm? Whenever Oh man. That is shameless.
Yep, just be ready.
Holy fuck. Yikes. Time will tell. Time will tell.
Oh, well.
What are your thoughts on CS2?
I don't have strong thoughts. I don't have strong thoughts on CSGO. I didn't never play that much. But I mean, I'm sure I'll be playing it. Everybody will be, right? A little bit.
Yeah. Have you checked your game to see if you got have you checked your game to see if you got into beta or no?
How do you even get in?
If you just like open the game, when you get into the game, you'll get a pop-up to see, because there was randomized invites sent.
No shot. I'm not even gonna check. Do I have to actually have the game like installed and everything to check?
Yeah, you have to like get into the main menu and then it says.
How many people even got invited?
I don't know. It was completely random from what they say. Although I find that like statistically like improbable, right? Because if it was completely random, what are the chances that all the large creators?
Well, I mean, they can do random plus like certain people will definitely get in, you know?
Yeah. I just think there's a lot of people that were CSGO loyalists that should have got it before the the Valorant turn ones. But then again, for marketing, I can understand the reasoning to give it to certain Valorant streamers as well. Damn. So all in all, I guess it makes sense from both perspectives. I'm excited though. I wish I would have got the access to just open cases, but I understand why I didn't. I fully understand why I didn't. There was people that deserve it before me for sure that actually played the game. Damn. Oh, Destiny. We gotta bring the podcast back. Were you down?
Sure. Yeah, why not? Find people, do it, yeah.
The good old podcast.
Are you guys announcing any new big signatories or signers to Kick soon?
Yeah, you.
Besides me?
Yeah, I can't say though. There's some big guys coming.
Okay.
Should be good. Damn, I'm kind of I'm a little I'll be transparent with you. I'm a little once again, it's my fault completely. I don't want to play victim here, but I definitely feel deceived regarding what that conversation was for.
I mean, blame XQC, I guess. I don't know who was in charge of setting it up and figuring out what it was supposed to be, but
I know people are gonna call me schizo and delusional.
Yeah, they already do. Don't worry.
Yeah, exactly. But I really, like, I don't know what it is, Des. Like, I watched it again, and I really feel like I'm very comfortable with what I said versus how it looks. Like, I understand how it looks, but I'm very comfortable with what I said, and I truly believe time will tell and time will show that what I said was not only sufficient, but it made more sense.
Okay.
Like, maybe that's delusional, maybe I'm coping, maybe I'm trying to rationalize, I don't know, but I really, because I listened to it again. So I don't know, but I guess we'll see. Like you said, I think the way I look at it is this, right? Like, the things I explained, you know, regarding how I am, my brand, my business, right? I can just do me, right? Because I'm not, right? I don't sell this image of a perfect human being, or, you know, I don't preach perfect systems while not following, right? But, you know, from that debate or discussion or whatever it ended up being, the reason I say time will tell is because when you deny everything and don't give into any points, or don't, you know, let in at all and say, okay, you know what, I could see this, maybe I'll work more, you know, I'll work, you know, I'll do better. Right now, you have to, right, in my opinion, he has to be completely perfect and nothing short of it. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, a little bit. Here's a question.
Otherwise, what'd you say?
Never mind, go ahead.
Here's a question. What do you mean?
I was going to ask you, when are we getting a Kick iOS app soon? Do you know if that's in the works?
Yeah. So the app it's like 50-50 that it comes out Friday. It's looking good for Friday, but it's not for sure Friday.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not for sure Friday, but it's looking good for Friday. I wouldn't be surprised if it dropped Friday, but we might need to push a couple things back to make sure things come out right. I mean, at the end of the day, it is a beta that's being released of the app, but it's looking really fucking good. When's your stream scheduled to start?
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Oh, are you starting Friday?
Yeah.
Oh, so
tomorrow?
That would be really beneficial.
Tomorrow, I think.
Oh my, is it tomorrow?
I think so. Today's Thursday. Tomorrow would be Friday.
Oh my God. So yeah, there is a % chance that this drops tomorrow.
Okay, base.
Let me check right now, actually, while we're on the call together. Give me a sec.
What do you actually do at Kick? Are you allowed to say? Do you say? Have you said?
So I'll tell you where I'm at right now, right? So yeah, I don't really care. I'm allowed to say. So realistically, right now I'm a advisor, pretty much like all the programs, streamer related. Like I pretty much take my experience from like Twitch and everything I've learned. Let's skip the bullshit. Realistically, the things that I believe should be, as far as discoverability, as far as like programs to help creators make money of all sizes, those kind of things that I think are more fair, I kind of write those programs, work with them to like perfect them, like the creator program, different discoverability options for small to mid-sized creators, things like this. That's what I do. As far as like ownership goes, like I've been offered various like positions to join in. I haven't accepted anything yet, but there is an option. Gotcha. When I do accept, I'm gonna obviously be transparent and I'll announce that. But so that's kind of where it's at. I'm kind of like in charge of that kind of stuff, the programs, different discovery systems that we plan to put in that I think would work best for small to mid-sized creators. And at the same time, I don't want to take away from large creators either. Like I understand small to mid-sized creators want more discoverability, but I also don't want to take that away from large creators, but I do want to kind of lean toward the small to mid-sized creator as well and give them more options to kind of get out there. Because obviously, if the large creators, like if we don't put a system like that in, what's going to happen is for that TikTok-like system, large creators are going to dominate, right? Because their huge fan bases are just going to upvote everything, and it's only going to be them at the top, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like working on those. I'm trying to figure out like solutions for that, so we can get a more even spread on what content makes it to the top. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you excited stream Friday?
Yeah, should be fun.
Nice. What time are you going live? What are you going to do?
No idea yet. But I should be live there, I think, at 1 o'clock.
Cool. I'll be honest. I can tell you want to get out of this call, but I don't want to.
Yeah, well, what's up? What else you got for us?
So what can we do? Can we get Dan in here?
I don't know where Dan's at right now. Dan's kind of like he's like a butterfly. He just kind of floats through life. We don't really know what he's doing most of the time.
Didn't he give that example the other day? He's a butterfly.
No,
What
I
did he
think I
say,
said
though?
yesterday. I think I said he was a fairy. Today I went with butterfly.
No, you said I was a fairy. You said Train, because he said, why is Train muted in the call? And you
Oh,
said
yeah, I
he's a
said you were
fairy.
true.
And then you said not in a gay way. Then you said, wait a second, maybe in a gay way because he talks about a cock. And I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah,
not.
true, actually.
Yeah. I was listening to that, bro. I was walking around while the vacuum was on.
Yeah. Do you say where you live?
Yeah, Vancouver.
Oh, yeah. Do you still live in the same place or whatever?
Yeah, I hop between two places.
How do you like it up there?
I'll be honest, I like it a lot. Are you planning to come visit me?
No, maybe someday. I've been up to Vancouver a few times. It's pretty rough. I gotta
Why?
be honest. I don't know.
Why do you
Damn,
feel that
there's
way?
just like a lot of homeless people. East Hastings area is a little bit spooky. I've been to like Gastown. I've been to a little bit of the islands out west.
Yeah, but
I've
to
been
be
around.
fair,
Yeah.
would you agree East Hastings, like, I feel like every major like city has that homelessness problem.
Yeah, but I feel like it feels to me. I think the 3 worst places I've seen homelessness in my life, and this isn't necessarily indicative. Maybe there are worse places. The 3 worst I've seen are L.A., Seattle, and Vancouver. Those are
Seattle's bad.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, Vancouver. Hastings is definitely bad. But I think the reason why the homeless kind of gather here, besides the the housing issues and just how everything works, it's because this sounds really sad and fucked up, but I think it's the truth when I looked into it last. This is where I gotta be careful what I say here. Actually, fuck it. This is where they can survive. Every other part of Canada, they freeze to death. That's the problem, right? I'm dead serious. So they all travel to here, right? In Toronto, you're gonna freeze to death. Ottawa, you're gonna freeze to death, right? Anywhere in Saskatchewan, you're gonna freeze to death, or you're gonna be fucked. So it's like this is like the relative to the other temperatures and climates. This is the like LA of. Well, I guess not today's LA. The weather there's fucked up right now, but it's
Yeah, I know what you
it would be. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like people guess that's why there's a lot of homeless people in LA is because it's like decent temperatures all year round. I don't know how true that is. I've never asked them.
Yeah, but the difference is, I would argue that in America there's a lot more, like viable. This sounds fucked up because it doesn't provide a solution. It's kind of like I don't want to make it sound like I'm making fun of them. That's really fucked up. Like I do think we need to, find a solution to this, whether it's housing or whether it's some sort of system to get them jobs. Although I guess it's a little bit more complicated. But from what I've seen, like based on other major cities, it's like freezing fucking cold in most of the major cities. And there's like a train that's taken that. I don't know. I should probably do more research before I open my fucking mouth.
Are you saying people getting trained to LA to be homeless over here?
What'd you say?
Are you saying people are taking trains to LA to be homeless over here?
No, dumbass. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, I mean, that's like a conservative talking about. I've heard a lot. I don't know if I've ever seen any proof of that, but I've heard that. I don't know if it's true.
No, I'm not saying LA. I'm saying Vancouver.
Oh, to Vancouver. Do they take trains to Vancouver to be homeless? Oh, I don't know. Is that true?
Yeah, yes. So like something happened, right? Something happened where one of the someone has to do research on this, or maybe someone in your chat knows. I think like the governor, or I don't know what the fuck the government system is here or what the titles are, but something got announced in this city. And because of that, and because of the weather compared to other cities in the climate, I think that's what's caused a like huge Which at the end of the day, it's a reflection of like the failed infrastructure and shit like that. But that's what's caused like the what's the word I'm looking for? The upswing maybe in homelessness in this city.
Yeah.
Upswing, is that the word? Upswing or the density? I don't know. This is a fucked up conversation. I'm about to get even further fucked.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa
Oh,
barakatuh.
fuck, bro.
Steven, Mr. Faraz, how are you guys?
Hey, what's up? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, buddy. Listen, I got a question for you.
Who the fuck is Faraz?
Tiny. Aren't you Tyler Faraz nickname?
No. How'd you get that information? No.
Don't worry about how I got it. I got a question for you, Destiny. I got a question for you. Since you're a bisexual man, I think you're the perfect person that I should ask this question.
Wait, are you bisexual, Destiny?
Yep.
Yes, he is.
Can I ask you this
Trust
question,
me, I
Destiny?
know.
Wait.
Whoa, don't cuck me. Let me ask my question first.
Toronto's. Wait, hold on, please. I gotta ask this, bro. I really gotta ask this. Destiny, can you like be honest here, okay? And this isn't a gotcha moment, okay? Well, that'd be super ignorant of me if it was a gotcha moment. I'm actually curious, okay? Have you given head to another man?
Jesus Christ. Well, I'm not here to be your fucking sexual fucking outlet right now, okay?
Well, I'm just curious, like how does the shape feel in the mouth?
Quantos, what did you want, buddy?
Okay. This is what I wanted, all right?
Yeah.
Which one to you looks better? Be honest. A vagina or a dick?
I don't know, dude. That's...
No, because I've been called a homosexual, which is haram. I've been called gay multiple times because I said penises look better than those open wounds.
Well,
100%.
cut penises, right?
No, absolutely, I do agree. Circumcised penises are superior, 100%. But
100%.
honestly, as somebody who despises, the fucking anteater shit, that disgusting stuff, I would still take those over vagina. Think about it. If
I
vagina
disagree.
is an open wound. How?
No. Because listen,
Justify yourself.
I will right now. Okay, I'll tell you right now. You ready for this? So I do think So first of all, not all cut penises are superior. There are some weird looking cut penises, right? I think if the doctor had good taste, which, I guess that's the wrong word to use.
Jesus
taste.
Christ.
Yeah.
As he's cutting up this little baby's dick, like, oh.
No,
he's absolutely
in 18
correct.
years, this guy's dick is going to be banging.
Yeah, no.
He's onto something right now.
If the doctor is good at what he does, right? Like, ignore the bullshit. Like, just objectively, he cuts the penis correctly, right? Like, I think a cut dick is more superior, but there are certain cut dicks that, from what I've seen, that aren't, as aesthetically pleasing, right? Now, uncut dicks, right? They look like a mix between a sock puppet and an anteater's fucking snout, right? So I would argue that there are this is a spectrum. That's the problem. Like the way you're looking at it, Corantos, is you're looking at it as a black and white thing, right? But in my opinion, it is a spectrum. So I would put nicely cut penises, at the top, right? Below that, I would actually put a nice vagina, right? A nice vagina goes
No. Think about it. Where are nice vaginas? If you were to take the whole male population versus female population, you'd find more nicer dicks than nicer vaginas. Yes or no?
Yeah, but I feel like we're generalizing based on some anecdotal evidence, right? Like, I don't think so.
I mean, no. Let's be fair. Like, I have 10 plus years of research into this, and from the thousands upon thousands, I'm a penis connoisseur at this point. I've studied the craft. From the thousands upon thousands of penises and vaginas that I've seen, I'd say 90 to 95% of the time the penis looks better, and I don't think you could argue against it. Because I'll give you this. I'll extend this olive branch.
Okay, fine.
A nice vagina is better than a nice dick. Always. Like a nice looking vagina is 10 out of 10 times way better than a nice looking dick. Like the perfect circumcised dick where, the circumcision doesn't look like somebody cut it with a samurai sword. You know what I mean? So it's like a nice vagina will always win. But most times it's super hard to find a nice vagina. But let me ask you this. Are you the type of person that likes it, trimmed, or do you like it bushy, or do you like it clean? I'm talking about vaginas right here, not penises.
I would say I like it completely shaved.
Okay, see, I'll show you. I'll show you this. With penises, most of the time it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter if it's shaved or if it's non-shaved. It could still look good. But if you like vaginas, right, and the way they look, if it has hair, it's already fucked. If you like it clean shaven, you know what I mean? You get what I'm trying to say? So it's like, it's objective. I think any man that says they think vaginas look better than penises is gay. 100%. They're overcompensating for something. They're trying to hide something. You know how many times, as a straight man, did people try to call me homosexual? It's ridiculous.
Destiny, can I ask you this, bro?
Yeah, dude, ask away, man.
So if you're not comfortable, you can pass. But like,
are we going back to the dick sucking question?
No, don't be a pussy. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. Listen, no.
Why not just ask like Austin or some shit? Doesn't he do that shit all the time?
I did ask him. I asked
say?
him when I was. He said, I forgot what he said. He said it's nice or something. Like I forgot what he said actually. I was in the car with him and I asked him that question. Like, I forgot what it was. And I think Austin does the fucking. He doesn't get fucked.
Okay.
No, just like Destiny, I think. I don't know. Don't ask me.
Well, no. That part I don't want to know.
Ask the question.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. Okay, like, okay, let me ask you this then. Do you prefer a cut dick or uncut dick, Destiny?
I'm gonna be totally honest. I feel like aesthetically, I can understand like cut dicks, why they look nice, but I prefer uncut 1,000,000%.
Whoa, why? Like,
okay, so here's the issue. Okay, I'll say this. Okay, for the longest time, there's something that women do that drives me fucking insane, and I don't know why they do it. When a woman is giving you a head, she'll put her hand at the base of your dick, and she'll just kind of like squeeze it a little bit, and she doesn't actually move her hand. And I'm like, I don't know why you think this is effective or what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But ever since I've been now with a few dudes that have circumcised dicks, I totally get it, because I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to do with your hand with a circumcised dick. I have no idea. It's weird.
Are you circumcised or uncircumcised?
I am uncut. I'm an anteater, my friend.
Whoa.
But when you've got a guy with a circumcised dick, like you put your hand in it, it's like I feel like if I move it up and down, I'm gonna like rip his dick in half. I don't know what to do. But if I've got like an uncut dude, I just put it in and I squeeze up and down. I know exactly what I'm supposed to do. It like makes sense 1,000,000%.
Use lube or something.
But I don't want to bring out like a fucking sex kit to just like.
You don't need lube. You don't need lube. No. All you have to do is listen. All a girl has to do is just choke on your dick one time, and the gag spit creates the lube for it.
Okay, that can't be real. I'm a virgin, so I can't speak too much on this, but come on. That can't be real. That's like Pornhub quality shit right there.
No, gag spit is like a mixture of fucking like sinus fluid and fucking spit. It's gonna create the perfect fucking lube.
No. Think about it though. What if she can't do that though? What if she can't get past the tip if you're packing like that? You know what I mean?
Then fucking just spit on it and you fucking jerk that cock up.
It gets dry quick. Come on,
it does. That's why I have to keep sucking.
Everybody
the
knows
spit's only it replaces that for maybe a second or two, right? So you spit, you jerk off like 3 or 4 times, and you go back to sucking it, and then
she
once
have
again,
to fucking juice up every 10 seconds. Then that wouldn't make any fucking sense. Like she have to drink water, then suck, drink water, then suck, because you only spit so many times in a minute.
Right, but if that's the case, then the blowjob isn't of superior quality. So at that point, you just do it long enough until you stick it into the pussy.
But at that point, it's so tedious. Like, oh my god, like she's sucking there for like 50 minutes, and you're not even that hard. It kind of hurts. It's annoying.
No. Usually, most of the time, unless you're on some sort of drugs, or unless you have some sort of nervous tendencies that stage fright or whatever the fuck. In this situation, I think you understand the relativity of that. So, realistically, you're hard before the blowjob even begins, right? Like, unless like you have that kind of nervousness.
I got a question for you. No, I got a question for you. Do you show your partner your soft penis?
Yeah, who the fuck cares?
No, it's a big question. Or do you go there already like semi-hard?
Oh my god.
No, because some people are check this out. Some people are growers.
I'm a grower. If I'm really cold,
we're all growers.
No, I'm an ultra grower. If I'm like super cold, or if I'm just like whatever, my dick is literally like a fucking mini dog dick. It's like less than an inch long. My dick is almost non-existent when I'm fucking soft.
God, you're a micro penis, Andy, at the soft stage?
Yes. An actual micro. It's like a Christmas light.
Tell us when you're hard. How big is it?
7.5 for Destiny.
I wish.
Get the fuck out of here.
It's a little bigger than average. Okay, a little bigger than average. I'll give you that much. Okay. If you wanna buy pictures for me, you can look up Melina's Fans League. Go send her $1,000. I'll send you pictures. Okay.
Oh no, I can't do that. Like if I know somebody.
Yeah.
So like on Twitch, like I watch Manuel Ferreira. I can't watch his shit. Like there's no shot.
Wait,
like, I just
Destiny, is there like do you have videos of you just fucking beating cheeks?
I mean, maybe. Yeah. What do you mean? Jesus.
That's just so nasty.
Well, I'm just wondering, like, did you have videos of just like going to town, both legs on your shoulders, just fucking?
I don't know if it's from that angle, but yeah, of course, me and Melina record shit.
Damn.
Oh wow, you were not joking. I thought you were joking. You actually like, I can see your shit right now.
You're full on, huh?
Well,
Wow.
I mean, not unless you're in my fucking phone, Jesus.
No, but I don't need to be on your phone. I just need to be on OF. You
No,
just said it.
no. We don't post boy-girl stuff. Jesus.
Ah, so it's not on OF. So why are
No.
you trying to lie to us right now? I thought it was already there.
Well, because
Okay,
you post
Train,
stuff for
don't pay
friends
for
and
it,
shit. What do you
relax.
mean? Oh, Jesus.
Wait, you
No,
sent
I'm
it to your
not-
friends?
I'm not gonna pay for it, bro. I'm somebody that here's the issue, okay? It's kind of like the issue I had with Manuel, right? Like before I could watch Manuel, but once I become friends with him, I can't watch it anymore, right?
Okay, there you go. Yep.
So like I know Destiny, I can't like watch him fuck. Now if me and him are like in a room together and we're both fucking, I could watch him fuck. I could look to my left and see him beating cheeks. I'm cool with that,
Whoa,
right?
okay, Sneeko, relax, Sneeko. Hold up now,
Oh,
buddy.
Jesus.
What the fuck do you mean you'll stand in the corner and watch your friend beat
I didn't say stand in the corner. I said both of us are fucking two chicks, right? And I look over and he's clapping a chick. Like I can do that, but I'm not gonna watch his porn.
Will that turn you on even more though?
No.
Okay, will
Now-
you Eiffel Tower with your friend?
Yeah, I've done it before.
Whoa, really? You're not lying to me.
Yeah, in college, I had a friend named Kyle. I've told the story on stream all the time. And there was this chick that was blowing me, and he just walked in. Man, I remember I looked over, like he walked into the door, and the way he like came in was like this, like just like this ogre wobble. And I just look over, like I remember getting head, and this chick's just sucking my dick, right? And I look over like this, like I move my body, I look over. I just remember seeing this, this massive whopper of a dick, and he's just wobbling with it, right? Each step he takes, the dick just fucking flops. And I remember she's like holding my dick, and she looks back, she's like, put it in me. And then he just starts hitting it from the back, and she's just sucking my dick. And I think he was too big, and she's like, okay, I'm done. And she like kicked him out, and then she just finished me. So it's happened before.
No, but be honest. Did
Yeah.
that shit turn you on when she was like, put it in me, and you saw that big fat fucking penis going inside of her? Did that click something in your head?
I think you need to go jerk off, brother. I think you gotta go.
No, you just, bro, did you hear the way you fucking described it?
Yeah,
I'm straight, but even I was like, yeah, damn. You know what I mean? You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, yeah, because that idea where if you look at another dick and think, oh, that's a nice looking dick, or that's a big dick, that somehow that makes you bisexual or gay, that idea itself is backwards. That's the issue.
No, but
right?
I'm not saying, no. You're getting me wrong. I never say
Yeah?
you're gay. I never say you're gay. You could still, okay. This may sound weird, but did you ever get a boner from taking a picture of your own boner and looking at it later?
No.
Why?
Why would I get a boner from my own boner?
No, okay. Would that make you gay?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Think about it. Because it's a penis, but it's your penis. How does it make you gay?
No, because
If you have a really good, okay, go on.
It depends. If it's your own penis, and you know, if it's your own penis and you know it's your own penis, right? Most likely you can remember the time you took the picture, and then what happens is you remember why you had a boner at that time. Maybe
No,
that would get
that's
you
an
hard.
excuse. No, I'm not. I don't cope like that. Okay, I take the pill as it
that's
is. No
that's
water.
not an excuse, right? You remember the time you took the picture and what caused you to have a boner in that time, and that might get you hard. But realistically, right? If you just saw like the only way that it could mean you're into dicks is if you forgot that was a picture of your own dick. Therefore, your mind.
Okay, that's not even an option right here.
Yeah,
Like if there was a lineup of dicks, I could select my own. Like I could never forget my own penis, but that means you don't have an attractive penis. We agreed there's ugly penises and there's good
No.
penises.
I have a very nicely cut cock.
Then why aren't you getting a boner to your own cock if it's that beautiful? It doesn't even make sense. Think about it.
It makes complete sense because
no, it doesn't.
Yes,
and you're
it
not
does.
gay if you do. By the way, you're not gay if you
I don't.
picked up your own
Yeah,
shit.
I don't care if that would mean I'm gay. I'm telling
No,
you,
you just told me to go jerk off because I said that, and I'm telling you I'm not.
No.
gay
I told you to go jerk off when you told me if I get hard from my friend walking in with his big cock and
But
saying.
you fucking Eiffel Towered with him. You know that's like top 2 gayest things you could do of all time, other than
Then I
sword
guess I'm
fighting.
gay.
Are you gay?
I guess so. If that's what makes me gay. If Eiffel Towering a chick makes me gay, then yes, I'm gay. If that's your standard,
It's only gay if you held hands. Did you hold hands? Did you maintain eye contact during any time where your penis was in the same, for lack of a better term, socket?
It's the better question.
Or woman in this instance, right? Did you ever like look at him in the eye?
I did not. Unless you mean the single eye, then yeah, I looked at that motherfucker. That thing was a huge fucking cock.
Oof.
That eye stared right at me. He's like, hey, I'm about to go in on this pussy, man.
But was
sit
it
back.
No, was it girthy as well? Was it like one of those like like?
No, I'd say it was like an 8-inch dick. I would say.
Ah,
like,
come on, 8 inch. Like I got 8 inches. It's not that big. I'm talking about like 13 inches. You know what I mean?
No, it wasn't 13 inches.
Like
13
those
inches.
monsters were like.
Yeah,
like,
no,
this is
no,
illegal.
no.
That shit needs to be removed when you're boarding an airplane type. You know?
Yeah,
Those are the ones I'm talking about.
That's got to be like a product of like, you know, some sort of like nuclear reaction, you know, some sort of like, you know, radiation hit and
100%.
a third arm grew in the pelvic area. You know what I'm saying? Like that's ridiculous.
100%.
100%.
No, the girthiness is it's so fucking ridiculous.
So let me ask you this, right?
So girthy as well.
Are you a virgin because
yeah,
of
100%.
No, because of religion or why?
Yeah, because of religion.
So let me ask you this: in America, there's a loophole with certain religions where instead of losing virginity by fucking in the pussy, they fuck in the ass. So have you ever thought about fucking? Have you fucked a chick in the ass to bypass that?
You're talking about soaking. That's the Mormons. That's their loophole in Utah.
No, he's not talking about soaking. He's just talking about.
They jump on the bed and the woman just lays still.
No. There was a school. There was a school in California. I think it was in like Westlake Village or Thousand Oaks. It was like some Catholic, like, or some. It was called like something Lutheran, and I remember like the chicks there, and the dudes there would say. Okay, well, whatever.
The people that do the ass stuff is Mormon. Like Catholics don't do that, unless they're just having sex out of wedlock, which in itself is a sin. But in Islam, because I'm a Muslim, right? In Islam, there's there's this thing that some people try to cope with. It's called muta, right? And it's like a temporary marriage where you marry somebody just so you could clap cheeks. Now, again, this is haram, right? So I don't deal with it. But again, I'm not like I am. Listen. The greatest coomer in this call is Destiny by far, right? But I'm not too far away from like that level of like coomery. But at the same time, I'm not that.
Why do they call Why do they call Destiny a coomer?
He bangs everything with 2 legs. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of ridiculous. The guy is a degenerate sex addict. I mean, you could ask him. Destiny, you love having sex, right?
I mean, I'll be honest. What I'm more curious about for Destiny, like, I want to know what he does when he's getting a good blowjob. Like what kind of because I can't picture Destiny as just like, oh fuck you, suck that. Like, I can't picture him like talking like that. Like what would he do? Like, oh, to my analysis, if you move the curvature to a 64-degree angle, I mean, like, I'll reach an orgasm in 3, 4, 5 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Like, would that be it? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you move your head to a 60-degree angle, I'll reach an orgasm in 3, 4 seconds.
When he busts a nut, gotcha. Good job.
Best thing to do is turn them around so that they can't see your face, and then you pull out your phone and you do your emails while they're doing a blowjob. Okay, that's called being efficient.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
I called being efficient with your time. Okay.
You're for sure doing
the
emails,
most efficient nut possible. No, but like, do you like? Oh, let me ask you this question, Destiny. Did you ever sleep with a woman that could pick you up?
Stop it, bro.
Yeah, at least a couple.
No, I want to know,
right?
like your pickup size. Oh my god. I was about to say I want to see that, but I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. But like,
well, I mean, I've never had somebody pick me up while we had sex before or something.
Like, how on the wall, like walk, like you're just there with your phone.
So are you talking about like his legs on her shoulders, and then she just like he mouth fucks her from the wall?
Yes, it's like the WWE move type. Yep.
She does the movement.
No, she does the movement. She just pins his ass on the wall, and he's basically like sitting on her shoulders. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, I haven't done it before. I mean, I'm sure Melina could do it if she wanted to.
Whoa. You tell me she's that strong? God damn.
Melina's fucking strong, dude. Melina's pretty strong.
Huh.
Wow.
So, Destiny, I'm gonna ask you this.
No.
What's your most preferred position?
For sex?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of prone?
What's that?
Prone. I'm assuming that's
it's like when you do.
Is she laying flat on her stomach?
Yeah, while doing doggy, basically. Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah, so she's flat on her stomach, and then you like kind of put your arm. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Isn't that called a starfish?
No, starfish would be on her back. No, starfish would be on her back.
Starfish is to describe somebody that's being lazy, not doing anything.
Yeah, but in this instance, she's not doing much.
Well, I mean, in missionary and whatever, in most fuck positions, there's not much a woman could do, right? I mean.
Well, to be fair, she is setting the mood when, like you know, I mean, if she's getting to that prone position and you're hitting it from the back while you're both flat, like technically,
I mean, in doggy she can move, or if she's running she can move, but like generally, I mean, like. But missionary, I'm sorry, starfishing is just generally used to describe a woman that's just not doing much in bed. She just kind of like lays there and lets you do it.
No, like a dead corpse, like being a necrophiliac at that point. Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
No, but let me ask you this, Train, since you brought it up. Do you do anal?
No.
So you asked the religious. I'm assuming you're not religious.
I'm not. I believe in a higher power, but I don't, have a religion.
So it's the cuck take. I'm in the middle, but you know, there's something out there. That's fair, right?
Well, I just wasn't like raised religiously. I was just given the option to choose. So I guess I'm agnostic.
Yeah, okay, so you're agnostic.
Super cringe.
So what is true? Just be
super
a
cringe. It's super cringe.
Be an atheist.
Just be an atheist.
Be an atheist at this point. You know what I mean? Be an
Fuck
atheist
God,
at this
dude.
point. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe there might be a God, but I don't actually know.
Destiny, you believe we came from like something as tiny as a single atom. The entire universe came from
so
that.
What
So
do
stop
you believe,
it.
Destiny? It was. What do you believe?
Believes in science.
We're all Stardust.
Dr. Fauci.
Yeah. This guy over here thinks that some fucking guy up in the grate above is watching you fucking jerk your little pecker off.
Because
okay?
if
And
you
then
were
he
to look
judges
at
you.
this, if you were to look at this universe and everything that is completely dependent on something else, you're telling me that there isn't a higher power that everything is dependent on? Come on now. At the end of the day, listen. At the end of the day, you believe in science that is ever changing, right? What you believe today could be completely wrong. What I believed 1,400 years ago
is
was
always wrong.
Correct.
That's strange how that works, huh?
Listen. The problem is you've been raised in some Catholic Bible study school, and they mistreated you. Like you know how them Christians roll. Unfortunately, you know what I mean. Shout out to the Pope and the shuffling of all of them priests, or shout out to those people. But check this out: if you actually did any bit of research into Islam, you would find out that it's the truth.
Oh my God!
But your heart is closed off to it, not your eyes. You love to stare at a lot of stuff. You're ADHD as hell. But your heart is closed off to the truth.
Damn.
And that's okay.
Rough.
You're 34 years old.
I got time to get there.
You have, like, this is, like, if you were to look in the mirror, you occupy the body of a 10-year-old, right?
Do I?
So you, like, technically, you're like, you're still a child. So you have a long time ahead of you.
Oh.
Speaking of children, where's my son Jonathan? Where's Jonathan Zerka? Because I see him coming here. Somebody sent me a clip of Jonathan crying about me bullying him, and he was tweeting me, "Look at this fake Muslim." Like, he was so mad at me. I prepared the letter for him. I want to read it out to him when he's here because I feel bad. I didn't mean to bully him. I like Jonathan. He's a nice guy.
Wait, what state do you live in?
Who?
You, Quanticos, or whatever the fuck your name is.
Okay, you know my name. You keep calling me Muslim guy, terrorist guy. Call me Q.
I have never called you terrorist.
Wait, Destiny.
What?
Okay, you have never called me a terrorist, okay? But just call me at this point.
Destiny, is this not your friend?
Well, he's like a new acquaintance. Okay, we're testing him out.
Who the fuck is this then?
He's
Who the fuck are you like one of these calls?
He's trying out for the Orbiter Club. Okay, we're seeing how it's going. All right.
What the fuck is this?
Okay, Mr. Nicknam, I'm in my interview. You're kind of fucking me up right now, okay?
Who the fuck is this? I thought this was your friend.
He's close enough.
What made you think we're friends?
Yo, I don't have any friends online, Train. Okay.
Because you have power to come in this call.
Canute, what are you doing?
I was just joining in to hear what you guys were talking about, and I heard this accusations of being terrorist, and I was speechless.
Yeah, well, what's up?
As long as you don't make anti-Muslim comments, you'll be fine. All right.
Yeah, careful.
No, I don't live in the U.S. I told you I live in Malaysia.
Oh yeah, fuck, that's right.
Like, everybody thinks I'm American just because I know all 50 states. It's kind of fucked up.
No, we're just Americans. So we didn't know Malaysia had internet.
Listen, if you know how to speak English, you follow U.S. politics. Unfortunately, you gotta follow the world power, because at the end of the day, what happens in America translates to the rest of the world. Just like what happens with Bitcoin translates to all the other altcoins. You know what I mean? America is the Bitcoin of the world, and soon it will crash, inshallah.
No way, bro. Not. You're bugging. Bitcoin's hitting 100K.
Okay. I
altcoins,
hope you don't have a substantial amount of money in Bitcoin, but I mean, listen, I want crypto to succeed. Like, I love crypto.
Listen.
The whole...
Well, to be fair, okay, Bitcoin, Ethereum, those are the only two like I trust. But at the end of the day, it's a gamble. It's a fucking gamble. Like,
I mean, all stocks are gambles at the end of the day.
Oh, yeah. Like, wow, very smart.
Okay, yes. Dickhead. No, dipshit. I get that crypto's much more volatile, right?
Then why did you give that as a fucking counter? Like, I'm gonna go buy a lottery ticket. Well, shouldn't you invest your money? Oh, well, all investing is gambling, just like a lottery ticket. Wow, so edgy.
No. I hate how people try to post crypto as some sort of like degenerate investment.
It is.
While they're still trying to fucking find some small startup to dump all of their money in, right? I think you're better off.
I mean, if you're trading penny stocks, yeah, you might as well go sell crypto. Sure, I agree.
Listen,
me,
whether it's penny stocks or like a Fortune 500 company, at the end of the day, listen, if my money could 10x in some sort of altcoin, I'd rather put some of my money there than all of my money in some stock that will only go up like 1% or some shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I say all of my money, but that's like, you know, 2 pennies and like a cum rag. But like if I had money, I would definitely do that. But I'll tell you this, right? Ethereum I do like, right? Bitcoin is just a store of value at this point. It doesn't do much, right?
Hey,
But
real quick, guys.
I like the altcoins.
Vote for Tabor Snapper. Tabor snapping in this, okay? Vote Tabor Pepper.
Where's this?
Vote.
Yeah, I'll
Vote.
show
It's a
this.
Twitter poll, okay? Guys, don't let Tabor lose. If he does, he's not gonna have the money to tier 5 sub me. YouTube,
Where is it?
Rumble chat.
Whisper it to me, please. Whisper it to me. Wait, are you sure on Rumble right now?
I'm
snapping where it
Yeah,
says.
hold on. Why can't I type in your chat followers only? Oh my god. Cringe.
Wait, my chat?
Yeah. Oh, I'm not allowed to post links in your chat either.
Oh well, let me give you mod. What's your name?
Destiny.
Okay, /mod Destiny. There you go. You're good to go. Spam
What's
it
this
in
poll
there.
meant to do?
There you go, guys. Help
Does he
Tabor.
get paid more if you vote on this?
Yes. In fact, they're not going to re-sign him unless he wins this. So.
Fuck! I can't click it.
Oh my god, this is close. 50.3 to
There you
49.7.
go.
Oh, but only
Tabor
6,000
Pepper,
votes.
guys.
Oh, come on, guys. We can
Guys, come on.
crush this.
Yeah, guys, vote in this, please. Vote in this. Spam it more, bro. Here, I'll spam it.
There isn't many votes coming in.
They'll get there, don't worry.
So I hit a maximum while I'm talking to you. It'd be fantastic.
Oh, also, let me just say, Destiny. I came in one day and I told you you're terrible at picking people, and then the next day, one of your closest friends stabs you in the back. Like, what's going on?
Well, and you're here next. See how long you last, okay?
Listen, here's the thing. You can never be overly invested in online relationships. At the end of the day, you're always going to be acquaintances. The problem with people is they get overly attached to somebody, and they start going crazy, and they start thinking, why doesn't this person value me? Of course they won't value you. They've never met you, right? You can't be too parasocial about these things. And you got to keep a healthy distance.
Okay.
Like, I know you as much as I know my barber. And by the way, I didn't cut my hair in years. So, you know.
Why is it lagging?
At this point.
Is I know we were going to play some games today? Or is it just political bullshit talk, like always?
Yep, just that.
Come on, full screen this bitch. Full screen this bitch.
Guys, pump my stock. Pump my stock, okay?
No.
Also, Destiny, let's be fair.
Yeah.
Like, don't you kind of see how your relationship with most of these people that you talk to online is like a boss with his... I say people... You know,
Like
that
a
would
boss, you
include
said?
Like a boss and his employees. Like, I go
Oh.
on Chud stuff from time to time, and I call him, like, the employee of the month, because, he usually does well, right?
Uh-huh.
So, like, don't you see how that it comes across that way? Because, they're sitting there trying to pour their heart out to you. Like, Destiny, they see it this way, and you're like, gotcha. Or you're fucking playing StarCraft, you know what I mean? Like, you could give a shit. And that seems like what a McDonald's, like, regional manager would do, you know what I mean?
You know, there's a guy online that's trying to make that argument right now. We'll see how successful he is.
Who's that guy?
It's called Mr. Girl.
Okay, why are you comparing me with that guy? The problem is he wanted to be something more. You looked at him as the side chick. He wanted to be the main chick. You know what I mean?
I don't
And
know,
then
man.
you drove him crazy.
I
Like, you
feel
remember
like he
that
was a little
conversa-
crazy before I ever got to him. if I'm being
I mean, that's why you loved him. You need to take some sort of accountability for that. You saw the craziness and you're like, amazing. I want this guy in my life. But check this out. You should have realized that the man was a little too unhinged when he was like, I want you to be my friend. Would you be my friend? You were just laughing awkwardly like, we could be friends. Like at that point, I bet you were thankful and grateful to God, in which you don't believe in, that it was online. Because if this was like IRL, you'd think that he'd kidnap you or something. You know what I mean? But you see where I'm coming from. I'm not crazy, right?
Well, I mean, you can be crazy and still be making a good point at the same time, right?
Okay, well, actually, how does this differ from when I said that crypto's volatile? Okay, you're stating the obvious, genius, right?
What do you do? Are you still in school or did you finish? I forgot.
I finished. Listen, I'm all in. I'm all in on streaming at this point, right?
Yeah.
It's either that or I don't know actually. I don't know actually what I'm doing, but yeah, I just finished school.
Damn. Wait, what did you get a degree in again? I feel like you told us this. I don't remember.
I already told you. See, this is how I know we're
Yeah,
acquainted.
well, just fucking remind me, motherfucker. Jesus, a lot of people coming in and out of here, okay?
Can I guilt trip you for a bit, motherfucker?
Okay, go
Holy
ahead.
shit, let
Yeah,
me
guilt
enjoy
trip me.
this.
Yeah, my
Thank
bad.
you.
Go ahead.
Okay. I poured my heart out and you weren't listening. I'm heartbroken, but it's software engineering.
That's okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, and yes, everybody in chat, you're 100% correct. I have no plan. Like, I'm all in on streaming, okay? All in. If it fails, probably going to be sweeping the ground in front of your house.
Yeah.
Maybe. Probably.
Who is allowed to declare a fatwa? Is that only like imams, or can any like Muslim do it?
Nah, any Muslim can't do it. It's usually the higher ups in Saudi.
Well, like, could you like theoretically declare one? If I became a Muslim, could I declare one?
No, that's not how it works. There's a hierarchy, okay?
Oh, so not any Muslim can do it then, you lied.
No. Also, you need to understand this, right?
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to interpreting the Quran, for instance,
Yeah.
you need somebody who's actually well versed in the Quran. It's not everybody has the same level of insight. Because the Quran, yes, is in Arabic, as opposed to Christianity, which came in, I forgot the language of Jesus, but it wasn't like the English that we're currently reading in this day and age.
Mhm.
But still, like, the Arabic in the Quran is somewhat sophisticated, and it needs people who are actually well versed in not only Islamic history, but also the Arabic language. So it's not like everybody has the same terms, you know what I mean?
They don't make it in like fucking English?
Oh, the translations for the most part are hit or miss, but you could never have a English translation that's 100% true to, what's in the Quran. Because, with languages it's super hard, and kind of tough to get a one-for-one translation, you know what I mean?
Oh, well, damn. That's rough.
That's why it's, yeah, but, I mean, listen, the beauty of the Quran comes across greatly when it's recited in Arabic.
Yeah. Wait, do you speak Arabic?
Yes, I do.
Wow, beautiful.
I have to listen. I'm Somali. We don't speak Arabic in my country, but I was born and raised in the UAE, so I have to speak Arabic. It's part of the program. The brainwashing. They don't give you you don't have birthright citizenship. You don't get naturalized. But hey, once that assembly time comes around, you gotta fucking salute the flag and stuff.
Nice.
That's their
So is you like a
brainwashing.
cousin a prince, or your dad a prince, or like how far are you from royalty?
How far? I mean, I do believe in the whole 6 degrees of separation thing, so I guess I'm only 6 people away from all sorts of royalty, but I have no royalty in my family. I have generals and stuff.
Lagging.
I have generals, but those are Somali generals. But I
Gotcha.
don't have any royalty. And I'm not from the UAE. You know that, right?
Wait, how are you born and raised in the UAE, but you're not from the UAE?
You weren't listening again. Pay attention.
Sorry,
This
I
is-
what
whatever
did you
this
say?
game
My
is.
bad.
I'm a nice guy. I'll repeat myself for you.
Yeah,
so it's
thank
okay.
you. I know much you love to hear yourself talk, so go ahead.
Oh, you got that right. That's why I'm a streamer, okay? It applies to all of us. But there is no birthright citizenship, so you don't get the passport at birth, and you don't get naturalized. My mother was there since she was 9. My father was there since
I should have
the
known the
country was
Senators
9
were
years
gonna win.
old. It doesn't matter, you know what I mean?
Wait, so where were you
you'll never
born?
get it. I was born in the... you fucking dickhead!
Wait, what
I'll
the fuck?
shove my
Wait, I
foot
just
up your
said
ass
born
out
and
of your
raised in
mouth.
I said born and raised in UAE, and you said no, that's not what I said.
No,
Wait.
I said yes!
I don't know.
You're not
okay.
paying.
No, I
This is
must have
ridiculous.
missed it.
I'm born
I
in the
just
UAE.
Okay, thank
I'm born
you.
in the
Gotcha.
UAE.
Okay.
You're welcome. Also, Drain, I have a question for you.
Why the fuck is everything lagging for? Oh, duel, nice. What's up, brother?
Okay, so when you were on the Hassan stream, you said some shit like, I put $400 in and it was gonna turn into 40 million?
Yeah, bro.
I misheard you, right?
No. I had a crazy sports bet. I had 3 separate tickets, and I made it was like 25. It was like a 18 or 25 like parlay, and I fully went through and I looked at the teams and I made it, and I bet $500 on each of the tickets, and each ticket would have there's 3 tickets. One ticket would have won like 19 mil, the other ticket would have won like 6.5 mil, and the other ticket would have won like 14 mil or some shit. I don't know what. It was some wild shit like that. The point is, it added up like
$500.
yeah, so it would have been $1,500 to like 45 mil.
La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. I'll tell you this
I
right
lost
now.
by 1 game, bro.
If I was wait, so they were all connected?
No, it was the same ticket. It was the 3 same tickets I made.
Oh, okay. Okay, so one ticket can contain like a bunch of stuff in it. Okay, sure. Dude, if I was a Muslim, oh my god, I would be getting it so twisted right now. Jeebus. You're telling me $1,500 can net somebody 40 million?
Not bad.
Ladies and gentlemen, get it twisted. Gambling
No,
is a
don't get it
financial
twisted.
investment.
Don't get it
You're
twisted.
fucking crazy.
Don't get it twisted.
$500? How many millions? Oh
Don't
my
get it
God.
twisted. That is unlikely to ever happen, as it didn't happen for me.
Oh, he was only one leg off, ladies and gentlemen. 99%
No, I was-
of
yeah.
gamblers stop before they succeed.
True.
Okay?
They're so close.
They're
One
always
more
so
bet.
close. They missed the mark by just the tiniest bit. You could be the difference, okay? At the end of the day, all
Don't
of
be
these
like
guys that you're
Slicker,
watching-
who fucking gives up, okay, right before he hits
Dude,
it big.
he gave up, right? You know the meme where you're at the tunnel, you're digging,
Yeah,
and you
we know.
stop
We've
like
all seen the meme.
one hit away from the diamond. There you go. I'll tell you this right now, though. Oh my God, most of these streamers that you're
Listening to
watching,
Trainwrecks talking about
they
bets
all
as a
beat the
trainer.
odds to be streamers, okay?
They all
guess
what?
If they did it, you all beat the odds technically, right? You weren't meant to succeed. I mean, you started back when there was 2 streamers, Destiny, so you don't count.
Okay.
Actually, most of you guys started when there was barely anybody, so I guess ignore what I'm saying. These guys had it easy. But if I make it, ladies and gentlemen, then I promise you, I'll be telling all of you guys to get it twisted. Except the gambling stuff. That's haram. Don't do it. It's financial cuckoldry. Everything that I just said was a lie. Except that you could technically win, right? It's just 1 in a billion. But you've been getting these crazy parlays, though. Like, I see you tweet about it sometimes. Like, oh my God, I just won 99 million from 10,000.
Yeah, but I make it clear that I put like 20 of them in.
Jeebus. I don't know. I'm trying to think about it. If somebody was putting that sort of stuff out there, even if they're telling me, yo, don't do it, bro, I still fucking do it. I'm sorry. Like, the only reason I don't do it now is because I want to get into heaven. You know what I mean? So.
Wait, do you guys have like hell in fucking Islam? Is that a thing for you guys?
Yes, we're not Jews.
Oh, okay.
Shout out to the juicers, though. Okay. But yeah, we have hell and heaven. True.
We barely have it in Christianity. Like, really, it's not like that talked about.
Wait, Judaism doesn't have heaven and hell?
I don't think they do. Last time I checked.
Destiny?
All I know is that for Christianity, it's like barely mentioned, but people make it a really big part when you go to like church and shit. But I don't think.
Wait, are you Christian?
I was raised Catholic. Ugh.
Excuse me?
I was raised Catholic.
Christian, he said. What's the difference between Catholics and Protestants? Well, I mean, one believes in the Trinity, right, and the other doesn't, or something.
I think Catholics believe that Peter was like the first, like that you build the church on this rock or some bullshit, and Peter was the first pope, and there's like a line of descendants that you can trace from Peter down to our current pope, and that the pope has the ability to speak with authority on matters of Catholic doctrine, so he's infallible when speaking on matters about a practice of faith, and that everybody that's turned their back on the church, and then if you turn your back on the church, you're a Protestant. I think you're a fucking loser who lost faith in the true Church of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but don't Protestant look at Catholics like, they're devil worshippers? They don't like actually follow real Christianity.
Don't who look at who like that?
Like the Protestants, don't they look at Catholics like, what you guys are following is like Catholic?
No, it should be. I mean, I don't know, I guess in the real world how it plays out, but it should be that Catholics are looking down on everybody. Because Catholics are like, we're like, oh, like we follow the church and we follow all the teachings of Jesus, and you guys all like left us to make your fucking heathen religions. Like the Church of England came because like the king wanted to like divorce and marry some other bitch, and you're not supposed to do that without getting an annulment from the church and whatnot. And all these other religions came because they couldn't hack it in the Catholic faith, and they left. Lutherans fucking ran around stapling shit to doors, and they were ass mad that they couldn't get their way on shit because they didn't have enough money to buy their way into heaven, like all the cool people paying for grievances and shit. So fuck the poor.
There isn't anything similar to the Pope in Islam, right?
There
because
isn't anything.
In Christianity,
sure.
Yeah, because it seems like the way that you speak of the Pope in Catholicism, it's almost like a prophet-like person, right?
Maybe a little
has
bit.
Direct connection to God, gets to do or say whatever they want. It's kind of weird.
Oh, I mean, he's pretty cool. He's got his own fucking country, dog.
Yeah, I mean, I know that, but I'm pretty sure that I think there was one pope that killed a whole fuck ton of Christians. I don't know. I don't know. The whole idea of putting an incredible amount of power into one person seems insane to me.
Maybe it's just because you're jelly. You wish you could have a person like that.
No, thank God we don't. Oh my God.
The real question is, can I hit a max win? That's the real question.
What do you think?
I don't know. A max win would be fantastic. I mean, imagine right now in the heart of it all to just hit one win that encompasses all of my quote-unquote haters' incomes in 1 year and one day. What do you think about that?
What do you
think that's doable today, Dest?
If you could kill Trainwrecks for gambling because it's so haram, would you do it? Would you get like 52 versions or whatever for it?
Oh my god, you Islamophobic cuck. No, that's not how it works.
Oh.
That's fucked up. Why would you even ask that, Destiny? That's bad vibes.
This guy was here defending. I posted some funny.
Said that's bad vibes, dude.
I posted a few funny pictures on fucking Twitter that this guy even knows are funny, and this guy came in and he defended. He defended people that were sending me death threats for weeks.
No, you're being a white woman.
And
Stop
he's
being
like,
a fucking white woman.
What?
You're a white guy. Stop being a fucking white woman. What I said was, you
are
don't
you
deserve
calling him a
death
Karen?
threats. He's worse than a Karen. He's a Becky. He's a white woman. He's a snow bunny demon. Right? Come on now. You don't got that white privilege.
To be fair, Becky's might be crazy, but they give some great head.
Bro, astaghfirullah. Come on now. I'm fasting. It's Ramadan. But like, let me tell you this, boys. Let me tell you this. The fact that you tried to paint me that way shows me that you might be actually like, you know, an hermaphrodite or something. You know, like intersex. Like you
Is
might.
that what hermaphrodites do?
Because that was so feminine of you. I'll tell you what
Would
happened.
that be bad though? What if you could fuck yourself literally?
Oh, get the bro! You just told me I should jerk off. Maybe you should jerk off if you think about fucking yourself.
I can't
Well,
believe
let me
Train
say
actually
this.
knows what a hermaphrodite is. Nice.
What are you trying to say? I'm stupid? You think I'm dumb?
No,
he
that's
has
just a
2
really
degrees or
niche
something,
fucking sexual term to know exactly what it was.
Brother,
Bro,
it's
he
because
Pornhub, okay?
No, it's not Pornhub, brother. There's a fish in the ocean that reproduces because it's a hermaphrodite and
You're talking about horsefish, right?
And it changes from male to female. It carries their own baby, right? It has eggs and it like releases its own sperm into those. It's some shit like that. No, it's not a seahorse. It's a it's like a something horned fish. Or
I'm pretty sure it's a seahorse or horsefish, one of them. Seahorse or horsefish. Well, I don't know. I'm not a fucking
clownfish.
fish, right? No. Okay.
No, it's not a clownfish. It's like it's a thick blue fish with two little. No, it's like a vampire fish or some shit. Which fish in the ocean is a hermaphrodite? Let's see.
Teleosid fish? What's that?
Anemone fish?
Dwarf anglefish. There's a whole bunch of them. Oh my god.
No. Oh, there's a whole bunch of them.
There you
yeah.
go. Seahorse.
No,
Males get
it's not. It's okay. No. Males carry the young. Do they also get pregnant?
I don't
dwarf fish. No, it's not a dwarf fish. Which fish are hermaphrodites in the ocean?
Oh, what do you think about your good friend Mitch Jones coming out and making some statements? He's never publicly attacked anybody. Do we have a Trainwreck's press release statement on this?
What happened? I'm still looking at this fish.
That you never saw any of the Mitch clips on LSF?
I told you this. I know people still don't believe me for some reason. I do not go on that Reddit.
Oh, okay.
Why? What's the
Soft.
big deal?
That's why.
I never got how people, bro. Honestly, Destiny. Ever since you've been posting those videos,
Brother,
I've been
listen,
like fucking
Destiny,
jerking off to the
Destiny.
hate comments about me. Oh my god,
Destiny,
I love it so much.
Destiny. To be fair, listen.
Yeah.
Remember that clip?
Uh-oh. Probably.
Or, I guess when I bring it up to you, I shouldn't say remember that clip. Do you remember when you unironically, jokingly or not, said Trainwreck's TV unironically was right all those years ago when I said he was wrong? Remember that?
What about Hassan or something?
No. When I was the Squad W stuff.
Maybe I don't remember.
Remember when I was talking like double standards and all the bullshit and this and that, and then you like were talking to your community about some topic around that, and you said Trainwreck's TV unironically like or somehow ended up being right about everything.
Yeah, that sounds accurate. Who just joined?
Remember that?
Anyways, I'll give it to you.
My point is this, okay? I know I sound completely delusional to almost everybody, but sorry that this just came up. I was looking at a comment here from Discord. What if I told you the same's going to happen with this conversation that just passed between Hassan, myself, and XQC?
Yeah, I'd say you're completely delusional. But
yeah,
maybe you're
hey,
right. We'll see.
Back then, you were telling me I was delusional about that. Remember? I mean,
was.
you were saying beyond that. You were saying it was sexist and misogynistic to a certain degree, right? And hey, I ended up being right, and it wasn't sexist or misogynistic. So hey, I'm telling you,
you ended up being right, but that's because I discovered sexism and misogyny was base. So.
Oh Jesus Christ!
So you were.
Okay,
What
good,
the fuck do
actual
you mean
good
it's
take.
based?
Actual good take, Destiny.
What's the latest train? How's it been, homie?
Pretty good, man. You know how it is. You know, typical bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
You know
I sent
how
you
it
a
is.
message today. Do you still check DMs on Discord often?
Sometimes I'll take a look at it. What was it regarding?
Just Kick.com stuff.
Take a look at it after stream.
Yep.
Yeah. How are you doing?
You know, I'm staying busy, man. Just well, not staying busy, looking for stuff to do, but you know, relaxing.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know how it is. Just the life of me.
Did you just fart?
Why would he fart into his microphone? How do you hold your mic?
I do that from time to time.
Really?
Yeah, my farts sound very ASMR-ish. But, bro, the average age of this call is like 50. All of you guys are in your late 30s.
How old are you, Cortanos?
Like 21.
Okay, call me Q from now on, please. It's Corantos, but call me Q. 23.
Oh wait, like the Quran, like Corantos?
No, bro, I already explained. Destiny, you don't fucking listen to me, dude. I explained every single thing you asked me. Like,
Okay,
are we
can
gonna
you
keep
just-
repeating this
No,
every
no,
time I
'cause
Brother, it's
Dan
obvious
wasn't
what his
here.
name's around, Destiny. His name's Cortana. You know from Halo?
Oh, like Halo. You're a Halo fan.
Yes.
That's in Windows 10, right? Or Windows
Also,
11.
also,
Right.
I never played Halo. Okay, but check this out, right? It's from Toronto, Somali for lizard, because I used to be like incredibly skinny. Like I made anorexic women look fat.
So
my
what does that
parents
have to
used
do with
call
the
me
lizard?
No, my parents used to call me lizard because I was so small and skinny, and I could probably fit in between cracks and on the floor and stuff.
Yeah, but I
now
would
the
argue
name
there are
doesn't fit because I'm built like a man, you know.
Yeah, but there are things that I think are, you know, like, you know what? Fuck it. Whatever.
Oh, you lost your train of thought.
No, just of all the things to like equate to something that's skinny, like like lizard is the last thing that my mind would go to.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that
I
is kinda
guess it's.
weird.
Right, like,
I mean,
like
it's fair. I guess it's cultural, right? It just depends on where you're from.
No, but lizards aren't skinny like proportional to
Yeah,
their.
are they even? Like, why wouldn't they call you like gecko or something? Like, those are kind of skinny, right?
Okay, okay. First of all, where I grew up, there's a bunch of lizards. Right? There's no fucking gecko.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't know what a fucking gecko is, but everybody use Geico. Okay, use fucking.
So you know what a gecko is? What do you mean?
He does know what a gecko is. He's
That's
lying.
what a gecko is. That the Geico guy is literally a gecko. That's what
Yeah,
a gecko
that's where
looks
I know
like.
him from, but I don't know what a gecko is. I've never.
But that's
like,
what a
seen
gecko is. If you know what Geico is, that's what a gecko
How do
is.
you not know? How do you not know what a gecko is, but you know that the Geico guy is a gecko?
No, I don't know what a gecko is. As in, if you were to tell me, point out a gecko, I don't know what a gecko is. But I assume that the Geico guy is a gecko just because of Geico sounding like gecko. It's a pure guess. Okay, I know how to put two and two
A
together.
pure
I
guess.
actually, yeah, I did an IQ test, and they were like, your IQ is off like the range. You can't compute it. So, please, come on now.
Yeah, it's because you can't divide by 0.
It's not because you can't divide by 0. It's just you can't get to a number greater than infinity. You know what I mean? Get it right.
Okay.
But let me tell you this: stop being a dipshit. Stop telling people I called for your death. If I wanted to do that,
No, you didn't call my dad. You just said it was okay. People were violent over it.
Listen, if somebody walks, okay, let's ask Train this. Dan, please answer as well, right? If somebody walks
No,
up,
thanks.
okay, Dan, don't answer. You kind of soy. I take that back, right? But if somebody walks up to you and says your mother's a whore, she sucked my dick. Let me show you the picture. Train, would you not punch them in the mouth? 10 years ago, not today. 10 years ago. Because you have too much money these days to punch somebody. 10 years ago. 10 years ago. 10
No,
years ago.
now I'd have someone else punch them.
See, there you go. Destiny, are you ready to condemn your close friend?
Yeah, but
because he wants to
technically
punch somebody?
speaking, like the correct answer is to actually just like smirk and walk away. Just fuck 'em.
Yeah,
like
since
that's
when
the
are we
actual
high road
base
Andes?
answer.
Yeah, since when are we high road Andes?
No,
Obviously,
but
we lived in
it's
this
not a high
idealistic
roading.
graphic world.
I would actually argue that the like punching them thing like is that's like more of the I don't know how I'd explain this, but
barbaric, savage way of doing things. It shows that you got affected. Is that what you're trying to say?
I think it depends on the context of it. I don't think every I think there's a lot of situations where you should just walk away and say fuck it, right? But yeah, there are certain situations where if there's like someone that continuously is like repeating this behavior, like I do believe at one point they deserve to be fucking punched in the mouth and learn their lesson so they can stop this, so that they get grounded to reality, right? But like I don't think every instance should result in somebody punching the person in the face. I think you should walk away, right, and just ignore the motherfucker. It just depends.
Sure.
Like it's
No, it depends. I agree with you. But what if that person has a history of being inflammatory and being edgy, and he does it to a lot of people, right? And then he comes to you. What do you think about that? Do you think then they deserve a punch at least?
I think they deserve a.
What, a
Here's the
stare
problem.
talking to?
Well, no, okay. Here's the real problem in this. Okay.
Tell me.
When making that decision, right, we're assuming everybody has like the baseline intelligence and contextual understanding of when that's appropriate. The problem is when you like push that and you say that's what should happen, you have to understand a lot of people do not have that like social intelligence or that contextual understanding to understand when is appropriate, when is not, right? So if you push for that, next thing you know, you'll have fucking 90% of the stupid population punching anyone in the mouth that says anything that they disagree with.
Like
right?
just
So
posting
that's why-
pictures of like Allah or something, you know, or Muhammad. Or
No, but okay, no, I agree with you. You shouldn't be pushing for it, but at the same time, you always have to maintain that we don't live in an idealistic, perfect utopia, right? And that more than likely, if you were to antagonize a stranger, right, since the average person isn't like, you know, Einstein, right? The average person would probably respond by punching you, right? That's how it goes.
Trying to argue that you should be able to punch people for posting pictures of their cheerleader
It's
guy
not
for
necessarily
God.
no. Listen. It's not necessarily that you should punch them, right? That's not what I'm necessarily arguing for.
So your
I'm
only
arguing
argument was that this is
more
possible?
Not that it's possible, that it's way more than possible. It's probably probable that that is what's actually going to happen. And if it were to happen, it's not necessarily completely on them. That you hold a great deal of the blame as well.
Oh, that's crazy, because I thought you were trying to make the argument that it was like morally righteous to attack people that were posting pictures of Muhammad. Interesting. But if this is your argument now, maybe I moved you. I mean, that's cool.
You have a history of not listening to me. No, you have a history of not listening to me. No, Steven. You have a history of not listening to me. You have a history of assuming my positions, right? And also, I still stick to what I say. I still do believe that morally they have a right to, you know, maybe hit you with the 1-2 combo. Because at the end of the day, if I went out of my way to, and by the way, I know a lot of people hate when I say at the end of the day, so I'll keep saying at the end of the day. So at the end of the day, if I went out of my way, right, to antagonize somebody, bro, I know I'm gonna get punched for it. Imagine if your kid was being bullied, right? Well, the first thing you tell them is walk up to your bully and punch him in the mouth.
That's the first thing you tell them?
That is not the first thing.
Yeah,
that is the first thing that you should do. If a bully comes up to you, bro, you know how many times people tried to bully me, and the first thing that I did was put them on the ground, open their mouth, and spit in it?
Didn't you just say you used to be skinny like a lizard?
I was skinny. That didn't stop me.
Okay.
I was a lanky motherfucker. Like, you think that would stop me? I'm telling you, it's so easy for people to be intimidated if you assert yourself physically, right? If you were to like, stop, I'll call the supervisor. Guess what will happen? You go to the supervisor, your ass is gonna get in trouble. That's it. Like, both of you are gonna get in trouble. So like, fuck the system. Just like, you know, with the DDoS guy, it was fuck the system, I'll murk the father and the son. Okay, Giga Chad. It's that same idea here. But I'm sorry, I guess they weren't taking my money. If the bully took $1 from me, then you justify me breaking their teeth.
Hell yeah, true.
Okay, let's ask Dan. Come on, answer me now. Don't be a coward, okay? You're like 90 years old. You don't have much to live for at the end of the day. You could say whatever you want, okay? It's a few words.
You're really trying to get your fucking streaming shit going, huh? Like all the memes and shit? How long you been watching Destiny to know all these things?
I promise you this. When I went on Zerka shit, they tried to claim the same thing. I don't watch any of you guys that much. Don't flatter yourself.
You watch a
You
fucking
knew my middle
tremendous
name.
amount. You know, I'm starting to get a feeling you might be a little bit of a pathological liar. What is going on here?
By the way, I have an answer to every single thing. First of all, your name is literally one Google search away. You put Destiny name, it comes up. You put Trainwreck name, it comes up. It's that easy, okay?
You're saying if you type in Trainwrecks, the second result is Trainwrecks Dan?
No,
Bro,
the first thing
I
that
figured
comes
it out.
up is
Guys,
Tyler Faraz
Dan,
nickname.
Destiny, I figured it out, bro.
What'd you figure out?
I literally was taking a piss. I figured out what's going on here.
All right, hit me.
This is Slicker with a voice changer.
Oh my god, I will fucking kill myself. Bro, I swear to god, they call me Slicker, they call me Zerka, they call me Too Mad. Bro, I'm fucking Karantos, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? And by the way, Slicker...
It actually does have a lot of Zerka vibes. Actually, like I'm hearing it now as you say it. Like I didn't get it before. It's like a tremendous.
You're trying to antagonize me.
I actually hear more of a Moxie.
Really?
Yeah. So like, just listen to his voice. Like the end of each sentence, the end of each word. It sounds like Moxie in Overwatch.
Guys, don't talk about me like I'm dead. I'm here. Don't say he. I'm right here. Okay. Don't little bro me. Okay. I'm 6'10", boys. I'm 6'10". Don't.
I'm telling you, I don't know why I feel a Moxie vibe.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know who the fuck Moxie is. So.
He continues to do it. Okay. I'm not Moxie. I'm not Zerka. I'm not Slicker. But
well, you know something that Slicker and Zerka do, and that you do a lot, is you come in here and it's like, okay, it's Zerka time, and that's it, and no other conversation could be anything except about Zerka or what Zerka doing or something that Zerka cares about. And I've noticed, because I've seen some streams of you on, that you 100% do that as well. You got to chill with that, bro. That's not a good thing. There's already big Zerka in the room. We don't need little Zerka. You got to be yourself.
Okay.
You can do
First
it.
of all, you didn't see when I killed Big Zerka, so you should probably go find that video. Number one, okay. The old king is dead. All hail the new king. Number one. Number two, you cannot claim that I make everything about myself, or else you're claiming that your good buddy over here, Steven, just sat with somebody that talks about themselves for 3 hours straight. That's not true.
Yeah, that's not saying anything. He fucking will have.
Bro, I wish I could get into CS2, bro. I want to play some CS.
Steven would have like a fucking noisy washing machine talk to him for 3 hours if he could just play his game.
I'm trying to play some CS2,
Listen,
bro.
if I was able to maintain somebody's attention for 3 hours talking about myself, you're complimenting me right now, okay? You're glazing. You're glazing.
I'm going into a bonus as well, bro. What's up?
Tell me, CS2, is that 100% getting carry over with all your skins and shit?
It is.
CS1?
Yeah, it is. We're good.
Really?
It is. Yeah. We're good to go. And skin prices are rising too. Not saying that's a good investment. You shouldn't see that. It's also a gamble.
Get
Who
it
knows what may happen.
twisted.
No.
Don't get it twisted. That's right.
I just have a wild inventory, so I'm happy with that.
How much is your inventory worth in CS?
Roughly like 2 mil.
Let me ask you this. So I know that because I did like a very small amount of CSGO gambling. Not because I give a shit about CSGO. It was just fun to do. But my understanding is that a lot of the quote-unquote big sales of CS shit go through a Chinese site. I think it was called like Buff something or other.
Yeah, that's right.
The real question is, when you say your inventory is worth 2 mil, like you're saying something like, okay, I have a factory new StatTrak Howl that's worth $40,000, or I don't know what it's worth, but as an example, right? For those high ticket items, like maybe like a factory new Dragon Lore or something that's StatTrak as well. The real question is, can you actually go and sell those high ticket items easily? Like, I know it's easy to go and sell like a factory new Karambit, one of these $500 to like $2,000 knives. Like, you can sell those all day, but it seems like the really high ticket items, you don't see them get sold very often. Like, you have a $2 million inventory, but if you need to liquidate that, how much can you really get without taking 6 months' time or something?
I'm not sure because I don't do that. I just collect.
You're just collecting purely.
I'm just collecting. Yeah. I'm not selling anything. I just like to collect.
Interesting. What is the I feel, God, my memory is shit with this. I think I remember back in the day, someone got it. Was it Soda Poppin'? I don't know. They got a souvenir factory new. I think it was M4A1 Knight or something like that. Like, is there some really insanely rare thing that people don't talk about because it's not that desirable, but it's actually really rare? Is there any of those items like that that should be priced a lot more? Like, what do you think should be priced a lot higher?
Give me a sec. I need to reset all this. I don't know what's going on.
I feel like the prices must be dictated by drop odds, right? And people must just know.
No, it's supply and demand. It's the same. Like, it's relatively the same economics as real life.
I bet there's some fucking stupid rare items that just people don't care. Like, think there's like a different type of marbling and just people don't, like Black Pearl, is that what it's called or something? And people just don't care, even though it's stupid rare. Back in my day, when it was CSGO Lounge and you were gambling on who was going to win CSGO matches, everyone cared about getting the most blue case-hardened AK or the fuck was it? A P2 or a Deagle or something? There's two things. But yeah, that was what you were after. You were after the full blue AK, maximum blueness and shit. Yeah.
There we go. I fixed it. I had to relaunch it. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So, yeah, it just comes... Yeah, I don't know how to answer that. I would have to bring a CSGO specialist in here, and they would answer that question for you.
No, I don't care that much. That's fine. It's no big deal. Just talking to you about yours. So what else? So what keeps you busy? You're like a billionaire now. So what do you do besides spending millions of dollars on CS:GO? How else is Train spending his money? I don't see any Ferraris or anything. So...
I don't really care for that. I'll be honest. I don't really care. Like, this is gonna sound completely wild, but and this is kind of why I don't make content from doing the gift. Like, I could easily have like a huge YouTube, TikTok, all these things, right? If I you know,
the emotional edit of a donation you make.
yeah, like I don't view money in the way others do. Even when I was broke, I didn't view it that way. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, obviously, having it's nice because it gives you the ultimate freedom. All I care about is, so I guess I do care about money, but I only care about it to the extent of being able to just like sit back and game and just like sleep in. So I don't care. I don't care about the partying. I don't care about the, you know, jewelry or the cars. You know, the one car I did buy was more of a fuck you to these large streamers, you know, of Twitch that were buying cars and flexing it on the poor people. So I bought a car to flex on them, right? They were all buying like $400,000 or $500,000 cars and like posting it. Like, it's one thing to like really love the car and be passionate about it, but it's another thing to buy it just to like say fuck you to everybody. So I bought a car to say fuck you to them, right? They bought a $600K car, I bought a $2 million car. So that was kind of
how you justify it?
Yeah, I bought it just to buy it, just so I can post it, right, and say fuck you guys, like pussies, like why the fuck are you flexing on poor people? So I decided to flex on them and give them taste of their own medicine. But realistically, I don't really care about. I got a 2021 SVJ 63 Roadster.
Jesus. How let me ask you, since you've gone through this process, I've never done this before. When you
2 mil
want to
Canadian, by the way, 2 mil Canadian.
Yeah, when you go and you're getting cars like this, you went to the dealership, yeah? The Lambo dealership?
Yes, but these cars aren't owned by the dealership. They'd be owned by like a private owner, and then the dealership would middleman.
Because I always heard that like if you wanted to get like a brand new Lamborghini or Ferrari, you actually just can't walk in if it's one of the desirable models. You have to like you have to start with some like shitty ones for a while. Like you can't just go get $1 million Lambo. You have to buy.
Oh
like,
yeah, there are some car brands that you've got to
correct.
like put. I think even Dodge might do this, or Ford might do this for some of their upper like Mustangs or whatever, where like you have to put in an application and like go through a screening process to make sure you're like literally like cool enough to have the car.
Is it that mainly Ferrari though? With Ford, I think it's the Ford GT, but with
Ford will do it with their GT, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure with Lamborghini, they're much more of a, you know, the average rich guy's brand. They don't gatekeep their cars, is what I'm trying to say.
No, the supermodels they do.
I mean, the 1 of 10s, probably there's some sort of...
The 1 of 63.
You know,
that's what 63 stands
cars.
for. Yeah, that's what 63 stands for in the SVJ 63, right? There's only 63 in the world.
Wait, do you actually drive the car, though?
No.
Wait, how did you get it then? That was the whole point of the screening process.
You just as a fuck you? Like...
The whole point of the screening process is to only have people that are actually driving the cars.
I don't think that's true.
No,
I'm pretty sure that's true.
Not
like for the Ford
necessarily,
GTs, like they don't want people to buy them and have them sit in the garage.
Not
they
for
want people
Lamborghini.
to go. Oh, for Lambo, my bad.
Yeah, for Lamborghini, most people who have it don't drive it either. Like if you look at all the existing SVJ 63 Roadsters, they all like maximum have like 800 kilometers or 1400 kilometers. Like those are cars that are like legacy cars, because like so pretty much for the like that the 2021 of that car was the last. They announced that that was the final model because they feel like they perfected it, and there's nothing beyond that they could do to perfect it any further. So 2021 was the last year they created for that model. So that's the last possible year. So that's why like I didn't buy it from a dealership brand new. I had to find a private owner that's willing to sell it.
So it's an investment.
So I bought it, yeah. So even if that does exist within Lamborghini, I didn't buy it from Lamborghini. I bought it from a private owner that may have, if those under the table rules exist, maybe this individual had to pass those rules and he did, and then he chose to sell to me. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah, I think Lambo doesn't like it, or any of these like hypercar companies don't want you being in the business of reselling. I think they want you to have the car, or who the fuck knows, you know?
Yeah, that's why they got mad at John Cena when he sold his Ford GT. Like immediately after he bought it.
Wait, so GTs are like that?
Yeah, for Ford GTs are like that. Yeah, and I think I thought they explicitly wanted to keep them out of the hands of collectors and stuff. They want people like driving them and like for people to see them and shit.
Wow.
Yeah, but that's like a Ford specific thing. Usually they don't care as long as you just keep it.
What's your next car going to be? Or what's your daily driver then, since you're going to drive on this thing?
I don't think he drives.
I don't drive. I have a driver.
He doesn't.
Oh, you have a driver. Got it.
Yeah.
By the way, when you say juice up, this whole time, like, I know this may sound ignorant, but I swear to God, this whole time I just thought like you're doing like a bump of coke.
No, I'm
but
just.
Is it like it's vaping?
I'm just a vape. Yeah, just vaping tobacco. Yeah, or nicotine.
Like, listen, I'm anti-drug, but I think it would have been nicer if it was coke. It would have been cooler. Like you're telling me this
Yeah,
entire time.
I
you're saying
agree.
Juice up, it's vape. Like you're just.
That's
vape.
why
You're
I don't do it on
smoking
stream. That's why I don't do it on
electric
stream.
straws.
Yeah, that's why I don't do it on stream because I know it's like I'm
You're
like
embarrassed.
there aren't many things I'm embarrassed about, but that I am completely embarrassed. It's a loser thing to do. It's a fucking loser thing to do. Like out of all the loser things that I do, like I own them because you know I genuinely like them. This I don't even like, but it just takes the edge off, so I just do it.
So you're
So I just-
addicted.
I mean, if I were to say no, you'd say I'm in denial. So for the sake of that argument, I'll just say yes.
Okay, whoa! Don't destiny me. What the fuck? Like you just said it takes the edge off. You said it like that's like an addiction takes the edge off, right?
Yeah, people that
Like,
smoke nicotine are addicted to nicotine. That's the whole point of fucking.
Yeah, so it's not like I'm arguing with you. Like you just be lying to yourself. I can't argue if you don't believe that. But do you pee while you sit or stand?
Most of the time sit, but there are moments where I stand.
What?
Oh, most of the time sit. Interesting.
Yeah, I think
How
it's
many people
comfortable.
do that? Nice, nice. Wait, do you please, ya Allah, ya Allah. Do you wash or do you use toilet paper?
Oh yeah. It depends.
Yikes! You're telling me you wipe your ass with toilet paper?
Yes, but if you shave your ass, there shouldn't be much of a trail anyway.
No, bro. Okay. No, yikes. Yuck.
You didn't know it was going there, did you?
Okay. Check this out. No, it's actually I've never heard that comeback before. It shows me that you've put some thought into this. If a bird were to shit on your arm, would you pour water on it or would you just wipe it and move on with your day? Tell me what would you do?
When a dog takes a shit and then comes sits on your couch next to you, do you wash your couch?
Am I fucking retarded to own a dog to begin with? I'm putting Satan's spawn in my house? If you said a cat, I would talk to you. But at least cats, at least they have the shame to like bury their piss and their shit and like whatever they do.
Well, that's even
dogs
worse.
are disgusting.
Their paws are hitting,
No, it's hitting sand. It's not hitting the shit. Cats are actually clean. Dogs are dirty. But
Yeah, but
you're not
clean
a
is
dog.
a
Last
relative
time I
term,
checked, they're
right?
not a dog, right? Last time I checked, they're not a dog. I said human, and you're like, if a dog shits and sits on the couch. Dogs are nasty. I'm talking about you. If a bird were to shit on your arm, wouldn't you get some water and
Okay,
actually
well,
clean it off?
to use your same comparison, I'm not a bird either. So why are we using a bird comparison?
But like, I'm not worried about the bird's asshole. I'm worried about your dirty hand. Just like your asshole's dirty when you're done with it, right? So it's like you wouldn't wipe it with a tissue. Listen, it's cute that you're trying to run away from this, but you're in a corner right now. So like, you need to elbow me or something. Get DQ.
Yeah, no, I'll help you. I mean, I'll humor your question for a moment. That's why I time my shits to be before a shower.
Okay, dude. Fucking get a bidet. You're a trillionaire, dipshit. Like, get a bidet. That shit costs like $2. Like, you could put it in yourself. Why wouldn't you just get a bidet? But I've heard a lot of people do what you just said. So you do understand that it's disgusting. Even like, no matter how many times you wipe with a tissue, like, you still get up and you're like, ugh.
Okay, so do you fart?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you realize that smell you smell are shit particles entering your nostrils, right?
Yes. Go on. Let me see
So,
what you take.
so what I'm saying is like you're not being consistent, right? Like
Fuck out! Don't hit me with the consistency.
well, you're not. Like what you're saying is what you can see and imagine on your ass, you're applying. But in reality, when you fart, right, the particles are hitting your underwear, they're hitting your ass cheeks, they're coming up and they're actually entering your nose, and yet you find that to be completely normal. But then you have an issue with your ass, which is covered by underwear and your pants. It's not like you're making contact with it while you eat. I'm not fucking slapping the hamburger on my ass cheeks and then putting it in my mouth, right?
True. This is my argument. I swear to God, he lifted this from me.
Right?
No, let me argue against that. No, let me argue
People will
against
do this thing. People do this thing like,
oh,
oh, well, if you'd shit on your hand, would you just wipe it off? No, but I don't shake people's hands with my asshole. Even if I used a bidet, I wouldn't shake people's hands with my asshole.
But it's still fucking disgusting if your asshole's dirt and you're walking around with shit booty. It's still nasty. Check this out. No, bro, just wash your ass. You're telling me you take a shower every time?
Yeah, I do. I take a shower and wash my ass. I do the fucking the karate
Here's a
technique.
question: if a bird shit on your arm, would you just use water? Or would you soap it too?
I would soap it.
No.
Okay.
Cue Quantos.
No. Destiny, nice one. Destiny,
What?
nice
So
one.
do you use soap with your bidet? Do you soap out your ass as well?
But no. I tell you this. I'll tell you this. If I could, fuck it, I would. You know what I mean? But I'm not used to it. That's the only thing that you could hold me on. But at the same time, obviously, water is way better than tissue, and soap plus water is way better than just water alone, right? So you guys still lose because you guys don't even use soap. You don't use water. You use tissues. You're disgusting. But at least some of you have the shame to say I take a shower after I shit, which is very hard to believe. And also the shit water running down your legs. Yuck, dude.
What it,
Nice
brother?
shit, so nice.
Like, I think listen, I think what's happening here is, right?
What's happening?
What you've done now is you've told me you have an extremely hairy asshole, right? Because
Okay, I've never shaved my booty. So what?
yeah, but I don't
I'm not. No,
even if I don't shave
you're
my
Persian.
asshole,
You're
isn't
hairy
that-
as fuck.
I'm not, dude. Look, this is my natural arm hair.
You
Look
said
at my
with
stream.
the camera's off, but okay, let me go.
He's on his stream.
Camera's off. Just go to my stream. This is my natural arm hair. Like for some reason I can't even grow a beard. I'm not a hairy Persian. Like even my chest, bro. Like it's not that much hair.
That's weird because Persian guys usually have a real fucking carpet.
That's
going
what
on,
that's
too.
what I
They
was
do.
thinking.
Yeah. Like
Oh,
I
wait,
have,
show me your arm. Show me your arm now. Show me your arm.
That's my natural arm hair. It doesn't grow any longer than this. I don't shave my arm.
Okay, so we're equally hairy. That means your booty is not even that hairy because mine's
It's
not
not.
that hairy.
Yeah, it's not. But like, so it's just not the issue. But don't get me wrong. Like, I do think, yeah, like a bidet is definitely like, I do think there is a day where the bidet will be the new base minimum, which is a good thing, right? Like I mean, I don't know.
So you agree with me? So why not just buy a bidet instead of showering every time?
I think it's, well, I don't, brother. Like a healthy shitter shits 1 time a day, not 15 times a day. So you just shit, you shower, and you're good. It's not like I'm taking 14 shits a day. Right? I'm not taking.
No, okay. That. Oh, okay. I have a question for you guys, right? So when you have diarrhea, you're using the tissue on the diarrhea as well?
Bro, can we move on from this fucking conversation?
Bro, this is better than you asking about fucking cars, dipshit. Right?
No,
I'm
I don't
actually
think it
really
is.
interested in this. No, I'm actually
I
really interested
bet
in
you
this.
are interested in this.
No,
I'm not
because
surprised about that.
Because you know, Destiny was talking about God bless the West, you know, the morally superior, righteous, you know, highly advanced, intelligent people that are not reproducing. Like we're so much better than the rest of the world. But at the same time, for all of your advancement, you guys couldn't figure out how to wash your ass. Like I'm so dumbfounded by that. I'm like, that this doesn't make any sense. Like these people that are flexing to be the most intelligent in the world can't figure out, hey, your hands is dirty, you wash your hands. Your ass is dirty, you wash your ass.
With
like
water.
it's a logical fucking, yeah, fair. But guess what? Water is better than tissues. I'll still take the water. And hey, guess what? I'm not shaking people's hands with my booty. So water is good enough. Because at the end of the day, I'm just washing away the dirt. And if you shower, and by the way, showering once a day is crazy. That's too much. That's way too much. Like unless you're sweating like.
Showering once a day is crazy?
Yeah, it's crazy. I've had friends that shower 3 times a day. Like I almost
Jesus.
fucking committed hate crimes on them. I'm like, what the fuck?
3
Are you just-
times a day?
Yeah, because they're fucking insane.
Yeah, but
One
you're
is
gonna have
crazy.
like some issues with like your scalp, your skin's gonna dry
You
out, like
already
a lot
do
of
if
issues.
you already do if you shower once a day though. Your hair is now getting dry and it's getting used to having
Yeah,
water.
the
and
natural
everything. You
oils-
can't develop
yeah,
the own
I'd
natural-
agree,
there you
but-
go. So why do you do it every day? Like
Because
you stink
yeah,
so
the
much at the end
proper
of the
way
day
to
that you
do
have
it is
shower?
no. The proper way to do is, in my opinion, you can shower every day, once a day, but you just shouldn't use shampoo every day. You should just.
Do you
right,
change your do you change your clothes every time you shower?
I do.
That's the reason I can't, bro. It's too
Well,
much.
yeah, but ever since COVID, like if I even step outside with a pair of clothes or a set of clothes, sorry, I have to take it off and change when I come back home.
You're that paranoid.
It's like a habit I've created. No, just from the COVID days. It's just like that's like forever ingrained in my habits now, which is really fucked up because it's so many loads of laundry. Then you get into the eco, awareness, which is terrible,
you don't
right?
give
You're
a
using so
shit
much
about
water.
the eco. If you take a private jet, don't worry about eco awareness. Fuck them niggas.
I don't leave my
You're gonna
house.
You're gonna be dead by listen. By the time the world goes to shit, you'll be dead. So fuck them kids that are coming after us. Who cares, right? But you know it doesn't change anything if you wash your clothes, right? Like it's not COVID is stuck to your shirt because if you genuinely thought that, then you'd also shave your head every time. Just your hair could technically also hold COVID, right?
Uh-oh.
Isn't that logical? Since you wanted to talk about birds and shit.
Well, let's.
Is there logic?
Well, in that situation, ignorance is bliss. So please, let's stop this conversation.
There you are.
Let's hope to God I'm gonna try and forget that. Okay, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear. Let's move on.
So you just don't want to shave your hair. That's it.
Yeah,
Oh
well,
my
I'm
God.
not gonna grow it back. Let's be real, bro. Like I ain't growing that motherfucker back.
Wait, you're only wait. How old are you? 30
32.
something?
32,
32,
yeah.
bro. You could see, like if you're
No,
losing hair, you could-
I was supposed to lose all of my hair at 18. Like I went to the dermatologist at 18. I was already like losing a lot. So like realistic, I was supposed to lose all of that motherfucker. And I went on Propecia at age 18.
And you're still on it?
Yes. When I stop, I'll lose my hair for sure. Unless somehow I pass some sort of stage. I think there's 3 stages in hair loss. There's like age like 18, 19, then age like 29, 30, 31, and then age like 38, 39, 40. And then after that, I think those 3 stages of like hormonal, whatever the fuck, go away and you're good to go. But I'm not sure. That's just from my understanding.
So you don't want to cut the hair because if you cut it, it's never going to come back. You ever try to see yourself bald?
No,
like
that was more of a
those
joke.
Apps?
It's going to come back. That was just more of a joke of...
Or would it be weak though? Because there is some logic to what you said though.
Is there?
Yeah, there is. If you were to cut your hair, like you're losing all the progress that you've maintained for all the years that you've been taking.
Yeah, but when people talk about hair loss, they don't care about progress in growing their hair. They care about the number of hair follicles.
Yeah, so Propecia, what Propecia does, Propecia doesn't grow hair at all. Propecia keeps what you already have.
See, there you go. But if you cut the hair, then what's it gonna keep?
What
No, because you might be fucking with your hair follicles if you cut your hair, right? Sometimes, like, it depends on the way you shave and shit.
Yeah,
100%. You don't know about this?
I wouldn't shave with a razor. I like buzz cut the motherfucker, right? Which is actually healthy for the hair.
So you're telling me you go like full buzz cut from, you know?
Yeah, but first of all, I wouldn't shave my head.
You don't like yourself bald. I'm taking.
Well, I've never seen myself bald, but I have to assume with you know how crazy I look with hair. God knows what the fuck I look like a goddamn
by
inmate.
Crazy, do you mean ugly? Is that what you're trying to say about yourself?
I'm trying to say I would look even more mean.
Bro, okay, first of all, who keeps lying to you? You don't look that mean. You just look like every other Middle Eastern dude. There's nothing specially mean about you. So if you cut, like, what if you're actually going to look good? Why don't you use one of those apps where, like, they show you your, like, you know, fully shaved head? Because I thought I'd look ugly with my hair fully gone, and I did it.
I feel like my community gave me a snapshot of what I look like, and let's just say it wasn't too flattering.
Okay, did they increase your head size too and like fuck with you that way?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be possible to increase my head size any larger than it already is.
I mean, I get where you're coming from. A lot of guys, and rightfully so, love their hair. I don't like when people tell people that are balding to like just go fully, like, you know, just cut your hair. Who cares? You're a guy. Because a lot of guys, you know, when they look at their hair, they get confidence. They like, I look good. I feel good. So, you know, I did that
but the
mistake
problem
before.
is to hold on to it when it's clearly going, like, just looks like worse.
Oh yeah,
than
those are
anything.
bad. Like when your hairline is kissing the back of your neck, and you're still like, oh my god, I
Doing
look
the
good.
massive comb over, it's like it's time to let go. You know.
Yeah, although that's a sad situation, but I don't think Train's there. Dan, you can keep talking about cars right now, okay? I promise I'll stay quiet.
Yo, Steve.
What?
Yo, did y'all add the embed yet for the other website?
Add the what?
The
Embed.
For what? Rumble or Kick?
Kick.
I think on Kick we're waiting for support for something called iframes.
Is that like in Smash Bros?
Yep.
No way.
But I don't know
What are you
if
embedding?
Kick might not like it. I think I've heard Train say something about they don't want embeds or something, so I'm not sure yet.
No, they don't care.
Oh.
I was just extremely passionate about gambling streamers artificially boosting their positions, especially the ones that aren't being transparent.
Yeah.
I had an issue with that.
You guys know that Vextra Life Twitch channel? They have like
It's all embeds, I know.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's absolutely. It's like 10K though in viewers from embeds. That's wild.
The crazy thing about Kick, it seems to be going so much better for small content creators than bigger ones. I mean, still doing great for big content creators, but I've seen so many smaller content creators that are specifically playing games and like just chatting that are doing so well.
So as much as I want to like sit here and like, you know, obviously like we have plans to, you know, create that, you know, discover that ecosystem of like discoverability for small to mid-sized creators. But right now, I think a big part of it is, if I'm being like transparent and objective, is it just Kick isn't as saturated as Twitch, right? So the streamers who are, the streamers who are starting early, right? They're gonna get that discoverability without any systems in place, right? They're gonna get it naturally just from, even though I don't think the trickle-down effect of large streamers getting right. I don't think it's that great, but it's enough where if there aren't enough streamers on the platform, then people will see massive upticks in view counts. So I think that's what's going on. But our goal is for when we do get large enough to continue that through the systems that we're kind of writing and the programs that we're creating. So our goal. So right now, I think having small to mid-sized creators benefit from this is a good thing. But I think that ultimate goal is how can they continue to grow when we do get big enough, right? That's the important part. So that's like what I'm tackling as far as you know, different like programs, and I know it's a meme at this point, but systems in place that can ensure that that continues when the site gets more popular. Does that make sense?
Yeah, kinda. I mean, I like the clip stuff. The TikTok clip sort of
yeah, it's gonna be great. Oh, I gotta show pictures.
I like that idea. I actually like that idea. I don't know, like maybe bigger content creators will benefit more from it though, since you know I'm assuming the algorithm will benefit.
Yeah, but
the ones with more likes and stuff, right?
I went over that earlier. Yeah, we're right now we're in the process of dual. Oh my god, we're in the process of figuring out how we can even the playing field for everybody. So instead of like just popular clips being like brigaded to the top, it's more of a, obviously like that audience manipulation or whatever you want to call it is always going to, well, I guess I shouldn't call it manipulation because it's just going to be a passive effect. It might not necessarily be a negative thing or like intentional in that way. It could just be a passive effect through a larger audience. But we're trying to find a way to even out so like all quality clips will get pushed up. How we do that?
Judge quality? That's the question, right?
Yeah. So how we do that? So I guess quality would be like, so maybe quality is the wrong word, but what I mean is like, let's say there was a popular clip in a smaller community, right? So like, if their clip were to get the attention proportionally to that community size, right, that would get juiced up to this, right? So, I mean, the problem is this can be abused, right? So if you're a 2-viewer streamer and let's say all 2 of the viewers like it, that's going to be weighed more than like a, you know, 10,000 out of the 16,000 liking it. So that would be an easily abused system. So that can't work. But these are things we're like discovering and exploring to figure out how we can even out the scale to give small and mid-sized creators a benefit from that algorithm and not just the large creators who are going to have passive audiences juicing their shit up to the top. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like everything you said makes sense, but at the end of the day, it feels like to me, because I don't know what the final solution would be, but the more you try to look out for smaller content creators, the more you're fucking over the bigger ones. That's what it comes down to.
There is like a common misconception in that, like, and I've been seeing people misunderstand. Like, I think using the term smaller creator is being I think the better term would be hardworking streamers. So streamers who are grinding, putting the work in. Because it seems like all these small creators are coming in now. Like I'm seeing like, I'm getting ads with like, these motherfuckers have like 4 followers on Twitter and they have no brand anywhere. Hey man, can I get verified in a sub button, man? Like I've been grinding for 2 days. Like what the fuck? 2 fucking days. Like put your head down and work for at least a year. Like the fuck do you mean 2 days? Like it's crazy. As soon as you open that up and you say you're trying to take care of small and mid-sized creators, people's like entitlement, like there is no like decency in the middle.
I don't know if it's the same as it used to be, but the worst people on Twitch used to be like Twitch streamers with like 10 to 50 concurrent viewers on Twitter. Do you remember those days? I don't know if those people are still popular anymore, but
that's what I talk about, bro. Like, bro, they bitch about it, Destiny, and then you go to their channel, they've streamed 1 time in 3 months.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, okay. One time's pretty good though. You think like one time? What if it was like a really good one-time stream? You know what I mean?
True. If you got 50 viewers in like your first stream,
it's full screen.
You're killing it. But when you say small to mid-sized content creators train, right? What do you mean by that? What's a small content creator to you?
Well, let's change the hardworking.
Okay, it's hard work.
This is what Train wants to do. This is the difficulty of what you're trying to do. He's trying to create an algorithm that isn't just weighted by how popular you are, so that it's not like the rich get richer, right? It's trying to benefit people that don't have the same viewership as like a 4-figure. So maybe somebody that gets like 150 concurrent viewers, but you can't just weight it by like percentage of viewers, because somebody with a much smaller viewer base might have a way more statistically engaged viewership. So somebody with like 15 concurrent viewers would get 100% viewer participation in a clip, and it would be upvoted to the top every single time. So they have to create like they've got to balance an algorithm out that favors disproportionately smaller streamers while still taking into account the fact that statistically speaking they're going to have a more engaged audience just because of the lower numbers, and that's a challenging thing to do. Yeah,
I understood that, but right now the more that I think about it, the more that I think like, is that really a problem? Like if you have somebody, isn't the point of creating this clip system to get the smaller guys into a position where they no longer can benefit from it. So if you're a smaller content creator and you get 10 to 15 viewers and you have 14 of them like your clips, and now your clip is at the top and you go to 100 viewer, and then, you know, your advantages decrease as you go up in viewership. Isn't that
Yeah,
like
but the problem is
perfect
on their
way to-
system, they probably don't want to create something. They want to have funny clips. Clips shouldn't just be like socialism for small streamers where it's like, oh yeah, like if you're a small streamer, like this is how you come up. You want to have it so that like clips are funny, right?
Okay, but if we go off of what he said, right? What Train said, the hard-working streamer, right? Shouldn't it also weigh in the algorithm? Should it also weigh in the amount of clips uploaded by the streamer?
No,
So, like, if they-
so for that, there's going to be a limit on how many you can upload into that algorithm-like system, or into that TikTok-like system per week. So obviously, right,
Wait,
if it was
why?
unlimited, because that's where like logistics come in. What are we going to have? Each streamer uploading 10,000 clips every
But you just
fucking
said
week?
but you just said hard worker. Like the way that you, like, how could you quantify hard work then if it's not by the amount of clips that they post? That shows hard work.
Quality
What
over
other way can you show hard
Wait,
work in?
what? So hardworking means clips posted? So you're telling me
No,
if I
but-
stream on Twitch and you grab clips from my channel, like if I stream for 6 hours, you can grab arguably an infinite amount of clips, right? Like how is that representative of hardworking?
Okay, the problem is Destiny just said quality over content. But when it comes to quality, the way that you could gauge quality is by the amount of people that liked it. But what you're saying is I can't go off of by the amount of people that liked it, because big streamers will just have a lot of people like their stuff, and then, you know, the system
No,
skills.
listen,
Small
just
streamers
listen.
can benefit.
Listen. Do you believe, okay, if someone put a clip of you in front of everyone's eyes, that like, let's say if someone could put a clip of you evenly, you know what, fuck it, let's use Reddit. Someone put a clip of you on the top of Reddit. Do you believe that clip would hit? Everyone would find that funny, would love it, and like it, right? So the issue is, how can you get everybody a close to equal like representation to have the chance to be viewed by everybody, right? So it's about giving everyone the chance of that exposure, and then the people can determine the quality, right? So that's what all these algorithms are, right? On TikTok, when something hits, right, it injects itself in some sort of system, something just takes fire. So it's about giving everyone the opportunity of that, right? We're not gonna like, right, you can't force that quality. So it's about giving everyone the equal exposure to the opportunity of getting exposure.
The problem with that is you're talking about the TikTok algorithm, which benefits off of people's engagement, such as their comments and their likes. And you also recognize that if you were to do that with your algorithm that you want to implement for your clips on Kick, then it would just favor the big streamers, because once they post their clips, their community is going to like it, it's going to engage with it, and they'll still maintain the top spot.
We
right?
just explained that.
No, I know, but what I'm trying to tell you is, if not by that metric, which is likes and comments, you can't measure quality that way. You guys are saying it's all about quality, it's not about quantity. How do you measure quality? If it's not by likes and comments, how could you measure quality?
I guess we're gonna have to figure that out, aren't we?
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I get what. That's why I thought of, hey, maybe it depends on the amount of clips that the person posts, and if they post 10 clips, then maybe you put one of their clips out there and see if people, you know, engage with it and like with it, or
That's
like
the
fuck with it
exact
or not.
same thing we're saying, right? Giving people the chance of that exposure, right?
No, but
It's
no,
all-
but you said you know, we want to make it limited, the amount of clips that you could upload. That's what you said.
Brother, I need you to think about this. What's like? I'm so confused by your logic. So you're
Okay, tell me
telling
what
me,
you're confused by. Go.
Destiny, do you understand like the?
I understand what you're saying. I don't know what he's like on some weird like limit.
Yeah, I'm
the clips
confused,
thing,
like, it
but-
sounds really logical what
what
he's
the
saying.
fuck? What the fuck is insane about what I'm trying to say? You guys are trying to say, hey, it's all about quality. I'm like, great. If you don't want to measure it by the amount of clips uploaded, if you don't want to measure it by
Brother,
the
the
likes and
amount
the
of clips
comments,
uploaded, like, do you understand? Like, like my brain hurts.
no, I get why you
by
think
the
it's
amount
not
of
because
clips
people could
uploaded.
just. But
Do you understand
don't have
it?
any alternative? You know that, right? You
What
said
do you
you
mean?
just have to figure
so
it
you're
out.
telling me it should be based off of everyone's moderators clipping constantly and uploading into the system. That would saturate the system to the point of zero exposure for anybody, and that would favor the large creator at that point.
No.
That system
no.
you're talking to only favors large creators. Only.
Okay, wait.
Think about it.
No, it's okay.
If every streamer on the
I get
platform
where you're coming
uploaded
from.
10,000 clips a week, who do you think is going to get the exposure there?
I get where you're coming from. It depends on the amount of people that you have watching you, and the more people you have watching you and clipping you, it still goes back to the big streamer. That's a fair criticism from you. But
yeah, so we're trying
we're
to tackle how can we give everyone an equal chance of that exposure, right? So that's what we're trying to figure out in the coding and the algorithm part
okay, do you have
of the formula.
Okay, great.
You understand?
Okay, great. Now we're coming back to square one. Okay, dickheads. I'm trying to come up with something. Okay, assholes.
Okay, good.
They have a whole team working on this. Why are you trying to work for them for free? Let their fucking people figure it out.
Listen, you're a trillionaire. What the fuck? I'm doing slave labor. But listen, Steve, you're fucking laughing. How about you come up with a suggestion?
It's not my fucking job. I don't work for them. I'm not gonna sit here and fucking brainstorm.
When you can't figure shit out, dude, it was a fun exercise.
Oh,
but I'm just trying to say, like, I've never,
listen,
I've never in my life. Listen, if you figured this out, congratulations. Because last time I checked, the vast majority of algorithms on social media operate off of comments, likes, shares, all that sort of stuff.
They operate off of all sorts of stuff. I'm pretty sure on YouTube, August would know, but I think on YouTube, I think that what they measure now the most is like time spent on site. Like they want you to click something and keep clicking through and engage more with like certain types of content that keeps you like actively engaging with the platform.
Yeah, but God forbid your clips are limited, so a guy clicks on your shit and they won't have much to go through. So that in itself is cucking the content creator in a way, but that's just my suggestion. Like, if you guys can figure it out, congratulations. I hope you do. Don't say thank you, dipshit. You're not working for him. Remember?
Oh, that's weird because it seemed like you were trying to have me do free labor for the past like hour for him. So my bad. I got confused.
Okay, could you please come up with something? Could you please come up with something, Steve?
I already gave a suggestion, but I'm saying it's hard. I don't know how to.
What is the suggestion you gave? I didn't hear it. Say it again.
That you would have to wait using a combination of like the concurrent viewership of the person and the active engagement that person's fans have with the clips and everything, right? But I don't know how you would wait.
But Train immediately said that that's a bad idea because.
What are you trying to do right now?
Trying to figure out the clip system.
Train is talking about on Kick. They want to have some kind of organic way to promote clips on the site so that people get more exposure, but they can't do it based on raw number of views because that would only favor the most popular streamers. But they can't do it as a percentage of the fan base engaging with it because that would obviously disproportionately favor smaller streamers because they can get a more engaged fan base. So how do you get these clips to go viral or whatever and like benefit all the streamers? But it's like such a minor thing in the grand scheme of things. I don't know why this quantity.
Honestly,
hold on. Wait, 100,000 followers. Thank you guys.
It's based on what I did back in the day. Is you took the size of the community and the expected growth from that, and then you worked that into a factor for doing it. So, like a really large streamer might get 10,000 whatever likes on their content, and a small streamer might get 100. But you take that expected value and you work it off of that. So if a small streamer, instead of getting 100, gets 400, you look at that more seriously, just like if a large streamer would normally get 10,000, they get 40,000. So essentially, that's how you would do it with that front.
Yeah, but that's how. Over that though, it helps the smaller content creators a lot more because if you have 10 viewers or if you have 15 viewers and 10 of your people engage with it, it will help you a lot more than if somebody has 1,000 viewers and let's say 70 to 100 engage with it.
It's very easy to make these systems if you've been there and you've done it. It's not complicated. You have small exclusion stuff.
Okay, Kick Steam is getting shat on. That's not my business.
He just little bro the fuck out of you. Are you gonna take that?
He little bro the fuck out of me. He little bro the fuck out of Kick Steam.
No, he's little broing you.
They're a new first off, they're a new company, so there's a lot to figure out there.
See, like, he just little broed you again.
Okay, at the end of the day, my suggestion was the best. Fuck you guys. What I said is bite the fucking bullet and just allow the smaller content creators to grow. And once they get to a certain size, they can benefit off of this.
I think what they should do is I think the smaller content creators, if anybody makes fun of their content, they should go online and then threaten to kill those people. Kind of like how the Muslims do it. That's why you guys have the fastest growing religion, right? Isn't that what you said you're supposed to do?
That's why we have Kick and Bumble, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. But dipshit, listen.
Yeah.
You keep trying to bait me as an. You keep trying to. Huh?
Did you say Bumble?
No, I said Rumble. I mean, same thing at this point, right? But listen, Steven, dipshit, stop saying that I fucking want you dead. I don't, okay? If I did, I wouldn't be in a call with you. I said, like, if somebody trash talks, they deserve to get whooped.
Yeah,
right?
Okay, true.
Listen, I'd be planning streets and stuff. I'd be watching your clips to learn how you did it with that other DDoS kid. That's it.
Base.
That's what I do.
Wait, do you know Mr. Girl? Do you follow his saga?
Is it Saga or Saga?
Just because of all the people.
Saga? I don't know.
It's Saga. It's Saga. Trust me, it's Saga.
Shut the fuck up.
No, it's Saga.
I've heard of him from, like... I know him as much as I know the Lavloon chick, basically. I just know he likes kids, kinda. Okay. It's a bit weird.
Just curious.
No, but you love him. I already brought him up to you, right? You love him. You platformed him because you thought he was cool and he had, takes that were out there. You love those sort of people, I guess.
True. That's why you're
here.
You
are a viewer, bro. You know all the lore.
Listen, Zerka tried
Bro,
to say the same
tell
thing.
me
I
this.
just watch
Where's
YouTube
Kyle?
videos.
That's all I want. Do you know where Kyle went, Corinthos?
I don't know who Kyle is, but
Yeah,
let me
you might know.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, Dan, can I tell you something? The only reason I know as little as I know about like Zerka or Destiny is because I watch YouTube. That's it. Like I just watched like 2 Scuffed podcasts and like a couple of Destiny debates, and that's it. Like you guys talk a lot, you know that, right?
Yeah.
You got okay, and it's easy to remember the shit that you guys say. Is that it?
Because we're authority figures.
No, it's because you talk too much. You know, eventually when somebody speaks so much, you know, you remember a couple of things. You know.
All right, say your final thoughts because I gotta leave pretty soon.
No, I was having fun.
Well,
Train, do you own part of Kick? Like, what's the deal there?
I haven't accepted anything yet, but when I do, I'll let you know.
All right, man.
Because you're an authority figure, Dan. He'll let you know.
I am an authority figure. I built one of the largest streaming sites in the fucking world. I was the second biggest site compared to fucking Skype at the time.
I cannot believe you're one of the owners of Tiny Chat.
One of the owners.
The founder, CEO. I was there when
Andy, relax. Take the fucking compliment.
So how much money? So you got money when you So you got money when it was sold?
Yeah.
How much money did you sell it for? Like $1 billion?
Fuck no.
This is way back before anything on the internet was worth $1 billion.
It's 150 years ago, man. No, I don't want to say how much, but it's not.
Don't tell me you got ripped off. Did you get ripped off?
You know, it was good for where the company was at the end right there. It was going through interesting times. It was very expensive. It's not like now. Well, even now it's...
You actually built? You're the owner of Tiny Chat?
I created it. I was the founder and CEO of Tiny Chat.
That's wild, bro. I was literally that's wild. That's
you're talking about it's funny because I watch you talk about like the struggles that you go through with shit like Kick, and it's like, you know, granted it was different back then, but we had like 100,000 concurrent viewers, but it was like much more spread out. And having to deal with that shit was like fucking crazy right back then because the technology was nowhere. I mean, you know how it was like streaming back in the day. It's totally different world. So, yeah.
Cool. Okay. All right. I love you guys. I gotta read a thing and then.
What the fuck do you mean you have to go? Where do you have to go?
My gym closed at 11.
It's our fucking reunion, and you're going to the
come
fucking
earlier
gym?
before fucking 7 o'clock at night. Okay. Wake up or stay
fucking
awake. Damn.
Christ, bro. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yep.
Leaving to run on a treadmill, by the way. Let me just say that.
Who the fuck else can we get into a fucking call and talk? Dan, you have any ideas?
No. I don't. But, yeah.
Wait, Dan, I got a question for you. Did you sell Tiny Chat for less than Train Gambles in one stream?
All right. Here, Elon wants me to link the server if you want to read it. Can we not read the article? No, we don't have to. We'll just do it tomorrow and I'll leave. Have fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out.